Merry Christmas Eve, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at here. It is 2:02 on the East Coast, and it is 11:02 on the West Coast. I do want to get into our big story that we have been following here for several days, and that is this major winter storm, a bomb cyclone that has been impacting people all over the country. As of right now, more than 1 million people are still without power all across the U.S. There are rolling blackouts in several states, including Tennessee. And unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported. I do want to start off by going live to Buffalo, New York. We have been there over the past several days or so, and we're joined now by AAA New York's Elizabeth Carey. She is here to give us a look at conditions there. Elizabeth, again, thank you so much for being here. We do know, of course, this storm is so powerful, and I can see the snow on the ground behind you.
Yeah, right now we've gotten a break here in the south towns of Buffalo. The band moved to the north towns, near Niagara Falls, Lockport area. They're just getting socked, but it is unbelievable when you see what happened in the city of Buffalo and near the Buffalo airport and places like that overnight. A sea of abandoned vehicles, many with people trapped inside that emergency crews just simply cannot get to because the roads are impassable.
And that's something I've noticed. We had Max Gordon with Fox Weather, who was live out there in Buffalo, and it was coming down so quickly that you really just couldn't see anything. There were whiteout conditions, essentially, and I feel like I spoke to you about a month ago, and we do see snow that falls in Buffalo, but this just seems a little bit different.
Yeah, the difference was back in November, in this area here, we got 6-7 feet of snow dumped on us from a lake effect band. What happened with this storm is it was blizzard conditions. So we had lake effect snow coming down, the high winds with the blizzard, hurricane force, blowing that snow that was coming down, the new snow and snow that was on the ground all over the place. So you're literally driving down the road, you hit a wall of snow, you can't see, a car would pull over. Next thing you know, they're stranded on the side of the road in deep snow and they can't move. And the county was forced to pull their plows off the roads for the safety of their own drivers because the plow drivers couldn't see 2 feet in front of them.
And we talked about this a bit earlier, but unfortunately, we do know that there have been at least 16 deaths confirmed as a result of this blizzard across the country, and 2 of those deaths are apparently in the Buffalo area.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 people died from medical conditions when emergency crews were unable to get to them. So essentially, there are no emergency services available right now in hard-hit areas that are in a driving ban. There's a driving ban where I am right now, but some of the areas look a lot worse than this one. And there's just no way for ambulance, police, fire trucks. Buffalo fire trucks are abandoned on the roadside. That's the situation that we're seeing right now.
As long as you've been there, have you ever seen anything of this magnitude when you're talking about snow and really abandoned vehicles?
Yeah, no, I mean, we have hundreds of people that we know of that are in their cars that we have not been able to get to. And, AAA provides roadside assistance. We can't perform an emergency rescue operation. So we had to hand all of that information over to Erie County officials, and they're trying to get to them one by one, but we had to prioritize. We're asking people, how much gas is in your vehicle? What kind of a cell phone charge do you have? Do you have any type of a medical situation that people should know about? And then ranking them like that and just trying to get to the people in the dire situations first, having to prioritize those emergency calls.
And so is there any idea just how many calls you have seen so far? I would imagine we're talking dozens upon dozens, and there's really not much that can be done.
Yeah, no, we're more like hundreds. I mean, there are hundreds of people in their vehicles. Hundreds of people spent the night in their cars overnight. I did an interview with a local TV station this morning. They said, a lot of the TV crews are stranded at the TV station working around the clock. People started banging on the TV station door this morning. When the morning light came up and they could actually see and there was a break in the blustery conditions, they got out of their cars and went to the door. So some people are hunkered down wherever they can be. Gas stations, warming shelters, hospitals, until they can get where they are. Fortunately, it's Christmas Eve, but we're reminding everyone you can celebrate the holiday whenever it's safe. Reminding anyone who's in a safe place just to stay there, because the more people go out on the road, the more people get stuck.
I would say that's very telling, having people knocking on the doors there just trying to get some kind of help. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, 16 deaths reported, and sadly that number will probably continue to rise. Elizabeth Carey there with AAA New York. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
It's just really interesting to see the people of Buffalo coming together. There's a Facebook group where people are literally posting, are you in a place, are you willing to take people into your home? Are you on the side of the road? Can we get to these people? So this way, if you see a car abandoned on your street, people are going to get people and bring them in their houses. We've heard stories of emergency crews hunkered down in people's houses, people spending the night with strangers, anything they can do to keep warm. And it's just really great to be able to see people help one another in this type of situation.
I mean, definitely. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Merry Christmas, and hopefully things will start to get a little better there in Buffalo and honestly across the country.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. And the people without power so we're just hoping that everyone can make it through this. And like I said, enjoy the holiday at a different time when everyone's back home and safe again.
All right, stay safe out there, Elizabeth. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
It is 2:08 over on the East Coast and 11:08 on the West Coast. I do want to continue our coverage here of this monster storm being called a once-in-a-generation storm for many people across the country. I do actually want to send you over to the airports here. We're talking about holiday travel and how that has been impacted. Madeline Rivera with Fox News gives us a look inside several airports.
Just one day till Christmas Day, and nearly all 50 states have been affected by extreme winter weather, with alerts extending coast to coast. And for some, that means there is no going home. Temperatures plunged to dangerous levels across the country Christmas weekend. A massive winter storm wreaking havoc on holiday travel, forcing airlines to cancel thousands of flights and leaving tens of thousands desperate to get home, with few options than to battle icy and dangerous roads.
Our whole airport shut down, so we drove to Omaha, Nebraska, got on a flight there, then D.C., delayed in D.C.
But for those staying put this weekend, the so-called once-in-a-generation storm has left many of them without power. Mass outages sweeping across several states, leaving some to battle blizzard conditions without heat.
I literally thought it felt like Antarctica. I mean, I think it says it feels like -37.
Across Midwest states, a brutal bomb cyclone packed high winds and heavy snowfall. Cities setting up warming centers and multiple governors declaring states of emergency.
The roads are going to be very, very, very dangerous and very, very, very difficult. The obvious recommendation to everyone is stay home.
In Texas, freezing temperatures tested the state's power grid, its biggest test since the deadly freeze of 2021. By Christmas Day, much of this grinchy weather is expected to start tapering off. And if there is a silver lining, it's that almost half of the U.S. is covered by snow and we'll be seeing a white Christmas. At Newark Liberty International Airport, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And that's one way to look at it, because we know so many people have asked for a white Christmas. Unfortunately, for many of them, it's not going to be a Christmas where you can get out and actually enjoy that snow. So if there are travel advisories or even travel bans where you are located, make sure to stay indoors if at all possible. I do want to send you over to our Fox weather reporters. We've been checking in with them over the past few days. Robert Ray is over in Atlanta with a look at the storm there.
Merry Christmas, but a cold one here from Metro Atlanta. This is Alpharetta, a suburb with the beautiful holiday festivities behind me. But you know what? A lot of Southerners are probably going to be hunkering down here today in this part of the country as temperatures are really, really cold. Wind chills below zero. Thankfully, sunny skies above. But just a travel nightmare all around the country, including here at Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport, where it is just snarled. Same thing up in Chicago and other areas. And you know, we remember that Arctic sea smoke that we saw up in Chicago yesterday on Friday. Just amazing to see that. Temperatures of the lake at 40 degrees, the air temperature below zero, and it creates this hot tub effect. And so Mother Nature on full display, unfortunately, as so many people are going through this polar system, and thankfully no snow in the south. That is a good thing for all the folks here. But folks down here not used to these kind of temps. It's been nearly 10 years since single digits in the Atlanta metro, and they're just not going through this in a normal way on this Christmas Eve going into Christmas Day. And to think that next week in the south, we are going to see temperatures that will approach 70 degrees moving into the new year. Unfortunately, there are still thousands of people out of power in the state of Georgia and really all across the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, there have also been people that have lost their lives in these dangerous conditions. The old saying, pack your patience if you're traveling, really comes into play. If you're still trying to get to that destination for the holiday, yeah, you do. You got to pack that patience. In the meantime, temperatures are going to continue to move upwards here in the south, and that is a great thing. Back to you.
All right, Robert Ray with Fox Weather, thank you so much for that report. Here just a few minutes ago, we talked to Elizabeth Carey with AAA New York. She was over there in Buffalo. Fox Weather's Max Gordon is right nearby there in Hamburg, New York, and it looks pretty much the same as what Elizabeth was dealing with.
The wind continues to gust and the snow still falls here in Lackawanna, New York. Folks are digging their vehicles out after a very tough night for many motorists. A lot of people here at this gas station actually had to spend the night in their vehicles. Really tough conditions out there on the roads. Unfortunately, my photographer and I, we were one of those who had to spend the night in their cars. Luckily, we had full tanks of gas and we were able to keep warm. Woof, very slippery. Keep warm during the night, but it was pretty rough going for a lot of folks out there. During the evening hours, conditions driving were absolutely brutal. You could barely see anything. Whiteout conditions at times. Luckily, there were police officers, firefighters helping out, rescuing stranded motorists, but really, it was just nearly impossible to be out there on the roadways, and a lot of people just had to pull over and stop. And that's what's happening right now along this section of road going north into Buffalo. You can see tractor trailer trucks stopped along the road. There seems to be some sort of backup, some sort of bottleneck up ahead. I'm not sure if the road isn't plowed or if there's stalled vehicles there. Road conditions are awful still. Plows are out, but really, officials are advising folks to just stay off of the roadways. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue throughout the day. Some areas could see up to 2 feet of additional snowfall with winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. In some places, emergency services simply aren't available at all. And unfortunately, there have been 2 deaths here in the Buffalo area due to emergency services not being able to respond out to folks. It's just a very tough situation, and it's going to be another very hard day for folks here in the Buffalo area. Back to you.
Max Gordon with Fox Weather, thank you so much for that report there. Don't forget to go to the App Store, Google Play Store, download the Fox Weather app. Just go there and search Fox Weather. It does have all of your weather-related news and a nifty radar that will help you track not just the weather in your area, but all over the country. So our affiliates across the country here are covering the different effects of this bomb cyclone. We know once again, at least 16 deaths have been reported. Temperatures dropping to below zero in many different areas. It is cold over in Philadelphia, and our Fox 29 Philly team does have a look at conditions there.
All the vendors obviously closed now, but some of them closed earlier than expected because of how cold it is. It was difficult to get any of the customers to even take their wallets out of their pockets and spend some money. The hot cocoa crew bundled up and keeping the warmth flowing.
We got whipped cream.
People even want whipped cream right now? Is it
yes. You know, you have to have the whipped cream on top of the hot chocolate. It's so good like that.
Happy holidays!
The cider and cocoa is a game changer outside. Some handcrafted French soap from Marseille Imports can make a warm bath at home that much better.
It is so cold out, but whatever degree it is, that's the percentage of discount we're taking off the top.
Vendors getting creative as a wet and cold lead up to Christmas has dampened sales, but not spirits.
Come out and come get some good stuff, guys. tomorrow. Merry Christmas, everyone.
So what brings people out in temperatures like this? The answers range from the obvious.
Shopping, just enjoying the warm cider. I live in the area, so just always come by.
A couple more gifts I got to get for a couple more people, but almost there.
To the not so obvious.
I'm actually meeting some friends. We're going for a hike. So I wanted to come here to Christmas Village because it's beautiful, and I also wanted to get a hot spike cider.
You're going for a night hike today?
Night hike, yeah.
And hot spike cider was the way to go for you.
That's right, yeah. Got to warm up and start on the right foot.
The bratwurst will sizzle for one more day as everyone shivers their way into the holiday.
Have a happy holidays and a new year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, you're cold. You get home, guys.
And if you still need to get a little bit more last-minute shopping done, it's going to be even colder tomorrow, so you can enjoy that, and you can enjoy Christmas Village. They're going to be open until 5 p.m. tomorrow, Christmas Eve. At Christmas Village at Love Park, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 29 Philly team. As I always mention here at Live Now from Fox, we're a culmination of all of our different affiliates across the country, and we do have a lot of them. They provide their reports to us, and we can pass them along to you as kind of a central hub with those stories. I do want to head back to the live radar image here showing this storm as it is still leaving its mark here all across the country. Once again, more than 1 million people without power amid this massive blizzard. And you can see off the coast there, it does continue to travel. So we should see some relief, at least a little bit, starting tomorrow on Christmas Day. Again, unfortunately, at least 16 deaths reported, and that number, unfortunately, is likely to rise. Now, on the other side of the country, let's head over to Seattle, where they are dealing with some major travel delays, just like many people across the country. Here is our Fox 13 Seattle team.
We're just minutes away from Christmas Eve, and I can tell you there's hundreds of folks here at SeaTac Airport wishing for a Christmas miracle to get home and spend the holidays with their loved ones. Right now, this is the situation. There's hundreds of people. This line starts from the Alaska ticket booth, and it goes on all the way through the TSA security checkpoint, many of them hoping to rebook their flights to get home. But unfortunately, things are not looking good as not many flights are taking off between now and midnight. Thousands arrived at SeaTac Airport hoping to get wheels up and on their way to holidays with the family.
They just flat out said, just go home, everybody.
The leaderboard showing cancellations from the East Coast, New York, Midwest Chicago, and all the way to the West Coast, San Jose, and even Hawaii. Alaska Airlines asking passengers who live in the greater Seattle area to go home after at least 550 of their flights have been canceled.
And it turned out to be a nightmare at this point.
I have been here since 9 p.m. yesterday, and I was hoping to beat the snow and the traffic and all the crowds, and I got here, my flight was canceled, waited in a line for 3 hours, got rescheduled, and now I'm optimistic, and I'm hoping to get to Phoenix and see the family.
Some folks prepped and pre-planned, but the winter storm grounding many holiday plans.
I'm really crossing my fingers to be able to get on that flight, because I am planning on spending, Christmas with the family in California.
712 flights have been canceled, 266 delayed, and some airlines say more could come, as these are some of the conditions they've been dealing with. Very slippery runways, getting those cleared for landing and takeoff taking longer than anticipated.
The struggle has just been a challenge from an airline standpoint. Just to give you some context overall, in the last hour we had about 18 operations just in the last hour. That's arrivals and departures. On a normal good day we would probably have about 80.
The reality is planes are covered in ice. Icicles literally hanging from the wings and de-icing taking at least 2 hours. But with the cold temperatures, Alaska Airlines told us it's not enough time to get them to the taxiway and fly out quick enough.
We're hoping this is going to get better, especially from a weather standpoint as we start to warm up. Hopefully some of that hard rain will be able to wash away some of the ice that's been gathering out there.
Inside, faces of uncertainty and disappointment line the ticket booths, the line wrapping around and hundreds waiting for good news.
Why are you staying in line?
Well, we're going to see our daughter for Christmas, and she's in Connecticut, and we haven't seen her for, 5 months. So we're just hoping for a miracle.
If you live in the greater Seattle area, Alaska Airlines is asking you to go home and try rebooking your flight through the app or over the phone. Those waiting times already at 10 hours and counting. So the big recommendation tonight is, if you happen to have travel plans for the next couple days or the next few hours, to reassess them, because rebooking them can take days. Right now, we're even hearing folks will not be leaving Seattle until possibly the 28th. Of course, Fox 13 is going to keep you posted on any delays and cancellations on air and online. From SeaTac, Alejandra Guzman, Fox 13 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 Seattle team for that report. We say it time and time again, but we know the airport in Los Angeles, LAX, is a very crowded one. Our Fox 11 Los Angeles team takes a look inside that airport to see people, who are stuck with those delays and cancellations, just kind of waiting it out, hoping to get home for the Christmas holiday.
At LAX, there is one gift Santa might not be able to deliver. Extreme weather to our north and east, grounding planes throughout the country. And a flight out is now at the top of the Christmas wish list for stranded passengers like Navisha Reynolds.
We're going to spend Christmas with my grandma, and we'd miss it.
She flew into LAX from Melbourne, Australia, but her connecting flight to Toronto on WestJet was canceled.
So we had to get here basically and then line up for like an hour to get told that the next available flight is Monday.
You're just dropping off your bag?
And even Santa's helpers are helpless. More than 100 flights were canceled at LAX Friday, and delays are racking up. Airlines blamed the bomb cyclone, which has sent temperatures plummeting to dangerous levels for aircraft, stranding planes and crews, and creating a domino effect across the nation. The wind chill in some places reaching 50 below.
The weather outside is frightful.
It might not be the best choice of songs, but at the United Terminal, Barry Evans was hired to spread some cheer to stressed out travelers, many of whom find themselves with extra time.
They're like, I have 2 hours to kill. What can we sing?
But after 20 hours of flying and more on the phone at LAX, Navisha Reynolds and Jaden Deek are hopeful another flight on another airline will get them to grandma's by Christmas.
At this point, we just want to get to our destination, basically. It's just been a bit of a mess so far.
And thank you so much to our different Fox affiliates across the country. We will make sure, of course, to bring you all of their reports. And throughout the day today, we will have the latest on this massive winter storm and the impacts being felt across the country. Take a look at your screen right now. We are tracking Santa with NORAD here. We are going to have a Christmas Eve special event starting at 9:30 tonight Eastern Time. We'll have Mike Page with Live Now from Fox, tracking Santa live, raw, and unfiltered. So don't miss that. Make sure to set your alarm so you can watch it here on Live Now. It is 2:25 on the East Coast and 11:25 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox during your Christmas Eve. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get back into the headlines here. Stay with us on Live Now. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world on this Christmas Eve. 2:27 on the East Coast and 11:27 on the West Coast. I do want to continue to talk about this bomb cyclone, a huge storm that is being felt across the country here. Unfortunately, we do know that at least 16 people have died and more than 1 million people are still without power in these incredibly cold temperatures. There's also some rain that is falling. It's causing quite a bit in the way of flooding, especially over on the Jersey Shore. Our Fox 29 Philly team takes a closer look.
For the last couple of days, we've been watching this storm come across the country, traveling from the west to the east. So we knew when it got to us that it was going to present some problems.
The problems and hazards in Atlantic City and other oceanfront communities. High winds, high tides at the beach and back bays, creating impassable roads.
The morning commute was disrupted, to say the least, by a lot of the floodwaters and the closing of the streets.
In neighboring Ventnor, Mary Lenahan found high water on her way to work.
There was a line of traffic. There must have been 30 cars ahead of me and just so much water. And the closer I got to the intersection there at West End and Albany, I couldn't believe how deep the water was. And I just see the intensity of these storms is definitely getting worse. And the flooding was absolutely worse this morning than I've seen in a very long time.
To the north, sections of Little Egg Harbor and Tuckerton were inundated with floodwater. Drivers had difficulty navigating the flooded streets. Up and down the coast, Mother Nature whipped the ocean into a frenzy. North Wildwood beaches battered once again by tides and powerful wave action. And back in Atlantic City, a young whale washed ashore. Experts believe the 30-foot humpback was hit by a boat and then struggled in the rough ocean and wasn't able to survive.
Just makes it harder for them to swim when they are injured or sick to keep up with it, and then they get so weak they just wash ashore.
Certainly a sad story about that young humpback whale. Fortunately, the precipitation has ended, so the roads won't freeze over. But it is bitterly cold out here, and police suggest if you don't have to go out, don't do it. You don't want to get caught outside. In Atlantic City, I'm Joanne Pileggi, Fox 29 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 29 Philly team for that report there. We are showing you a lot of the different reports coming in from our affiliates all over the country here. And coming up shortly, we're going to play some of the news conferences that have been held throughout the day, including one from Governor Kathy Hochul there in New York, as well as Mark Poloncarz. He is the executive over in Erie County, New York. That is, of course, the Buffalo area, where unfortunately they have seen 2 people pass away as a result of this storm. Let's go over to our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they take a look at the impact of this weather on last-minute holiday shopping.
Last-minute holiday shopping. Are people heading to the stores because they're just plain procrastinators, or is it because prices are too high? Why wait till the last minute?
Well, because I decided to get somebody a gift that I wasn't anticipating getting the gift for originally.
Gene Frederick had to hold off until the day before Christmas Eve because he had other priorities this year.
You got other bills going on.
Frederick is one of scores of shoppers around Metro Atlanta who chose to wait until the last moment to buy gifts for the holidays. Inflation is partly to blame. Prices for consumer goods up as much as 10% this year.
You know, you got to be able to, finagle things to make sure that you can pay your bills too, plus be able to, buy a couple of gifts.
It's been busy with work and everything.
Nicholas Brabson has other priorities as well, but they aren't connected to his bills, at least not the ones you're thinking about.
I did find some deals today that I wasn't expecting. By waiting until the last minute, I ultimately benefited a little bit on pricing.
The National Retail Federation expects holiday sales growth to slow to about 6 to 8%. That's down from nearly 14% the same time last year.
You're not in with my budget, and you just don't get nothing this year.
And if you're waiting until the very last moment, you better hurry. Stores typically close early on Christmas Eve. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
All right, talking about inflation a little bit there and the impact on that last-minute holiday shopping. We know, of course, temperatures there are very cold because we did speak with Robert Ray with Fox Weather a bit earlier on in the hour, and he showed us just some of the conditions over there. Want to head to the other side of the country here. Let's go over to our friends at Fox 10 Phoenix. Sticking with the economy, we can tell you that prices in that area for gas have dipped below $3 per gallon.
It's a Christmas miracle. Gas for under $3. Take a look. We are here off I-10 and 43rd Ave. We found one of the cheaper options at $2.77 a gallon for regular. Drivers we spoke to are relieved.
$2.77 a gallon. Everywhere else, especially on the west side, it's like $3.49. I mean, forget about it. It's a horror show.
Kevin Brennan always keeps a close eye on the price at the pump.
The prices? Yeah, it's always low price, so I always come in here.
His vehicle is more than just transportation. It's his livelihood. He's a private driver taking people to and from Sky Harbor International Airport. Right now, he's making extra trips because of the holidays, and prices below $3 are welcomed after a year of soaring costs and inflation.
I mean, we can all use it. I mean, everybody needs a break now and then. I mean, life is getting harder, a lot harder.
More than 2.1 million Arizonans are expected to pack their bags during the 11-day period between December 23rd and January 2nd. According to AAA, that's a 3.3% rise from last year. Nationwide, nearly 102 million people will travel by car. That's near pre-pandemic levels in 2019.
I feel like we were in California, how bad it was. Yeah, but now it's good. Hopefully it goes down more. Oh, I hope it gets to $2 because, you know, back then it was like $4. That's a lot. Now it's like you fill up with $20, which is cool.
AAA has some advice for drivers. Make sure you get a pre-trip inspection on your vehicle and try to drive during off-peak times, which are before 2 p.m. and after 8 p.m. They also say the busiest travel day will be tonight and also next Tuesday and Wednesday. In Phoenix, Stephanie Bennett, Fox 10 News.
And we know that was, of course, from Friday night because Thursday and Friday were the busiest travel days right ahead of Christmas. Afterward, we know next week is going to be a mess at those airports, and you can imagine there will be some extra traffic on the roadways. I want to head over to our Fox 4 Dallas team as they talk about the incredible cold that they are seeing there. Temperatures dipping way lower than they normally see around this time of year, and at this point it's causing issues for them, including on the roads and pipes inside of homes. Again, this is our Fox 4 Dallas team.
So basically I went under here and I opened it up and I tried to start the pilot light.
But no luck. Richard Trotter wanted to start his fireplace as the hard freeze moved into Grand Prairie on Thursday.
So that is the reason why. That was the first indication something was wrong.
Trotter figured he would handle the problem on Friday, but then he woke up freezing at 5 a.m.
So I looked at my phone, which I control my heaters on, and I had them both set for 74, but upstairs it was 47 and downstairs it was 60.
Trotter's sister, who lives just across the street, had the same problem. Turns out his entire street was in the same boat without heat. Friday afternoon, the city of Grand Prairie tweeted out the Grand Peninsula and Westchester neighborhoods were experiencing very low natural gas pressure due to the extreme cold. Atmos Energy deployed tankers to inject gas into the lines. Thankfully for Trotter, his gas was restored around 3 p.m. Friday. In the meantime, the city, citing Atmos, is asking residents to conserve natural gas usage this weekend.
It was very cold.
Friday, other problems popped up across North Texas with sub-freezing temperatures. A viewer sent this video to Fox 4 showing what appears to be a flooded apartment in Victory Park. It's not confirmed if the cause was frozen pipes. As of Friday morning, Dallas Water Facilities said it dealt with 42 meter leaks and 19 burst pipes that were reported.
It's kind of a waiting game.
Over in Tarrant County, Fort Worth Water says the impact from frozen pipes will likely be delayed. However, the city will still have crews at the ready through the weekend.
Water temp doesn't fall or rise as quickly as the air temperature does. So it takes a couple of days of extended sub-freezing temperatures like we're seeing before we see impacts.
During the February 2021 winter storm, Fort Worth had hundreds of water main breaks, forcing hundreds of thousands of customers to go under boil water orders. Back in Grand Prairie, Trotter says he was lucky he didn't have any issues last winter. Therefore, he wasn't expecting any this week.
I thought everything would be fine. I didn't even, even when I was cold at my desk over there, I didn't think that's what's happening until this morning when I saw that both of my units wouldn't come on.
And we are taking a live look here at our XRAD radar system, where you can see this massive once-in-a-generation storm that is still causing issues across the country. There will be a little bit in the way of some relief for some of the U.S. starting tomorrow, and by next week, hopefully things will start to return to normal. We're going to have a conversation with just one of our meteorologists coming up a little bit later on, where he explains what we should see next and, of course, what we are seeing right now, depending on where you are in the country. Our Fox 13 Seattle team takes a closer look at some of the snow in that area.
Flat on its side.
I saw her just going down. I'm like, oh, this is bad. And I'm like, oh my God, she just flipped her car.
Brent Herman says his wife was on her way to work when her car slid down the icy streets of their neighborhood in Edmonds.
She come down the hill, her car just would not stop until it came to a stop on its side. It went up a rockery right over there and just flipped over.
Herman says his wife is shaken, but she's not hurt after first responders carefully rescued her from the flipped car.
The fire department got here to bust out the windows to get her out and stabilize the car.
With 2 snowfalls and freezing rain that came down across Snohomish County, the streets are frozen over. Herman and his neighbors say a snowplow has not come through this area once.
So even the ones they're trying to take care of right now are still pretty impassable, I think. The ice is the worst I've ever seen.
Removing that snow and ice has kept Snohomish County Public Works busy since Saturday. Director Kelly Snyder says the conditions are becoming more dangerous each day. While out clearing the roads, 2 trees weighed down by ice from the freezing rain fell on top of a snowplow while the truck driver was inside. Snyder says thankfully the driver wasn't hurt, but it speaks to the risk crews endure to make sure the roads are safe for everyone. And their work isn't over. With rain and warmer temperatures in the forecast, Snyder says the quick thaw could turn into flooding this weekend.
We might see some road closures this weekend in some of the urban areas for some urbanized flooding. We're really asking the public to help us go out to those storm drain areas, remove the snow from the drains, even if it's just a couple little inches here and there. That'll help the water go where it needs to go.
Snyder is encouraging people to stay home if they can, to give crews space to clear the roads effectively and safely. Herman says with a busted car, he and his wife might not be going anywhere anytime soon.
She was laughing and she's like, don't say it, don't say it. And I'm like, I told you so.
Wild weather there all across the country as a result of this major bomb cyclone, now responsible for at least 16 deaths, and it is likely that that number will continue to rise. We are going to step away for a quick break, but on the other side, we're going to talk about some of the other top stories here. That does include, unfortunately, a deadly shooting that happened at the Mall of America just yesterday. And right now, the search is underway for the person responsible for shooting and killing a teenager. We will have all of those details just ahead on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is Christmas Eve on this Saturday. We do appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. 2:43 over on the East Coast and 11:43 on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being here. We will get back to our coverage of that bomb cyclone coming up in just a bit, but I do want to talk about another top story here. A deadly shooting during Christmas shopping at the Mall of America. We have learned that at least one person has died, a teenager, and that police are still trying to find the suspect. Police holding a news conference here to provide a little bit more about what happened. I do want to play that for you. It's about 10 minutes long.
Brief overview of what I can now. We'll have more tomorrow as we continue to gather information. So today at around 7:50, one of our officers had heard what they believed to be gunshots in the first floor of the Nordstrom store. One of our officers was in the vicinity of that. The officer called this out and they went into Nordstrom's and they ended up finding one male who had been shot multiple times, and they performed life-saving measures, and those life-saving measures were unsuccessful. I'm not going to identify the male at this time, but he is a 19-year-old African-American male. After reviewing the video, it appears that there was some type of altercation between two groups. From what we can see now, you're looking at between 5 and 9 people. During this altercation, one of the males had pulled out a gun and shot the victim. All the males involved appear to be African Americans on the video. The family here, I really feel bad for them and their loss. I mean, this is before Christmas, and now they're having to bury one of their loved ones. The mall is continuously evaluating their security measures, and I know they're still looking at metal detectors and what would be best for a facility of this size and this type. But again, we have an incident where if someone decides that they want to pull out a gun and shoot somebody with a complete lack of disrespect for human life, I still don't know what we can do to stop that. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I can't even think of another word. This is just flat out stupid. I mean, you're going to go out here and shoot somebody in a fight. I'm trying to not get too mad here on this, but suspects, we're in the process of identifying suspects, and I'm confident that we are going to catch these people and we're going to lock them up. And I'm going to reiterate what I said the last time. If anybody helps these people, I mean so much as buy them a Happy Meal, give them a ride, we're going to lock you up with them. The people who are responsible for this, turn yourselves in. I mean, just let's do us all a favor. Turn yourselves in. We are going to catch you. We are going to lock you up, and you are going to get an orange jumpsuit. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen, but I strongly suggest you just turn yourself in and get this. So just get this over with, man. I mean, people have been through enough loss and tragedy. So with that, I'll take your questions and I'll try to answer as much as I can, but understanding that this is an active investigation, and I'm going to let our detectives work, and we'll probably have some more information for you tomorrow.
Can you share any information about the suspects at all?
So right now, what we had was we had the shooting, and then about 5 to 7 people ran out because the shooting kind of happened right next to the door at Nordstrom's. They ran out. So we're in the process of identifying them right now, and once we have that, I'll get that to you.
2 questions. Is it safe to say that this was a targeted incident?
Right now, they had an altercation. It was some type of altercation. We don't know why they happened or what happened. We just know that the video shows them getting into some type of verbal fight and fists started to fly, and then one person decided to pull out a gun and shoot somebody.
And then the victim and the victim's family, are they local or were they from out of town visiting? Or what?
Local, not Bloomington residents though.
You said 5 to 7 people ran out. Of those 5 to 7, how many would you say are suspects or would have been on the side of this altercation involving the shooter?
We don't know yet. We're still trying to piece that together.
You just say shot multiple times. Do you know roughly how many times?
No, just multiple times. Oh, I did leave out one thing. There was a innocent bystander, someone who was just in the area, whose jacket, a woman, her jacket had gotten grazed by a bullet. So we're very fortunate on that one too.
Do you believe this is gang-related?
Don't know yet. So hopefully our detectives are working, so hopefully we'll have more on that for you tomorrow.
How much of this was captured on video? Was it security camera video from the mall?
Yeah, security. So, I mean, you can look around here. I mean, the mall has plenty of cameras. That's why I understand why people think you're going to come here and do this and get away with it. So yeah, we will catch these people, but they had good surveillance of what took place.
Could you tell where they fled? Did they go to like rail? Did they go to?
They ran out that Nordstrom exit and into the parking lot, and we're still trying to follow up on video from that.
Will the mall remain closed until further notice tomorrow, Christmas Eve?
So what I've been told is the Nordstrom store will close, but the mall will be open from 10 to 6 tomorrow. Yes.
The mall had tested metal detectors a little while ago. Have you guys thought about bringing those back, or will this incident cause both the mall or the police department to kind of revisit that?
I know the mall is still continuously looking at that, so that's going to be a question for them to answer at some point. But because I know they tested them out, and I know that they were looking at that as a possibility for metal detectors. Well, so the question is, would we support it? I mean, obviously we're going to support anything that's going to make people more safe. But I remind people the State Fair had metal detectors, and someone got a gun in there. I mean, if someone's going to have blatant disrespect for humanity, I don't know what we can do to stop some of these people. Yes, I was here today with my family. I've been here for the last 3 days shopping, and we'll still come back.
Chief, do you carry your firearm with you then when you come shopping with your family?
I'm not going to get into my personal security measures, but probably.
There was a singular car rolled off on the 3rd level. Can you comment on whose car that was?
It's an active investigation. I can't. Sorry. We're still investigating right now, so I don't know the answer to that. He asked that we recover any weapons inside the store, so we're still actively working this.
Can you say anything about the number of casings?
I don't have that information right now. So hopefully the plan is we're going to let our detectives work. They're the best at what they do. And the people that did this, I'm telling you, we're going to catch you. We're going to lock you up. I'd strongly suggest you turn yourself in. But if you don't, make no mistake, you are going to get arrested and we are going to lock you up. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen. But we're going to let them work the case.
Obviously, Bloomington Police is leading this investigation. What other agencies are assisting you guys?
Right now, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office is doing the crime scene, and I think we called out some ATF assistance to assist with some of the firearm stuff at this point.
Chief, you talked about metal detectors, things like this. Is there a time that conversation might take place?
Well, I know the mall, yeah, so the metal detector piece, I'm going to defer those to the mall, but I know the mall has been having those conversations. Obviously, I know there's been several news stories on it to try to secure a building like this. The mall is a great security partner. And again, this incident took place. One of our officers was in the store right next to Nordstrom's. We had 16 officers working today at the mall. 16 cops in the mall, and they still decide to do this. I'm in a loss. I'm in a loss.
How do you stop this?
Well, the question is, how do you stop it? If someone is hell-bent on demonstrating a lack of respect for humanity, I don't know.
I know you addressed this early on. How close was your officer? It was a Bloomington officer,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
To the Nordstrom?
Yeah, they were in the store adjacent to Nordstrom's, and they heard the shots. So the officer was the one that actually initiated this call. It wasn't citizens calling it; it was the officer that was nearby.
Again, you may remember this. How many shots were fired?
Not at this point.
Are you using any footage of security camera?
No, because it's an active investigation.
Chief, can you describe how quickly that altercation took place? Did this happen in a matter of seconds?
Yeah, it looked like the entire incident, and this is preliminary, so I'm going to be cognizant of when I say this, was about 30 seconds. Between the time when the groups came together, shots were fired, and they ran out. It was about 30 seconds.
Can you say it was a physical altercation?
Oh, yeah, they were physically fighting. Yeah, they were physically fighting, and one person pulled out a gun and decided to murder somebody in the store.
And all young black men?
Yes.
And I don't know how closely you were able to review the video at this point. Obviously, there's one gun. Do you know if there were any others pulled out?
Yeah, as far as other weapons, we don't know yet at this point. So again, this happened at a little before 8, so this is still an active investigation, and we're still trying to piece everything together here. I don't know. I don't know. He asked the question, is this the first fatal shooting at the mall? I'm going to assume yes. I mean, I've been in Minnesota my entire life, so I don't ever remember someone dying at the mall. This is a tragedy, and I'm really trying to contain how I really feel about this, but we're going to catch these people. Believe that.
Chief, any other information you can share, any leads that we could share to the public?
So we'll do an update tomorrow, and here's why. A lot of times I know we stand up here and we say active investigation, active investigation. There's a reason for that, and I just want the public to understand this. We got to give our detectives time to work, right? And once they've exhausted their work, if we haven't caught these people, then we'll come out and ask for the public's help, but we have to let them do their due diligence and try to get these people locked up.
And we heard that the police were checking nearby businesses or surrounding businesses for those suspects. Is that correct?
Yes. Any other questions? So we'll send out another update tomorrow about what time we'll do something to try to give you some more information. And again, I really feel the family, the mom, the dad, and the other relatives that we spoke, that the mayor and I spoke to before coming out here. They're in pain, right? And rightfully so, and for something that should not have happened.
Was the victim's family here at the mall too?
Definitely should not have happened. So that was the latest news briefing that was held there by police at the Mall of America after a 19-year-old was shot and killed. The suspect at last check is still on the run. When we do find out when that news conference is going to be held, the next one, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we'll get back into the headlines here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the noontime hour over on the West Coast. Wherever you're watching us from, happy Christmas Eve, and thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. The big one, of course, this bomb cyclone, now responsible for at least 16 deaths and more than 1 million people still without power across the country. I do want to take a look at just some of the cameras that we do have. This is a live look at Cadillac, Michigan, where the snow is still coming down, piling up on the ground. We are seeing similar situations like this in several different parts of the country. We did go live to Buffalo, New York about an hour ago, where we saw that not only was the snow coming down, but at least 2 of the deaths there have been reported as a result of emergency vehicles that were not able to get to the patients on time. We know several emergency vehicles are stranded on the side of the road there over in Buffalo. Let's send it over to Fox Weather's Max Gordon. He is right there near Buffalo with this report.
Well, the wind continues to gust and the snow still falls here in Lackawanna, New York. Folks are digging their vehicles out after a very tough night for many motorists. A lot of people here at this gas station actually had to spend the night in their vehicles. Really tough conditions out there on the roads. Unfortunately, my photographer and we were one of those who had to spend the night in their cars. Luckily, we had full tanks of gas and we were able to keep warm. Woof, very slippery. Keep warm during the night, but it was pretty rough going. Rough going for a lot of folks out there. During the evening hours, conditions driving were absolutely brutal. You could barely see anything. Whiteout conditions at times. Luckily, there were police officers, firefighters helping out, rescuing stranded motorists, but really, it was just nearly impossible to be out there on the roadways, and a lot of people just had to pull over and stop. And that's what's happening right now along this section of road going north into Buffalo. You can see tractor trailer trucks stopped along the road. There seems to be some sort of backup, some sort of bottleneck up ahead. I'm not sure if the road isn't plowed or if there's stalled vehicles there. Road conditions are awful still. Plows are out, but really, officials are advising folks to just stay off of the roadways. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue throughout the day. Some areas could see up to 2 feet of additional snowfall with winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. In some places, emergency services simply aren't available at all. And unfortunately, there have been 2 deaths here in the Buffalo area due to emergency services not being able to respond out to folks. It's just a very tough situation, and it's going to be another very hard day for folks here in the Buffalo area. Back to you.
Max Gordon there with Fox Weather. They also do have Robert Ray, who reports pretty frequently from several different locations. He is over in Atlanta right now and filed a report with more information about what he is seeing there.
Very Merry Christmas, but a cold one here from Metro Atlanta. This is Alpharetta, a suburb with the beautiful holiday festivities behind me. But you know what? A lot of Southerners are probably going to be hunkering down here today in this part of the country as temperatures are really cold. Wind chills below 0. Thankfully, sunny skies above. But just a travel nightmare all around the country, including here at Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport, where it is just snarled. Same thing up in Chicago and other areas. And you know, we remember that Arctic sea smoke that we saw up in Chicago yesterday on Friday. Just amazing to see that. Temperatures of the lake at 40 degrees, the air temperature below 0, and it creates this hot tub effect. And so Mother Nature on full display, unfortunately, as so many people are going through this polar system, and thankfully no snow in the south. That is a good thing for all the folks here. But folks down here not used to these kind of temps. It's been nearly 10 years since single digits in the Atlanta metro, and they're just not going through this in a normal way on this Christmas Eve going into Christmas Day. And to think that next week in the south, we are going to see temperatures that will approach 70 degrees moving into the new year. Unfortunately, there are still thousands of people out of power in the state of Georgia and really all across the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, there have also been people that have lost their lives in these dangerous conditions. The old saying, pack your patience if you're traveling, really comes into play. If you're still trying to get to that destination for the holiday, yeah, you do. You got to pack that patience. In the meantime, temperatures are going to continue to move upwards here in the south, and that is a great thing. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Don't forget to go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the Fox Weather app. Madeline Rivera showing us several different airports across the country, how they are dealing with the cold temperatures and this bomb cyclone.
Just one day till Christmas Day, and nearly all 50 states have been affected by extreme winter weather, with alerts extending coast to coast. And for some, that means there is no going home. Temperatures plunged to dangerous levels across the country Christmas weekend. A massive winter storm wreaking havoc on holiday travel, forcing airlines to cancel thousands of flights and leaving tens of thousands desperate to get home with few options than to battle icy and dangerous roads.
Our whole airport shut down, so we drove to Omaha, Nebraska, got on a flight there, then D.C., delayed in D.C.
But for those staying put this weekend, the so-called once-in-a-generation storm has left many of them without power. Mass outages sweeping across several states, leaving some to battle blizzard conditions without heat.
I literally thought it felt like Antarctica. I mean, I think it says it feels like -37.
Across Midwest states, a brutal bomb cyclone packed high winds and heavy snowfall. Cities setting up warming centers and multiple governors declaring states of emergency.
The roads are going to be very, very, very dangerous and very, very, very difficult. The obvious recommendation to everyone is stay home.
In Texas, freezing temperatures tested the state's power grid, its biggest test since the deadly freeze of 2021. By Christmas Day, much of this grinchy weather is expected to start tapering off. And if there is a silver lining, it's that almost half of the U.S. is covered by snow and we'll be seeing a white Christmas. At Newark Liberty International Airport, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
We've been checking in with our different affiliates all over the country. We do have a lot of them, and as we've mentioned, this is a massive storm. Take a look at the XRAD radar system that shows just how big this storm is and the impact from the west coast over to the east coast. So I do want to head to our Fox 32 Chicago team. They talk about the snow on the ground and the cold temperatures and what law enforcement is doing to help others.
These below-zero temperatures are rough on all of us, but consider those that don't have a consistent place to lay their heads at night. Thankfully, there are some people that meet folks where they are.
It's so cold, and the wind, when it blows, it's freezing.
Orange shanties still in place here at Chicago's infamous homeless hub. Despite the bitter cold, many people refusing to leave their possessions.
For someone to come along to say, hey, I'm going to put how many people I can up in a hotel was a blessing.
He's talking about Jermaine Jordan, who on Thursday gathered 61 people from Tent City. He also met folks at bus and train stops, all looking to escape the bitter cold.
Last year, a guy, he died from hypothermia. You know, he was sleeping in an abandoned car.
And that's his inspiration now 3 years in a row, providing a warm place to stay and a pop here and there. Jordan fed the group at Harold's Chicken on Wabash. He also got them hotel rooms here at Travelodge.
So I've been kind of going from city to city and, you know, trying to get my identification, you know, as far as my birth certificate.
It comes as the city has opened various warming centers to aid the less fortunate, but depending on circumstances, services aren't always accommodating.
A lot of people is very, you know, very cold and don't have resources to be able to even get somewhere or to the warming center or something.
Over the next 7 days, the group will be able to shower, enjoy free food, and a warm place to stay. For Lisa, whose 31st birthday is today, it's all right on time.
It's the first time I ever reached out for help. And I got lucky. I got very lucky on my birthday.
Now, Jordan has raised about $3,300 to pay for lodging and food for his friends for the next week or so. Of course, he is still in need of donations. If you'd like to help out, you can support him through his GoFundMe page, which is listed here on your screen. For more information about local shelters citywide, you can go to our website, Fox 32 Chicago, on the city's west side outside of the Freedom Center. Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
The impacts of that storm being felt all over the country, as we've mentioned here. Let's go over to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team for a look at conditions there as holiday shoppers are trying to do that last-minute shopping. And of course, it's cold and there's snow all over.
So many people had the same idea, come get their Christmas shopping done early before the temperatures got so cold that they did not want to go back out of their houses. Oh, getting that last-minute Christmas shopping done isn't easy when the weather outside is so frightful.
And it's disaster. So many people, like it's really, I don't know. You cannot find like all the products, and the cold outside, like it's stress.
For others, the bitter temps literally make them cry.
I'm here for the thrill and the frostbite. And he's here for Minecraft.
Yeah, but your eyes are literally tearing up.
It's really freezing out here. It's really, really cold.
Yeah. You look like you're crying.
I am.
And freezing out. And it's going to be 8 degrees tomorrow. So got a lot of, shopping to do and also freeze your butt off.
Because even though the weather is so cold you can hardly feel your feet, sometimes nothing can keep you away.
Because it's definitely a memory, last minute Christmas shopping with my mom and my sister out here in the freezing cold.
I really had no intentions of going out, but they kept bugging me and I was in the kitchen doing my thing, and then I just said, fine, let's go for just a little bit. And it's freezing out.
Get in, get out. I want to get in, get out. That's it. Get in, last minute stuff, get in, hop to that car, go right inside. My house.
And then you'll be done. And of course, I had to get some last-minute Christmas shopping done as well and get some wrapping paper, because I'll tell you, the pickings were pretty slim. Everyone had the same idea. They had to try to get that Christmas shopping done before the temperatures get even colder on Christmas Eve. We're in Springfield. Ellen Kaloje, Fox 29 News.
Thank you to our Fox 29 Philly team for that report. We are checking in with all of our Fox affiliates across the country, as of course we do know the storm is massive, affecting people on the East Coast all the way over to the West Coast. And speaking of the West Coast, I do want to go over to California and our Fox 2 San Francisco team. They're at the airport, as many stations are today, and they are keeping an eye on those cancellations and delays as a result of this bomb cyclone.
Sad. Everyone wants to be with their loved ones during special times.
Travelers like Audrey Niswan showed up with their suitcases at SFO to get the bad news. They won't be going home for the holidays. Audrey was trying to visit family in Portland for Christmas.
All remaining flights tonight are gone, and nothing available tomorrow, Christmas Day. So I guess I won't see my children this weekend, but I'm going to try to get out there Monday and then spend next week with them.
More than 100 flights were canceled in and out of SFO Friday, and hundreds more delayed because of severe weather in other parts of the country.
More than half of the cancellations we're seeing today are actually in the Pacific Northwest. It's Seattle and Portland, both experiencing snow and ice, and their airports definitely seeing the reduced capacity that comes with that kind of weather.
Oh, it's been hell. It's basically been hell.
Keyshawn Bernard was trying to get home to Seattle. He found himself stranded at SFO.
I've been in the airport for a day and a half right now, just trying to figure this out.
Keyshawn said his trip started in Atlanta. Then bad weather rerouted him to Chicago. then San Francisco.
Delays, cancels, rerouting. I'm in states and I don't even know where my baggage is right now, tell you the truth.
Friday was supposed to be one of the busiest travel days. At SFO, 136,000 people were expected to pass through, which airport officials say is more like pre-pandemic crowds.
These numbers, by the way, are about 80% of what we saw pre-pandemic. So that's about 80% of what we saw in 2019. So we're not quite back at the pre-pandemic levels, but it'll still be busier than folks have seen it for the last few years.
At SFO, I'm Alyssa Harrington, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
We've been talking a lot about the snowfall, the cold temperatures, but when you think about over toward the Northeast, we're talking about the coastal areas of New York. That is where they are dealing with extensive flooding from that same system. Christine Russo with our Fox 5 New York team takes a closer look at just some of the flooding.
People on B72nd Street in cleanup mode after Thursday night's torrential downpours.
I stayed up to 2 o'clock in the morning. I thought everything was all right because we didn't get the rain that I thought we were going to get. And then the tide cycle came in at the high tide cycle. And that's when everything, just water just rushed in. This whole community is flooded.
Heavy rains inundated parts of southern Queens, flooding streets along the coast. On the other side of B72nd Street, more damage.
The water is like here, up to here, okay? So the whole car's flooded. The whole car's, total, the seats don't work.
This man's wife's car, which she uses as an Uber, was totaled from the rain. This was her source of income.
Yeah. And it's a brand new car, it's a 22.
The flooding trapped cars and tricked others into thinking they could make it through the deep waters.
Trapped in your car because the water's up to here. There was a lot of water and my grandpa said, I think you can make it through. So I tried to drive and halfway through the car seized.
Others lost more than their cars.
My house is flooded. I just did Christmas cleaning also.
New York City's Emergency Management Department issued a travel advisory for the rest of the day for neighborhoods in southern Queens, including Rockaway. The city has opened service centers in Hamilton Beach and Rockaways to help provide hotels and cleaning kits. Neighbors here, though, they say they're used to looking out for one another.
We went through Sandy together, so we got a history of just helping each other.
Totally.
And because we live on the water, we're very vulnerable, so it's like a neighbor's helping neighbor.
Love to see neighbors helping neighbors, especially when you're talking about a situation like this. Now, unfortunately, as we mentioned, more than 1 million people are still without power as a result of this storm, and that expands over from the western part of the country all the way over to the eastern part. Also, unfortunately, Fox Weather, our partners over there, reporting that at least 16 people have died as a result of this storm, and unfortunately, it is likely that number will continue to increase. I do want to take you on a tour of the country right here. This is one that we've shown you a few times, a live image looking at Cadillac, Michigan, where the snow is still falling. We also have an image here from Nashville, Tennessee. That is where the NFL out there right now, because we are expecting the Titans to be playing, and you can see on your screen right there, that is Nissan Stadium. It is a pretty nice day out. However, it is very cold. Temperatures hovering around 0 in that area, especially when you're talking about wind chill. We know there are rolling blackouts all throughout Tennessee where power is being turned off for about 10 minutes at a time each hour. So a lot of people out there right now dealing with some issues with heating as they are trying to stay warm in those temperatures. It is 3:17 on the East Coast and 12:17 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Our coverage does continue of this massive bomb cyclone that is bringing effects not just to the western part of the country, not just to the eastern part, but everywhere in between. We are seeing temperatures drop. There's some Arctic cold. There's some heavy snowfall and even some flooding here. Let's actually head over to our Fox 2 Detroit team for a look at the situation there where, no surprise, there's heavy snow.
2 News literally working for you as photojournalist Coulter Mitchell and I pushed a woman and her car out of a snowbank at a Midtown Detroit gas station. A hard situation to avoid since many of the roadways from Detroit's news center area to the surrounding metro region were unforgiving against the frigid Christmas week elements. Case in point, this spin-around highway crash taking out this car's front end. The treacherous conditions a major concern for those who had no choice but to hit the road in order to catch a flight from Detroit Metro Airport. Otis Smith and his family are headed to North Carolina.
Yeah, they were slow and slippery. I mean, obvious with the wind, but definitely, I mean, speeds were below 40 miles an hour coming on the highway.
Of course, much of the road conditions depended on the routes many took to the airport in the first place.
Coming in, they were pretty good. I mean, the main roads were tricky. Like we came out 8 Mile Road, and it was, it wasn't ideal, but it was okay. But once we got onto 275, it was decent. It was really, really clean.
After getting to the airport, it's all about the sight you don't want to see on the computer screens. Scores of flights delayed or canceled altogether. Or worse yet, the waiting game. This father and son are headed to Raleigh-Durham.
Flight is delayed. We've been checking it. Well, it was originally supposed to be in the afternoon, and we found out yesterday it was postponed till 10:30, and then it was postponed to 12:45 a.m. So we got a late night ahead of us, but we're game. We want to go on our trip.
We were expecting our flight to be canceled, so we were surprised when we did not get the call. But obviously we're not taking off yet, but we're hoping it takes off though.
So far so good, right?
So far so good.
We flew from Boston.
What was that like for you flying in from Boston to here?
It was pretty bad. Our flight's delayed like 5 hours. So, yeah, I've never seen this before. I'm from Europe, and I've never experienced in Celsius like minus 30, I think, outside.
Yeah, that is very cold. I can't imagine what negative 30 would feel like. All right, I want to head back over to the Philadelphia area. That is where we're taking a closer look at just some of the snow that they have seen. As I mentioned, there's a lot going on there. They're also dealing with some very, very cold temperatures.
All the vendors obviously closed now, but some of them closed earlier than expected because of how cold it is. It was difficult to get any of the customers to even take their wallets out of their pockets and spend some money. The hot cocoa crew bundled up and keeping the warmth flowing.
We got whipped cream.
People even want whipped cream right now? Is it
Yes. You have to have the whipped cream on top of the hot chocolate. It's so good like that. Happy holidays.
The cider and cocoa is a game changer outside. Some handcrafted French soap from Marseille imports can make a warm bath at home that much better.
It is so cold out, but whatever degree it is, that's the percentage of discount we're taking off the top.
Vendors getting creative as a wet and cold lead up to Christmas has dampened sales, but not spirits.
Come out and come get some good stuff, guys. Gotta see tomorrow. Merry Christmas, everyone.
So what brings people out in temperatures like this? The answers range from the obvious.
Shopping, just enjoying the warm cider. I live in the area, so just always come by.
A couple more gifts I got to get for a couple more people, but almost there.
To the not so obvious.
I'm actually meeting some friends. We're going for a hike. So I wanted to come here to Christmas Village because it's beautiful, and I also wanted to get a hot spike cider.
You're going for a night hike today?
Night hike, yeah.
And hot spike cider was the way to go for you.
That's right, yeah. Got to warm up and start on the right foot.
The bratwurst will sizzle for one more day as everyone shivers their way into the holiday.
Have a happy holidays and a new year. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, you're cold. You get home, guys. And if you still need to get a little bit more last-minute shopping done, it's going to be even colder tomorrow, so you can enjoy that, and you can enjoy Christmas Village. They're going to be open until 5 p.m. tomorrow, Christmas Eve. At Christmas Village at Love Park, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
And as he mentioned, holiday shopping a big deal across the country today. It's the last day to really get that shopping done before we hit Christmas. And we know next week is going to be packed at several stores. So Fox News taking a closer look here at that last minute holiday shopping.
Hosting Christmas dinner means a last-minute trip to the grocery store.
These are the last-minute things.
It's a race to buy groceries at Bash's' before it's closed on Christmas Day. What'd it look like in there? Busy?
It's a zoo.
Were you able to get everything you needed?
No, I cannot find leeks. I don't know why.
While some couldn't find an item or two, others were lucky enough to check everything off their list.
Checking it twice. They trimmed my beef tenderloin into a candy cane.
I'm going to see my granddaughter today unexpectedly, so I bought some candy, and I have another gift for her at home.
Gifts are another reason why you'll see last-minute shoppers, this time in toy stores.
Okay, here we go. One more.
Yeah.
Now I'm just buying the nephew stuff, and now I have to go everywhere else and try to get everything.
The owner of Wildlings Toy Boutique says she's prepared for the last-minute crowd this holiday season.
We have lots of things left in stock, so we still have the perfect gift for whatever you need.
Shoppers are on the hunt to find the perfect toy.
They come in dinosaurs, farm animals, trucks. They're my favorite toy for a 1-year-old.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Then I'm definitely going to grab this.
Doing whatever it takes to find the right gift.
Took today off just so I could do last-minute shopping, so.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Whether you were out shopping for groceries or presents today, it was all smiles in stores just days leading up to Christmas.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
have a
thank
happy
you.
holiday.
You too.
Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
All right, so let's talk about that last minute holiday shopping. We know when we get to Christmas, people give gifts to just about everyone. And unfortunately, if you don't like the gift, you have to smile along and just pretend. Our Fox 5 New York's Bianca Peters takes a closer look at what you can do if you just don't like the gift you're given.
All right, it is a season of giving, but also for returning. You know, we've all received a holiday gift that maybe is just not our style or something we don't want. But here was some great tips on getting the most out of your unwanted holiday gifts. Bobby Rebell, personal finance expert at Tally and author of Launching Financial Grown-Ups. Bobby, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, this is the season. I know. We've all gone through this. We all get something that doesn't fit us. We don't really like. We're like, what do I do with this? Either you regift it or you take it back.
Yes.
Well, what do you do?
Well, I start with the fact that this is a time to give yourself a break and think of it as a gift to yourself to get organized and prioritize your return. Basically a list, just kind of like the return, just like you make a list for your Christmas gifts, think of it as a list for your returns because you don't want things to fall through the cracks, and time is important because some retailers do have, many of them have deadlines for returns. Some of them extend them because they want to give people a little more wiggle room because they know this happens with gifts, but it is important to make sure that you do prioritize making sure you get those returns done as soon as possible.
I do know that with prices kind of increasing in inflation, a lot of stores were saying, hey, we're cutting back on our returns, or we're going to charge you a fee to return, or are you still seeing that going on right now?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to make this list. So when you make your list of returns, you want to put in the date that you have to return it by. You also want to make note of if there are, for example, restocking fees or shipping fees to return. Sometimes, and this is where you can get creative in what you say, sometimes they will charge you to return something if there's nothing wrong with it, but if there is a flaw or something that you can say, this is why it's not right for me, other than I just don't like it, they can often waive that. So be intentional in your responses, especially with the computer, in terms of why you're returning it. But definitely make that list and include the deadlines for returning, what your options are. Can you get cash back? Can you get just a gift card? Whatever it may be, make sure you know what you're doing and you're organized.
Okay, I feel like this one's also a little bit embarrassing because what happens when you get a gift from someone? They don't give you a gift receipt. How do you go about returning this without a gift receipt, without any, maybe their tags are taken off? You don't want to call that person and say, oh, I don't like this. What am I supposed to do? Can you handle this on your own?
Yes, you definitely can handle it on your own. What I want you to do first and foremost is think about what you want. If you want money or you want a gift card from that store, go to the store and just be honest. Say, I got this. It's from here. I haven't used it. What can you do for me? Some will give you cash. Most will often offer you a gift card. Remember, these are stores that they want you to be their customer. So it's in their interest to work with you. And especially if it's a gift card, you're probably going to go back in there and spend not only that, but more. And they want you to be an ongoing customer. If that doesn't work, remember, there are other things you can do. You can sell it. There's all kinds of places to sell things. If it's a high-end item, I know you got some fancy gifts, you can go on the RealReal. Keep those tags on if you haven't gotten rid of the tags, but go on the RealReal. You can also go to Poshmark, Tradesy.
I love
You can go
Poshmark.
to Mercari if it's a toy or an electronic, different kinds of things. So find the right site for the kind of gift that you want to sell, and you can make some cash and put it back in your pocket. Give a gift to yourself.
Is there any figures that happen throughout the years where, like, how many items are kind of returned, the percentage-wise of gifts that would be surprising to you that you've seen throughout the years?
Yeah, it's tough to know. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't always return right away, and then they regret it. So what I would urge people to do is really be organized with that, and also think of it as not only a gift to yourself, if you can get the money back, but also a gift to others. So if you can't sell it and you can't return it, think about donating it to charity. And when you give to charity, what you can do is also get a receipt, keep that, because you may qualify to get a charitable gift deduction when it comes to tax time, which we know will be here sooner than we would like in April. But have those receipts from giving those gift donations, and that's something that's always really nice. The other thing you can do is, maybe you go and you keep it to the side. Maybe you want to rewrap it, repackage it, make it look ready, and then you have it ready. Maybe you're going to a birthday party in the new year, maybe you're going to somebody's housewarming, and you have those presents on hand so you're ready, and it's one less thing on your to-do list.
Such good tips there. You also are working on the book right now, Financial Grown-Ups. Anything else you want to tell us about that, and where can people kind of find you and connect with you?
Yeah, thank you so much. So first of all, you mentioned I'm the personal finance expert at Tally. You can learn more about Tally at meettally.com, which is a great solution if you have, with the best intentions, maybe splurged a little too much on the friends and family that you love, and you've built up a little bit of credit card debt. You want to get organized, get the tools you use, and Tally can do that. And of course, please pick up my book. It's called Launching Financial Grown-Ups, and it helps everyone get organized with just running their lives as grown-ups and knowing how to just be intentional and really thoughtful with your money in the new year.
Because they don't teach you that in school.
They don't teach you that in school, but you can learn it in Launching Financial Grown-Ups.
But if you read her book, you will learn that. All right, Bobby, thanks so much for being here. I hope everyone, keeps one nice gift. Don't return them all.
Keep some. It's okay. Treat yourself.
Yeah.
Keep some. But it's also a gift to return something and get something that you really want.
We love that. All right. Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you.
Got a lot more Good Day coming up after this.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 5 New York team for that report there. A lot of people are afraid to ask what to do with those unwanted gifts, but yeah, those are some good tips. Don't forget, tonight starting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to be tracking Santa live here on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered. Mike Paish with Live Now will be tracking Santa's every move, so don't forget to turn this on tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get back to our live coverage of everything you need to know about this bomb cyclone affecting people all over the country. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Live Now from Fox. It is 3:35 on the East Coast and 12:35 on the West Coast. Merry Christmas Eve, and thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Josh Breslow. I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, and a big one that we have been watching for days now is this bomb cyclone. Unfortunately, we do know that at least 16 people, according to Fox Weather, have died as a result of this storm, and unfortunately, it is likely that number will rise. Also at this point, still more than 1 million people across the country are without power. We know this brought Arctic cold temperatures, and unfortunately, many people as a result are without heat. Don't try to brave it. County officials just about everywhere saying the best thing to do is to go to one of the warming centers that have opened. So New York Governor Kathy Hochul did hold a news conference not too long ago here, announcing the latest information about what's happening there. We know in Buffalo, New York, they had at least 2 deaths as a result of emergency vehicles not being able to get through the roads and help the people who did need to be helped. We spoke with Elizabeth Carey with AAA New York a bit earlier, and she said there are abandoned emergency vehicles that are all over the area around Buffalo. Treacherous conditions there. I do want to play part of this news conference held by Kathy Hochul, where she breaks down the situation there.
Upwards of 3 feet of water rushed through the streets, damaged some of the homes. We had a chance to speak to some of the homeowners about the stresses they're under and working on the cleanup as well. So I wanted to come and just talk to some of the locals and also our elected officials who have been great partners in this effort, as they always are, but particularly when their constituents need assistance, they know who to call, and that's why I'm here today. I do want to first of all thank Congressman Greg Meeks, who was on the tour with us, for helping us with any assistance we're going to need with FEMA statewide. We need all the voices of our delegation to help get through this storm. It has different impacts throughout the state of New York, and I'll be getting to that in a couple of minutes, but thank you, Congressman Greg Meeks. Our Borough President Donovan Richards is here, again, someone who has been hands-on dealing with disasters since our first days working together, very experienced in what has been happening in his beloved borough of Queens, especially as we deal with the wrath of Mother Nature. So thank you, Borough President Donovan Richards. Our Senator James Sanders, who we walked through, talked to some of his friends and neighbors to just find out firsthand what has happened here over the last 48 hours. The raging water coming through streets, sweeping cars away, creating havoc and fear in the lives of individuals who live here. So I want to thank Senator Sanders for leading our tour. Assembly Member Khalil Anderson, again, another great champion for the people he represents, as well as Councilmember Brooks Powers. I want to thank her for joining us as well. And the Red Cross staff who are hosting us here at this warming center. And we also are joined by New York City Office of Emergency Management Commissioner Zach Iskol, who will be speaking as well. So I'll be giving a statewide storm assessment and update, but let's just talk about where we walked through. We saw what happened on the Bay side when the bulkheads were compromised once again. We know we need an assistance from the Army Corps of Engineers to rebuild them. They've been damaged since Sandy, and the state of New York and the city of New York are certainly going to be helping in that effort to protect the neighbors from the water rushing out of the bay and flooding their streets. So that was something we saw firsthand. And also knowing that the freezing temperature, the water literally froze and created something that was reminiscent of a skating pond or an ice skating rink. And it's very, very dangerous, especially for our senior citizens as they try to venture out. Walking on that ice and even driving on that ice is incredibly dangerous. So we're going to be making sure that people understand that. We also I'll be giving, Catherine Garcia will be giving some more updates, but our transportation systems are working well. We had some stoppages on the trains yesterday, delays at the airports, but the airports are open. The subways, the trains are all functioning, which is quite miraculous given the severity of what this area went through just a short time ago. It's a bone-chilling cold. It continues to be a problem. It compromises the safety of all individuals, particularly our vulnerable seniors. People are in their homes without heat in some places of our state. It's been a real challenge for us. So there is not one place in the state of New York where the temperature is above zero as far as the real field temperature. That's what it feels like on your skin. And so this may be an historic event in that respect alone, that every part of New York is suffering the effects as this Arctic chill continues to stay over our state. Also, if anyone else needs any assistance, we encourage them to call 311. Commissioner is going to be talking about the resources available here as well. I will now turn to what is happening in Western New York, for those of you who want an update on my hometown. Last night I had to bring in the National Guard. The conditions, the blinding snow, the zero visibility, absolute whiteouts, it may go down as one of the worst in history. People are comparing this to the dreaded blizzard of '77, where Buffalo first got its reputation for having an unprecedented amount of snow. We broke that record again a month ago. So it's very clear to me that the effects of climate change are wreaking havoc everywhere from the streets of Queens with flooding all the way up to the city of Buffalo. But it is life-threatening what is going on as we speak in Buffalo, getting calls through the night from frightened neighbors where the temperature has been off for many, many hours, of course, of a day, day and a half. And we still have statewide about 73,000 homes without power, concentrating about 33,000 of those in Erie County, about 7 in Niagara County, about 5,000 in Genesee County. So that seems to be the epicenter of this storm that just doesn't seem to be moving on. It is concentrated there. And so the National Guard had to come in to help with medical emergencies, people who cannot get to the hospital if necessary, to help doctors and nurses get to their jobs in hospitals and healthcare facilities, as well as helping our seniors who are stranded. So we have had people stranded on the highways. I understand that the New York State Thruway, which remains closed in the western part of the region, we had over 20 people stranded in a very small stretch up until a short time ago, as well as several hundred who've been stranded on various roads throughout the region. What happens in those circumstances? People literally trapped in their cars overnight. Fortunately, our state police were able to make contact with every single individual, and we literally had snow plows going up to the vehicles and rescuing people, taking them out and getting them into warming centers, because it is absolutely dangerous for anyone to be on the roads, and that includes our emergency vehicles. So our National Guard, our first responders, our ambulances, our fire trucks are all getting stuck in the snow as well. In fact, almost every fire truck in the city of Buffalo is stranded. It is stuck in snow. And we're just getting through releasing of about 14 or so ambulances that were stuck as well. So you can imagine what's going on here. People who need help are being trapped because they cannot get the emergency response because it's unsafe to be out there. So we have search and rescue operations continuing throughout the region. And the basic message is we're going to continue to keep warming centers open, encourage people to stay home. Roads are closed throughout Western New York and will be probably through Christmas Day. And it's really sad for all the individuals who have not been able to see family members, airport delays, and not able to be driving because of driving bans. But it is more important that people stay safe. You'll have your holiday with your loved ones over New Year's and into the next year, but this is a weekend where it is absolutely dangerous in some parts of our state, particularly the western part, to be out there. So we want to encourage people to stay where they are. In addition to having a statewide emergency declaration, I'll be asking the federal government for a declaration of emergency that will allow us to seek reimbursements for the extraordinary expenses of all the overtime and the fact that we've brought in mutual aid from other parts of the state. We've deployed individuals, whether it's the utility crews have come, but also making sure that we have all the vehicles we need. But literally they cannot get through right now. No matter how many emergency vehicles we have, they just can't get through the conditions as we speak. So that is what's happening in other parts of the state. At this point, I'll be asking Catherine Garcia, the head of statewide operations, who's been embedded with all of us at our command centers, monitoring what's going on throughout the state. But I did want to put a special spotlight right now on the city of New York. It got through some tough circumstances with the high winds, the ice, the freezing cold, and it is still a dangerous situation. We want to confirm that just because you see clear skies and the rain has stopped and the flooding seems to have abated, that it is still vulnerable because of the icy cold temperatures, which can be life-threatening. So with that, Catherine Garcia, let's have a report from you.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to reiterate to everyone, even though in many parts of the state the sun is shining, the real field temperature is very dangerous. It is below zero real field across the state, and obviously far worse in Western New York. I want to talk a little bit about what we saw here. This is not the first time that we have seen extreme flooding. We need to work very closely with our federal partners to make sure that we're getting the infrastructure in place to protect these families, particularly so hard at this time of the year. State operations and our partners at Thruway, at Emergency Management, as well as the State Department of Transportation, the Department of Environmental Conservation, as well as the Parks Department, have all surged resources into Western New York. We have done many life safety missions and will continue to do that. As the governor mentioned, particularly in Genesee County, we were able to make a lot of rescues from those cars and get people to warming centers. We are moving into Buffalo. We will also be in Lackawanna as well as Amherst. All of these areas have experienced very dangerous whiteout conditions, dangerous not only for the residents but also for first responders. We are going to continue the life safety missions as soon as we get any breaks in the weather, but the weather is continuing to be very dangerous in Western New York with the lake effect snow. And we continue to make sure that we are bringing in National Guard and Humvees to make sure that we are getting to all of the people who may be in ambulances or need rescue. As the governor said, about 73,000 people are without power across the state of New York. We have over 7,000 linemen and women, as well as cut and toss crews to get power back on, because it is, of course, incredibly dangerous in these temperatures. But this is about the state coming together. This was an all hazards event in the city. We saw severe flooding here and then freezing temperatures, which made the roads incredibly dangerous. I know that all of those agencies worked very hard to bring either pumping resources and, of course, salting resources to this area. And we also saw extreme flooding across Long Island, particularly on the South Shore. As some may know, the Meadowlark ended up having to be closed yesterday. But this is about coming together and making sure we're keeping people safe during this holiday season. I'm going to turn it over to Congressman Meeks to give us the federal perspective.
Thank you, Catherine. Let me first thank the governor for being here today, given the historic cold that this state is suffering from, and as she's indicated throughout, and she saw fit to make sure that she came here to the city of New York, and particularly here in the Rockaways, where there's been devastation in regards to the water that was coming in the Rockaways and Howard Beach and Broad Channel. Thanking also my local elected officials, my state senator James Sanders and Assemblyman Anderson and Council Member Brooks Powers for all that they've done. You know, yesterday, of course, my borough president, who I was on the phone with yesterday. I was in Washington, D.C. yesterday as we were trying to pass the omnibus budget, and I've got calls from all of them. They were on the ground here showing me pictures of exactly the flooding. Fortunately, some of it has receded, but they showed us the damage of what was yesterday and how people could not move around and get around. But with the thanks of the city and the state, we're working closely together in that regard. And the borough president was in my ear talking about FEMA and what we could do and try to make sure we can work in that regard. And I've been on the phone with FEMA as well as with SBA, looking at some other creative ways that we may be able to utilize the federal government so that we can make sure that those residents that may need additional aid, that we could figure that out and make sure that we can avoid some of the red tape. I've also talked to incoming Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. I was on this morning so that we can strategize together with Senator Schumer so that we can make sure that we're going to bring in some of these resources. It's important. And when we were out there on the Bay side, you know, we were looking at, and I had this conversation with the Army Corps, because we need those pumping stations to make sure that they're working so that we can get the water out. And what we're looking to do, and what was important therein, that some of the property on the Bay side is owned by the city and or the state. And so we want to make sure that we can put the pumping stations in those areas so that we don't displace or harm any of the homeowners that are currently living there. So we're working collectively on that. There's a plan that FEMA has. We're waiting on. Then hopefully at that point we can get to the ULURP process in the city council and move that forward so that we can make sure the resources that are necessary so that we can prevent the kind of flooding here. One of the good things that I think that is taking place, we saw on the ocean side primarily, all of the work that was done since Sandy has held. And so that's a good sign. But now we've got to make sure that we're working very very hard to, and in an expedited manner to fix the Bayside, which has been suffering from high tides for a long period of time. These high tides come in and people can't get out of their homes. So working collectively together, I think that we can get that done. And I, again, want to just say thank you to all of the elected officials, because this is a sign of all of us coming together to work together to make that difference. And so I think that the protocol now is for me to call up our borough president, who has been running around the borough but has been focused, because he knows this was his backyard, or is his backyard. So, and he's been working throughout the borough trying to make sure, because all of us are suffering from this cold. I can witness and testify that the airports are open, because I didn't know whether I was going to be able to get back home from Washington yesterday. Took me a few hours, but I got here. And it wasn't because of New York airports, it was because of Washington. But thank you, and thank you. I know the work that's happening in Buffalo. My chief of staff is from Buffalo. She was planning on going for Christmas at home. She couldn't get there, but she showed pictures there and showed the work that you're doing up in the Buffalo area, all of Western New York, as well as what's here. So I thank you for your work and dedication. Borough President Nichols.
Thank you, Congressmember, and let me first start off by saying to the residents of the Rockaways, Howard Beach, Hamilton Beach, that my prayers are with you, and I know it's been such a difficult time. During a time like this, we expect to be celebrating with our families, unwrapping gifts, and unfortunately we have residents, once again, who've been hit hard by the devastation caused by this climate crisis we find ourselves in. And I have to thank the governor once again. Anytime, I always say you're not a fair weather friend. You're here through good, through bad, and I really want to thank you for being on the ground, and that's something you've done continuously from your time of being lieutenant governor to governor. And of course, to my colleagues from the state, city, federal level, thank you all, because it really takes us working collectively together to ensure that we can truly build back. As the Congressmember alluded to, we don't want to keep going back and forth and giving these rhetorical statements on the challenges we see around infrastructure. I know he's worked very hard with FEMA. I'm very happy. I had a meeting with the Army Corps last week as well, to go through some of the infrastructure upgrades we anticipate that will happen, not just for the Rockaway Peninsula, but our entire borough that continues to be plagued by this climate crisis. And this work could not start sooner enough. And if I had it my way, Madam Governor, the Army Corps would start their work ASAP. But what I will say to residents in the short term who are dealing with the current crisis is to please don't fight this alone. You can come down, you can certainly call 311, but you should be able to come down to Goldie Maple Academy and to some of the other centers to make sure that you know what's available. As the Congressmember said, we were on the line yesterday discussing ways that FEMA could be creative, as well as the governor, in terms of getting you the resources you need to rebuild back during this difficult time. So we want you to know that we're fighting. And obviously, I want the president to also come in with some federal assistance as well to ensure that we can help you rebuild. I also just want to speak about those who may have been displaced by this as well. So if you lived in a basement, one of the conversations we're having with the city is to have a relocation plan for you, perhaps in some of the new permanent housing that's being built, especially if you're a Rockaway resident, but if you're not, there are opportunities. So I don't want you to fight this alone if you're looking to relocate, but we do need you to register with the Red Cross. It is critical. The Red Cross, I know as of last night, was starting to do their assessment, so we really need you to call 311 if you lived in a basement, and we're going to work extremely hard with the City of New York, with HPD Commissioner Carrion, who I spoke with yesterday, to ensure that you can be prioritized in terms of relocating. And then just saying thank you to the first responders. I know that there were a few rescue operations across the peninsula, across Howard Beach and Hamilton Beach. I'm on my way to Hamilton Beach after this. But I want to thank the first responders from the NYPD, EMS, all of those who were out on the ground to ensure that those who were impacted by the storm could get out of their homes and basements safely. That being said, I don't know if I'm turning it over to Commissioner Heisel, but I am. But I want to thank the Commissioner of OEM, who was on the ground yesterday. We were on the phone early yesterday morning. He's done several briefings already, but more importantly, has ensured that the resources of the City of New York can be available during this complicated time. So I want to call up our Commissioner, Commissioner Heisel.
Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 3:57 in the afternoon over on the East Coast. And if you're over on the West Coast, 12:57, approaching that 1 o'clock hour. Wherever you are, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now as we continue to track the latest on several top stories. The big one right now is going to be this bomb cyclone still impacting so many people. We did get an update from power companies across the U.S., and it now appears that the number of outages is down from a high today of about 1.7 million to about 400,000 people. But that is still a large number, and crews are working to restore power to those who have lost that power. I do want to get back into that top story and bring you just some of the reports that we have received from our friends over at Fox Weather, Fox News, and our affiliates across the country. Let's start off this hour here with Max Gordon over in Buffalo, New York.
Well, the wind continues to gust and the snow still falls here in Lackawanna, New York. Folks are digging their vehicles out after a very tough night for many motorists. A lot of people here at this gas station actually had to spend the night in their vehicles. Really tough conditions out there on the roads. Unfortunately, my photographer and I, we were one of those who had to spend the night in their cars. Luckily, we had full tanks of gas and we were able to keep warm. Woof, very slippery. Keep warm during the night, but it was pretty rough going. Rough going for a lot of folks out there. During the evening hours, conditions driving were absolutely brutal. You could barely see anything. Whiteout conditions at times. Luckily, there were police officers, firefighters helping out, rescuing stranded motorists, but really, it was just nearly impossible to be out there on the roadways, and a lot of people just had to pull over and stop. And that's what's happening right now along this section of road going north into Buffalo. You can see tractor trailer trucks stopped along the road. There seems to be some sort of backup, some sort of bottleneck up ahead. I'm not sure if the road isn't plowed or if there's stalled vehicles there. Road conditions are awful still. Plows are out, but really, officials are advising folks to just stay off of the roadways. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue throughout the day. Some areas could see up to 2 feet of additional snowfall with winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. In some places, emergency services simply aren't available at all. And unfortunately, there have been 2 deaths here in the Buffalo area due to emergency services not being able to respond out to folks. It's just a very tough situation, and it's going to be another very hard day for folks here in the Buffalo area. Back to you.
That was Max Gordon with Fox Weather. And don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just head over to your App Store, Google Play Store, and type in Fox Weather. You will get all your weather-related news and alerts as you do have different warnings and advisories that are in effect for your area. Also, a pretty cool radar that allows you to track storms just like this one. Want to take a look at just some of the video that we have received here over the past few days. A Long Island woman saw 2 water spouts forming off the East Coast there near Long Beach on this morning. Erica Grunwald said she took these videos from Shore Road in Long Beach this morning around 8:53 a.m. Take a look on your screen there. Residents in that area warned of wind chills and gusts bringing the real field temperature to below zero as a large winter storm, you've heard about it a few times, swept the northeastern U.S. We do continue to follow the latest on this bomb cyclone and the effects that are being felt all over the country. I do want to head over to Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who provides more about what he's seeing over in Atlanta.
A very Merry Christmas, but a cold one here from Metro Atlanta. This is Alpharetta, a suburb with the beautiful holiday festivities behind me. But you know what? A lot of Southerners are probably going to be hunkering down here today in this part of the country as temperatures are really, really cold. Wind chills below zero. Thankfully, sunny skies above. But just a travel nightmare all around the country, including here here at Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport, where it is just snarled. Same thing up in Chicago and other areas. And you know, we remember that Arctic sea smoke that we saw up in Chicago yesterday on Friday. Just amazing to see that. Temperatures of the lake at 40 degrees, the air temperature below zero, and it creates this hot tub effect. And so Mother Nature on full display, unfortunately, as so many people are going through this polar system, and thankfully no snow in the south. That is a good thing for all the folks here. But folks down here not used to these kind of temps. It's been nearly 10 years since single digits in the Atlanta metro, and they're just not going through this in a normal way on this Christmas Eve going into Christmas Day. And to think that next week in the south, we are going to see temperatures that will approach 70 degrees moving into the new year. Unfortunately, there are still thousands of people out of power in the state of Georgia and really all across the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, there have also been people that have lost their lives in these dangerous conditions. The old saying, pack your patience if you're traveling, really comes into play. If you're still trying to get to that destination for the holiday, yeah, you do. You got to pack that patience. In the meantime, temperatures are going to continue to move upwards here in the south, and that is a great thing. Back to you.
Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Once again, make sure that you download that Fox Weather app. It is great, especially when you're seeing something like this, a huge winter storm that is impacting millions upon millions of Americans. Again, at least 16 deaths reported, according to Fox Weather, and about 400,000 people are still without power. That number down, though, significantly from the 1.7 million a bit earlier on today. Fox News' Madeline Rivera takes us from airport to airport, showing us just some of the delays and cancellations, and as you'd imagine, there are a lot of them.
Just one day till Christmas Day, and nearly all 50 states have been affected by extreme winter weather, with alerts extending coast to coast. And for some, that means there is no going home.
Temperatures plunged to dangerous levels across the country Christmas weekend. A massive winter storm wreaking havoc on holiday travel, forcing airlines to cancel thousands of flights and leaving tens of thousands desperate to get home with few options than to battle icy and dangerous roads.
Our whole airport shut down, so we drove to Omaha, Nebraska, got on a flight there, then D.C., delayed in D.C.,
But for those staying put this weekend, the so-called once-in-a-generation storm has left many of them without power. Mass outages sweeping across several states, leaving some to battle blizzard conditions without heat.
I literally thought it felt like Antarctica. I mean, I think it says it feels like negative 37.
Across Midwest states, a brutal bomb cyclone packed high winds and heavy snowfall. Cities setting up warming centers and multiple governors declaring states of emergency.
The roads are going to be very, very, very dangerous and very, very, very difficult. The obvious recommendation to everyone is stay home.
In Texas, freezing temperatures tested the state's power grid, its biggest test since the deadly freeze of 2021.
By Christmas Day, much of this grinchy weather is expected to start tapering off. And if there is a silver lining, it's that almost half of the U.S. is covered by snow and we'll be seeing a white Christmas. At Newark Liberty International Airport, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that report here. We're going to keep an eye on that system and bring you the latest here as we do get it. We also had a news conference that was held a bit earlier today by the Erie County, New York executive there, Mark Polenkars. He announced the 2 deaths, unfortunately, that they have seen in the Buffalo area. So we'll have that for you coming up a little bit later on. Want to stick with travel, though, right now and head over to our Los Angeles team, Fox 11 LA, with a report on how the airports are looking there.
At LAX, there is one gift Santa might not be able to deliver. Extreme weather to our north and east, grounding planes throughout the country. And a flight out is now at the top of the Christmas wish list for stranded passengers like Navisha Reynolds.
We're going to spend Christmas with my grandma.
and we'd miss it.
She flew into LAX from Melbourne, Australia, but her connecting flight to Toronto on WestJet was canceled.
So we had to get here basically and then line up for like an hour to get told that the next available flight is Monday.
You're just dropping off your bag? And even Santa's helpers are helpless. More than 100 flights were canceled at LAX Friday, and delays are racking up. Airlines blamed the bomb cyclone, which has sent temperatures plummeting to dangerous levels for aircraft, stranding planes and crews, and creating a domino effect across the nation. The wind chill in some places reaching 50 below.
The weather outside is frightful.
It might not be the best choice of songs, but at the United Terminal, Barry Evans was hired to spread some cheer to stressed out travelers, many of whom find themselves with extra time.
They're like, I have 2 hours to kill. What can we sing?
But after 20 hours of flying and more on the phone at LAX, Navisha Reynolds and Jaden Deek are hopeful another flight on another airline will get them to grandma's by Christmas.
At this point, we just want to get to our destination, basically. It's just been a bit of a mess so far.
All right, so we are going on a tour here across the country, checking in with our local affiliates as they are seeing cold temperatures, massive snowfall. They're also dealing with flooding, especially as you're talking about the coastal area there of New York. So we're going to show you all of that right here on Live Now from Fox over the next several hours. In Chicago, the temperatures are so cold and there is snow on the ground. Our Fox 32 Chicago team shows us how police are helping those who are left out there in the cold.
These below zero temperatures are rough on all of us, but consider those that don't have a consistent place to lay their heads at night. Thankfully, there are some people that meet folks where they are.
It's so cold, and the wind, when it blows, it's freezing.
Orange shanties still in place here at Chicago's infamous homeless hub. Despite the bitter cold, many people refusing to leave their possessions.
For someone to come along and say, hey, I'm going to put how many people I can up in a hotel was a blessing.
He's talking about Jermaine Jordan, who on Thursday gathered 61 people from Tent City. He also met folks at bus and train stops, all looking to escape the bitter cold.
Last year, a guy, he died from hypothermia. You know, he was sleeping in an abandoned car.
And that's his inspiration now 3 years in a row, providing a warm place to stay and a pop here and there. Jordan fed the group at Harold's Chicken on Wabash. He also got them hotel rooms here at Travelodge.
So I've been kind of going from city to city and, you know, trying to get my identification, you know, as far as my birth certificate.
It comes as the city has opened various warming centers to aid the less fortunate, but depending on circumstances, services aren't always accommodating.
A lot of people is very, you know, very cold and don't have resources to be able to even get somewhere or to the warming center or something.
Over the next 7 days, the group will be able to shower, enjoy free food, and a warm place to stay. For Lisa, whose 31st birthday is today, it's all right on time.
It's the first time I ever reached out for help. And I got lucky. I got very lucky on my birthday.
Now, Jordan has raised about $3,300 to pay for lodging and food for his friends for the next week or so. Of course, he is still in need of donations. If you'd like to help out, you can support him through his GoFundMe page, which is listed here on your screen. For more information about local shelters citywide, you can go to our website, Fox 32 Chicago, on the city's west side outside of the Freedom Center. Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
Nate, thank you so much. And we are tracking the storm system causing flooding. It is also causing that major snowfall. But as he mentioned there, the cold temperatures in Chicago, they're being felt pretty much state by state here. Unfortunately, I do have to let you know that there are now more power outages, about 650,000. So most of those do appear to be over in North Carolina, but we're going to bring you the latest on that all throughout the day. I want to stick with the cold temperatures, though, and go over to our Fox 4 Dallas team. They're talking about the situation there and temperatures that area not used to seeing.
So basically, I went under here and I opened it up and I tried to start the the pilot light.
But no luck. Richard Trotter wanted to start his fireplace as the hard freeze moved into Grand Prairie on Thursday.
So that is the reason why. That was the first indication something was wrong.
Trotter figured he would handle the problem on Friday, but then he woke up freezing at 5 a.m.
So I looked at my phone, which I control my heaters on, and I had them both set for 74, but upstairs it was 47 and downstairs it was 60.
Trotter's sister, who lives just across the street, had the same problem. Turns out his entire street was in the same boat without heat. Friday afternoon, the city of Grand Prairie tweeted out the Grand Peninsula and Westchester neighborhoods were experiencing very low natural gas pressure due to the extreme cold. Atmos Energy deployed tankers to inject gas into the lines. Thankfully for Trotter, his gas was restored around 3 p.m. Friday. In the meantime, the city, citing Atmos, is asking residents to conserve natural gas usage this weekend.
It was very cold.
Friday, other problems popped up across North Texas with sub-freezing temperatures. A viewer sent this video to Fox 4 showing what appears to be a flooded apartment in Victory Park. It's not confirmed if the cause was frozen pipes. As of Friday morning, Dallas Water Facilities said it dealt with 42 meter leaks and 19 burst pipes that were reported.
It's kind of a waiting game.
Over in Tarrant County, Fort Worth Water says the impact from frozen pipes will likely be delayed. However, the city will still have crews at the ready through the weekend.
Water temp doesn't fall or rise as quickly as the air temperature does. So it takes a couple of days of extended sub-freezing temperatures like we're seeing before we see impacts.
During the February 2021 winter storm, Fort Worth had hundreds of water main breaks, forcing hundreds of thousands of customers to go under boil water orders. Back in Grand Prairie, Trotter says he was lucky he didn't have any issues last winter. Therefore, he wasn't expecting any this week.
I thought everything would be fine. I didn't even, even when I was cold at my desk over there, I didn't think that's what's happening until this morning when I saw that both of my units wouldn't come on.
All right, we will continue our coverage there of that major storm that is impacting millions upon millions. At last check, 16 people dead and 650,000 without power. That number did drop down to about 400,000 a bit earlier, but now back up as the effects of the storm are still being felt. Take a look at your screen right here. This is a story that we have also been following where police say that a teenager was shot and killed during holiday shopping here. This happening at the Mall of America last night. Police did hold a news conference late last night, but we have learned that about 6 p.m. Eastern time today, so in under 2 hours, they will hold yet another news conference. We're working to get that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll get right back into our coverage of this extreme cold, the Arctic cold, and the record snowfall. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. It is 4:17 over on the East Coast and 1:17 on the West Coast. Wherever you are, thank you so much for joining us on this Christmas Eve, and I hope you're about to eat some dinner, or I guess if you're on the West Coast, eat some lunch and enjoy yourself ahead of the holiday. We're keeping an eye on this major bomb cyclone here. Take a look. This has been our top story for several days now. Unfortunately, we have learned that at least 16 people have died as a result of this storm that has spread through several different states. We also know about 650,000 are still without power. Take a look right here at just some of the images that we do have. This is Cadillac, Michigan, where the snow is just still coming down at this point. We do have some other images that we will show you throughout the day, but take a look here at Nashville, Tennessee. That right there is Nissan Stadium in the background. You look here and you can't really tell, but temperatures are not just below zero, they have been very far below zero, especially when you factor in that wind chill. I do want to talk not just about the snow, not just about the cold temperatures, but also the flooding that has resulted from this storm. Our Fox 29 Philly team takes us to the Jersey Shore.
For the last couple of days, we've been watching this storm come across the country, travel from the west to the east. So we knew when it got to us that it was going to present some problems.
The problems and hazards in Atlantic City and other oceanfront communities. High winds, high tides at the beach and back bays, creating impassable roads.
The morning commute was disrupted, to say the least, by a lot of the floodwaters and the closing of the streets.
In neighboring Ventnor, Mary Lenahan found high water on her way to work.
There was a line of traffic. There must have been 30 cars ahead of me and just so much water. And the closer I got to the intersection there at West End and Albany, I couldn't believe how deep the water was. And I just see the intensity of these storms is definitely getting worse. And the flooding was absolutely worse this morning than I've seen in a very long time.
To the north, sections of Little Egg Harbor and Tuckerton were inundated with floodwater. Drivers had difficulty navigating the flooded streets. Up and down the coast, Mother Nature whipped the ocean into a frenzy. North Wildwood beaches battered once again by tides and powerful wave action. And back in Atlantic City, a young whale washed ashore. Experts believe the 30-foot humpback was hit by a boat and then struggled in the rough ocean and wasn't able to survive.
Just makes it harder for them to swim when they are injured or sick to keep up with it, and then they get so weak they just wash ashore.
Certainly a sad story about that young humpback whale. Fortunately, the precipitation has ended, so the roads won't freeze over. But it is bitterly cold out here, and police suggest if you don't have to go out, don't do it. You don't want to get caught outside. In Atlantic City, I'm Joanne Pileggi, Fox 29 News.
That was our Fox 29 Philly team, and some great advice. If you don't have to be outside, stay indoors. Unfortunately, this storm's effects are still being felt across the country, and it is likely that they will be felt here for several days. The good news is tomorrow, that is when things will start to slowly ease up. And over the few days after that, it'll start to look a lot better. Do want to get into some of the other news here, and it is very, very cold across the country, so there's a big question about what you should do to prepare yourself. Fox News taking a close look at how you can prep your car to withstand these cold, cold temperatures.
Before you hit the highway this holiday, you may want to give your car a little extra TLC.
The past 2 weeks, everybody's been coming up here
to get that trip check in order before your car is exposed to the bitter cold temperatures.
During extreme temperatures, sometimes it can make that battery weak.
It takes 30 seconds to check the health at any auto parts store or mechanic, like here at Mission Valley 66 on Western Boulevard.
It's showing fully charged.
You can also cut on your headlights as a little test. If they are dim, get the battery charged. Next check. When that light goes on, it's time to add the air. Tires should be between 30 and 35 PSI. When they are low by just a smidge, they can tear.
Tire pressure, it's a gas, so extreme like cold weather, it'll make the tire deflate. Anywhere around the door panel, it'll show you. Right here it says cold tire pressure.
Next, focus on your fluids.
So your coolant's good.
Cap off your coolant. That's vital.
If something's going wrong with the coolant, it's going to start overheating.
Make sure your wiper fluid also can withstand these brutally cold temperatures.
If it doesn't have like the -20 on it, it'll freeze when you get up north.
And get that emergency kit ready. Flashlights, food, first aid, flares, blankets, and jumper cables.
All right, definitely some good advice there on how to help prep your car if you are going to be in an area that is cold. And we do know a lot of those places across the country very cold right now, seeing temperatures that they normally wouldn't see even during the winter months. So when you're talking about cold weather, it is very easy to not quite understand where you're going as far as ice on the ground. You could trip, you could injure yourself, and the number of injuries always does rise during the winter months. Our Fox Minneapolis team takes a closer look at those injuries and what you can do to prevent getting hurt in the cold temperatures.
Why don't you just kind of start by telling me, what types of injuries and what kinds of things that you're treating, especially when it's this cold outside?
Well, with winter, we always see a ton of slips and falls. And so that's not necessarily with the extreme cold, but just with the snow and ice and everything like that. And then we start to see a little bit of the frost nip, frost bite, especially on exposed skin, or if people have unexpectedly been outside for too long with exposed skin, we start to see that. Unfortunately, but fortunately, we don't see a lot of hypothermia, but then when we do see hypothermia, they tend to be the more severe cases. People who get caught outside unexpectedly or making maybe poor decisions with drugs and alcohol and, maybe fall asleep, pass out, that type of thing. And we tend to see the really severe cases of hypothermia during these cold spells. And then we also obviously always worried about our patients who don't have shelter. And so that's always a big concern for those patients that we see out in the cold. And so I know the Metro does open up extra shelters and safe spaces to get those folks inside, but those are the ones we worry about the most.
Where they're going to need to be treated for hypothermia, or even just ways that they can stay warmer, keep that body heat going, what would you say?
Yeah, so big things are the way you dress. So head to toe, hat, scarves, really cover up your face, especially with this wind that's supposed to be coming and the wind chills, that really can get your face. And then layers. So base layers like wool or the synthetics, you want base layers that are going to wick moisture away from you. So cotton is probably the worst to wear just because it can hold moisture next to your skin and actually cool your skin down. And then you want an insulation layer with like fleece or down. And then the last layer, you want something to be windproof, waterproof, to really hold in all that heat. And then again, hat, scarves, mittens, you need to have everything covered.
During this time, obviously, if you lose power, right, and it's this cold outside, you're not going to want to go outside. And if people are at their house, would you still say the same types of things or what they should be doing, keeping those layers, even if they're indoors?
Yeah, definitely. Or, if you can be, obviously blankets, layers of blankets, those people are fortunate enough to have fireplaces, that type of thing. But yeah, oh, that makes me nervous about that losing power. But yeah, hopefully that's not going to happen. But yes, layers would be a big thing. You want as many layers as possible, and you want something that's a little bit loose fitting too, because you want actually a little bit of space where your body can warm up that space of air between you and the layers. And so tight fitting clothing isn't the best either. So a little bit loose fitting is the best for layers.
This is kind of a weird question, but are there things that people should be doing in terms of like, I don't know, exercising or eating, drinking that would help them during this time?
Yeah. I mean, I obviously taking care of yourself is always the best bet, right? Hydration is key. I think with exercising, the biggest thing is if you are going to exercise in this weather, you really need to be mindful of layering, making sure you have moisture wicking stuff on. Make sure you have a cell phone with you too. I think about the cross country skiers, that type of thing. So if you do get stranded or you get hurt or something like that, you can call for help really quickly. And then you need to get inside real quick after sweating or anything like that, because you're going to cool off a lot faster with any bit of moisture next to you in this extreme cold.
I guess if someone does get frostbite or, feels that they're kind of on the way to that path, what would you say they should do?
Yeah. So first thing, obviously get indoors, start to gently. So that's key. Gently warm. Don't stick your hand under, boiling hot water right away. Gently warm. Don't rub the skin. Your skin can be actually really sensitive and kind of fragile, especially if you're closer to the frostbite side of things. And so you don't want to rub the skin too much. You want to gently warm with, warm water or, warm packs, warm towels, that type of thing. And then if you are experiencing numbness, extreme pain that's not going away with that, then that might be the point where you need to seek medical care. And then there's things that we need to do to try to prevent, permanent or ongoing damage at that point in time.
I think that's everything I wanted to ask you. Is there anything else you think people should know as we go through these cold temperatures?
I think today we saw a lot of car accidents, especially the late morning, early afternoon. I'm sure everybody was out and about trying to get things done, after the snow and before kind of blizzard conditions. And one of the big things that we notice, unfortunately, is people aren't necessarily prepared for getting stuck or being on the side of the road in an accident, that type of thing. So I tell people, pack your cars with blankets. Make sure you have gloves, hat, even if you don't want to wear them at the time, have them with you. Boots, maybe even a little shovel, so if you get stuck, that type of thing. So prepare your car to be a safe shelter for a short period of time if you need to be.
Great tips there to avoid having cold-related injuries. Unfortunately, when these Arctic temperatures come in, you tend to see that increase in hypothermia cases. People don't realize how quickly hypothermia can set in. 4:30 on the dot over on the East Coast and 1:30 on the dot over on the West Coast. A lot going on here, but I do want to remind you of something special that we have going on tonight. Take a look at your screen. Live now from Fox's Mike Page will be tracking Santa with the NORAD tracker there. You can follow that sleigh live tonight starting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't forget to tune in because, you want to watch Santa, see where he's going. All right, we are going to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. A lot to talk about here. It is 4:33 on the East Coast and 1:33 on the West Coast. Take a look here at the latest XRAD image where you can see that major bomb cyclone that we have been tracking for several days now. Unfortunately, we have learned that 16 people at least have died so far as a result of this storm, and unfortunately that number will likely continue to rise. We are checking in with Fox Weather, Fox News, and our Fox affiliates across the country to get a look at how things are shaping up in their area. We know, of course, that we do have those affiliates all over the U.S. Let's check in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team as the temperatures there continue to drop.
All the vendors obviously closed now, but some of them closed earlier than expected because of how cold it is. It was difficult to get any of the customers to even take their wallets out of their pockets and spend some money. The hot cocoa crew bundled up and keeping the warmth flowing.
We got whipped cream.
People even want whipped cream right now? Is it
Yes, you know, you have to have the whipped cream on top of the hot chocolate. It's so good like that.
Happy holidays! The cider and cocoa is a game changer outside. Some handcrafted French soap from Marseille imports can make a warm bath at home that much better.
It is so cold out, but whatever degree it is, that's the percentage of discount we're taking off the top.
Vendors getting creative as a wet and cold lead up to Christmas has dampened sales, but not spirits.
Come out and come get some good stuff, guys. tomorrow. Merry Christmas, everyone.
So what brings people out in temperatures like this? The answers range from the obvious.
Shopping,
Yeah.
just enjoying the warm cider. I live in the area, so just always come by.
A couple more gifts I got to get for a couple more people, but almost there.
To the not so obvious.
I'm actually meeting some friends. We're going for a hike. So I wanted to come here to Christmas Village because it's beautiful, and I also wanted to get a hot spike cider.
You're going for a night hike tonight?
Night hike, yeah.
And hot spike cider was the way to go for you.
That's right, yeah. Got to warm up and start on the right foot.
The bratwurst will sizzle for one more day as everyone shivers their way into the holiday.
Have a happy holidays and a new year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, you're cold. You get home, guys. And if you still need to get a little bit more last-minute shopping done, it's going to be even colder tomorrow, so you can enjoy that, and you can enjoy Christmas Village. They're going to be open until 5 p.m. tomorrow, Christmas Eve. At Christmas Village at Love Park, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
Yeah, it looks pretty cold there. So let's stick with places that are seeing the cold and the snow. I do want to head to this report from our Fox 2 Detroit team. They are tracking basically a lot in the way of crashes and snowfall.
Fox 2 News literally working for you as photojournalist Coulter Mitchell and I pushed a woman and her car out of a snowbank at a Midtown Detroit gas station. A hard situation to avoid since many of the roadways from Detroit's New Center area to the surrounding metro region were unforgiving against the frigid Christmas week elements. Case in point, this spin-around highway crash taking out this car's front end. The treacherous conditions a major concern for those who had no choice but to hit the road in order to catch a flight from Detroit Metro Airport. Otis Smith and his family are headed to North Carolina.
Yeah, they were slow and slippery. I mean, obvious with the wind, but definitely, I mean, speeds were below 40 miles an hour coming on the highway.
Of course, much of the road conditions depended on the routes many took to the airport in the first place.
Coming in, they were pretty good. I mean, the main roads were tricky. Like we came out 8 Mile Road, and it was, it wasn't ideal, but it was okay. But once we got onto 275, it was decent. It was really, really clean.
After getting to the airport, it's all about the sight you don't want to see on the computer screens. Scores of flights delayed or canceled altogether. Or worse yet, the waiting game. This father and son are headed to Raleigh-Durham.
Flight is delayed. We've been checking it. Well, it was originally supposed to be in the afternoon, and we found out yesterday it was postponed till 10:30, and then it was postponed to 12:45 a.m. So we got a late night ahead of us, but we're game. We want to go on our trip.
We were expecting our flight to be canceled, so we were surprised when we did not get the call. But obviously we're not taking off yet, but we're hoping it takes off though.
So far so good, right?
So far so good.
We're flying from Boston.
What was that like for you flying in from Boston to here?
It was pretty bad. Our flight's delayed like 5 hours. So yeah, I've never seen this before. I'm from Europe, and I've never experienced in Celsius, like minus 30, I think, outside.
So cold, minus 30. I can't even imagine what that would feel like. All right, so we are going to continue to track this storm and bring you the latest here. We did learn that 2 of the deaths have been reported in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, medical service providers were not able to get to their destinations, and that unfortunately led to those 2 deaths. We spoke with AAA New York a bit earlier on today, and they told us that several emergency vehicles are still stranded there on the side of the roads. There is a travel ban in effect for Buffalo, and the Erie County executive there in Buffalo held a news conference a bit earlier on today where he did announce those 2 deaths and provided a bit more information about how everything is doing in that county.
But we had a very, very difficult night last night as we respond to the great Christmas week blizzard of 2022. I'm Erie County Executive Mark Polenkars. I am here with members of our staff from the Erie County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, as well as the Department of Public Works and the Erie County Sheriff's Office. Our Commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Dan Neverth, is here. Our Deputy Commissioner for Highways of the Department of Public Works, Karen Hoke, is here. And we have Chief Jeff Hartman and Tim Carney from the Erie County Sheriff's Office. This was a very, very bad night in our community. Thankfully, the sun is up, and in some areas, the snow band is actually moving a little north, which is good news because it allows us an opportunity to get out there and clear some of the roads. This may turn out to be the worst storm in our community's history, surpassing the famed blizzard of '77 for its ferocity. The blinding snow in our really limited rescue and response efforts. There are still likely hundreds of people still stuck in vehicles, including individuals who tried to drive out in the late night hours last night. The problem is there are parts of the county where it is very, very windy, but they didn't get as much snow. And so the blizzard conditions exist, but they're not as bad. And it sounds like people tried to traverse in from other areas as well as leave places where they were safe, a location for work, to get on the roads and just unfortunately got stuck. Our number one priority is coordinating efforts to get to these people. And that's exactly what the people that are around me have been doing all night, is coordinating with local police, local fire, local EMTs, ambulance, is to get out there. The problem is, in the hardest hit areas, up to 2/3 of emergency response vehicles are stuck. Fire, ambulance, police. In addition, abandoned vehicles are causing significant problems. I have to note this, it's not something that we're proud of, but in the worst affected areas, there is no emergency service available. Let me recite that. In the worst affected areas, there is no emergency service available. This includes the city of Buffalo and the towns of Cheektowaga, Tonawanda, the village of Kenmore, town of Amherst, town of Clarence, town of Lancaster, village of Williamsville. This is a storm, and we've dealt with many storms. I've dealt with worked with these people before in some of the most horrible storms we've ever seen, and this far surpasses all of those storms. There is no emergency service available at this point in the most affected areas. That is not to say that attempts aren't being made. They are, but there is no guarantee that in a life-threatening emergency situation that they're going to be able to respond immediately. We were dealing with situations all night, including a situation with a baby at a home and location, which was only a number of blocks away from ECMC on the east side of Buffalo, and they still could not get emergency personnel to there. Due to the severity of the storm, it is unlikely we can provide transport for non-life-threatening situations. Please do not call either the 911 and the 858 snow numbers unless it is a life-threatening situation. These lines have been inundated with calls continually, including individuals just trying to get information on when the snow is going to end. issues associated with restoration of electric power. These phone numbers are for life-threatening situations at this point. We have received reports of natural gas and/or carbon monoxide backing into homes as a result of furnace and dryer vents that are covered with snow. We know it's terrible outside, but you got to go out there and make sure your furnace vent is clear. Most new high energy efficiency furnaces have the furnace vent at a lower level next to the house. Does not generally go up like the old ones in the chimney. It goes down in the plastic PVC piping that comes out of the side of the house. You got to make sure those clear to prevent carbon monoxide and or natural gas potentially coming back into the home. Our Department of Public Works is getting equipment back on the roads in the worst affected areas. That is something that is a point of happiness, because we did not have crews on the roads in the overnight hours and late afternoon yesterday because of how terrible the conditions were. But as an example of how difficult it is, it took 2 high lifts from the Department of Public Works, 1 hour and 40 minutes to get from our Harlem barns on Harlem and Clinton to the Emergency Operations Center here in Cheektowaga, Broadway and Union. This is a normally only a 2-mile drive that would take no more than 5 minutes if the roads were clear. 10 minutes if you get stuck at a stoplight. And it took an hour and 40 minutes. But we do have plows on the roads in the Harlem district, which includes Tonawanda and parts of Amherst and Cheektowaga, in the Clarence district, which includes Clarence, Newstead, Lancaster, where we did not have them. So that is a good sign that our Department of Public Works crews are getting back on the road. I spoke to Mayor Brown earlier this morning, and he said the same thing with the Department of Public Works for the city, is they were going to start getting out around 7 o'clock this morning, and hopefully that has occurred. Last night I spoke to Governor Hochul. I requested her to call up the National Guard. She did. I want to thank Governor Hochul for doing that. The Guard is en route right now. We originally were going to have them come here to the Emergency Operations Center, but we're sending them right into the city of Buffalo for these life-threatening rescues. So they're not even coming to our operations center. They've already been given information on where to go. And they're assisting the Buffalo PD and Buffalo Fire in rescue operations. Fatalities. The town of Cheektowaga reported to us last night that 2 people died in separate incidences when emergency medical personnel could not get to their homes in time for medical emergencies. These were not people in vehicles, but these were people at their home in 2 separate instances where, unfortunately, due to the emergency situation they were dealing with, and I don't know what they were, if it was a heart attack, a stroke, something else, I don't know, but they could not get to them in time because of the conditions to save those individuals. So my deepest condolences goes out to the individuals who lost loved ones last night. We are aware of 2, and I'm hoping that's only it. But as we get out in the daylight hours today, it is possible we will come across more individuals due to the severe situation of last night. First responders cannot get to emergency situations. I'll give you an example of it. I just received a message from Dr. Myron Glick of Jericho Road, who advised me he's talking through a woman through the delivery of her baby with her sister, basically delivering the baby for her. These are the types of situations that are going on all across our community right now. This is horrible. If you are not in the storm area, you have no idea how bad it is. Please do not try to travel into this area. It can be life-threatening. You get stuck, and we might not be able to get to you. And as I've noted, there are people who have been in cars for hours and hours in the overnight hours waiting for rescue because we just could not get to them. It is going to be a storm to remember. Unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet. It does appear that the storm band moved a little north. It's actually clear right now at the Emergency Operations Center. And we're hearing Grand Island is starting to get some significant snows. But the winds are still blowing very hard. Blizzard conditions exist. You don't have to have snow falling to have blizzard conditions because the snow can be picked up We have 7 to 8 foot drifts alongside our emergency operations center here, and we know that's the case in other places as well. The snow is anticipated to continue throughout the daylight hours. This is going to be an ongoing event, and if the blizzard warnings are correct, they're going to be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Christmas morning. So I know a lot of people are wondering what they can do for Christmas Eve, and the best thing you can do right now for Christmas Eve is just stay home. Stay where you are. There are people that are in restaurants, there are people that are in stores. Just stay there. There's nowhere to go. The roads are still not in a position where it's safe for people to be out passable. And of course, we have a driving ban going on right now throughout all of Erie County. That includes every road in Erie County. State roads, county roads, town roads, city roads, village roads. Every road, there's a driving ban. And as I said, while the conditions may not be as bad in the southern eastern part of the county, where Springville, Concord, Aurora, Holland are, it's not to say blizzard conditions don't exist. There was significant snow that fell. And we don't want anyone even trying to come close to this area that was the hardest hit. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Commissioner of Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Dan Neverth, to give some more information on the rescue operations that have been ongoing and some helpful tips for our residents.
Thank you, Mark. I think probably the most helpful tip that we can give is with regards to the carbon monoxide. When you have an opportunity, if you have some of the family that can get out, make sure that, of course, the exhaust and the air intake vents are clear. Know how to take care of one another. Check on your neighbors. Those are the most important things I think that we can do right now, because your access to other areas is extremely limited. And when I talk about extremely limited, I'm referring to the fact that if you walk outside right now, you have maybe 4 or 5 minutes before even a person in good condition is extremely impacted by the winds and the cold temperatures and the freeze on the surface of your skin, unless you're completely protected. So I would definitely want to focus on that. I do want to also highlight the fact that we have had first responders that have been stuck all night long, first responders that have gone out to try and rescue people that, quite frankly, probably should not have been out, but they've been out all night. So now we're working and have been working all night long to try and assist the individuals who have been out there trying to assist the public. So we're working through a lot of different things. We're working very closely with the utilities now. The winds seem to have come down a little bit. We expect a full day of work coming from the utilities and hopefully more of the power to be restored. But those are the type of things that, only Mother Nature will allow us to work our way through. But there are plenty of crews out there. It's just a matter of whether or not the weather is going to allow them to be able to do that. So I would say probably the best information at this point is if you look out your window and it's just blowing a little bit and there's no snow, that can change in an instant. We know how it happens here in Western New York. We know with the lake effect snow. So don't get that sense of arrogance that it's really not that bad. It is bad. It is really bad. It's just let up here. It's all night long. It's been that pounding wind. It's been drifts that you cannot manage to work your way around. It's drifts in some cases now that are covering vehicles that we can't see as the plows get out and try and clear this out. So we're working in a coordinated effort now to tow vehicles, to work with plows, to remove the snow, to work with law enforcement and other first responders. But the number one priority now is to get the first response community back up and running, to get those primary lanes open. And by primary, I mean to and from hospitals. Key routes is what our focus is going to be for the course of the day today. And those key routes do not mean individuals should be out on the roads. Those key routes are for first responders and for people that need to get to and from the hospital, as well as employees that we're going to be working with for critical facilities to make sure that we can get some shift change. Because at this point right now, you've got law enforcement, fire, EMS, and dispatchers and hospital workers who have been working well over 24 hours. That will be our number one priority at this point. So please stay off the roads. Even if it looks like your roads are fine, do not go out on the roads.
Thank you. We have to commend every single first responder, law enforcement, fire, EMS, our folks at the 911 call centers and the dispatch centers in all the towns, cities, and villages. As the commissioner noted, they've been working, most of them, for more than 24 hours in a row. They've not been able to get people to replace them. The same goes with our friends at the hospitals. I was on the phone last night with the presidents of the hospital associations locally, and they're dealing with the same thing. They cannot get individuals to come in and replace individuals who've been working in the hospital for more than 24 hours. And of course, there are limitations under New York State law as to how long somebody can work in a hospital setting. So I just want to commend everyone who's been working very hard for almost a whole day now to get our community through one of the worst storms we have ever seen. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Carney from the Erie County Sheriff's Office to talk a lot about what they were dealing with. And I really want to thank all members of law enforcement and our deputies in the Erie County Sheriff's Office, because they put themselves out in life-threatening situations to get to individuals who shouldn't have been on the road, but they were, and they have a responsibility to get out there and to try to save them. And I just want to thank you and thank your teams for all the tremendous work that they did in some of the worst conditions we'll ever see.
Thank you. I'll be brief, and I'll just reiterate what the county executive has said thus far. To kind of simplify this storm, it's essentially a Category 3 hurricane with a bunch of snow mixed in, and it's kind of been like that for the past 24 hours. So we would just ask, again, that everybody adhere to the driving ban. We have deputies stranded in police vehicles. We've had to abandon almost 10 police vehicles. We have deputies stranded in their houses that we can't get to, so they can't get in service to help you. So we're just asking that you stay home and ride this storm out at home as best you can. Thank you.
Thank you. The one part that people are wondering is, why didn't we have plows out in the overnight hours? We couldn't, because it was just too dangerous. They couldn't see where they were going. But we have plows out now. And we're also coordinating with third-party contractors to come in and help us clear out the roads. We are actually trying to get a better idea. From what I've been told, and it's bare pavement because the wind is just blowing the snow off there, and then you can immediately come up to a section on the same road where it's a 6 to 7 foot drift. So it's going to take some time to clear out the roads, and that's why we can't have anybody else even attempting to get out there. But I'll turn it over to our Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Public Works responsible for highways, Karen Hope, to talk a little bit more about what's going on.
Thank you. Yes, just to follow up with what the county executive said, it's not often that we have to take our plows off of the roads. They've been off since last night in 2 of our maintenance districts. The men and women from our Department of Public Works are veterans at plowing snow and dealing with winter in Western New York. They have decades of experience, and it is not often that they have to be in a stand-down position. They are just getting back on the road, but just to manage the expectation of what that looks like, they're carefully navigating the roads. They're seeing a lot of obstacles in the way of vehicles that have been abandoned or power lines that are down. So they're making a very careful and slow attempt to keep everybody safe so that they can start clearing the roads. The other thing too is that this isn't a matter of just sending out snow plows. This is going to require our partnerships with private contractors using some of our specialized equipment so that we can clear the roadways, so that we can address some of these emergency situations first. So again, stressing the importance of adhering to the travel ban, stay home, stay safe, so people can do their work to get everybody else home and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I just want to note that while we were not able to put plows out in our our Harlem and Clarence district starting late afternoon, overnight hours, we did have them out overnight in our Concord district, extreme southern, eastern part of Erie County, the Hamburg district, southern western part of Erie County, as well as the Aurora district, areas that normally get a lot of snow, and they did get snow. We had the plows out in the overnight hours, but we could put them out there because they did not have as bad conditions as, of course, what we're seeing in northern Erie County and the central part of the county. This, once again, is a storm that we will not forget, and we are not done with it. We, unfortunately, are going to be dealing with this storm throughout the daylight hours and we believe into the overnight hours once again. The best thing anyone can do is stay where you are. If you are in a life-threatening situation, you can call 911. You can also call 858-SNOW, 911 first. Always call 911 first. If you are in a non-life-threatening situation, we ask you not to call those numbers because they are just getting bogged down with calls from individuals who truthfully are not in a life-threatening situation. Just want to ask everyone to hang in there. We know it is Christmas Eve and people want to be celebrating with their families. The best thing you can do is just stay where you are so that maybe you don't celebrate with your family Christmas Eve tonight. Maybe you don't even get home on Christmas, but hopefully you'll be home soon enough so that you can then celebrate the Christmas season as we hopefully do with regards to caring and loving each other every day of the year. Because the most important thing is your personal safety. And if it means you miss Christmas Eve at grandma's house, that's okay. The most important thing is that in a day or two you're able to celebrate with your family all together safely. So please be safe during the situation. With that, I am going to open it up to any questions from media. Let me just turn up my volume here so I can hear what we're going. I think we have Ben Tujimodo from the Buffalo News. You just need to unmute your phone, Ben.
Hey, Mark. Thanks for meeting with us. Last night, the Buffalo fire, it seemed like it was having a lot of obstacles just in terms of getting places. Do you have any sense of how severe just getting fire trucks around was?
It was very severe. I don't have I think Buffalo Fire would probably be best, but I know there was more than 10 fire trucks, we believe, that were stuck at various points. I saw a post from Peg Overdorf, the former head of the Valley Community Center, that one of the fire department rigs got stuck right around a corner from her, and she actually brought the fires into her home so they could be warm. I'll turn it over to our Commissioner of Emergency Services, Dan Neverth, to talk a little bit more because they've been getting those reports, but it was horrible. City of Buffalo is ground zero. It's as simple as that. And as we noted earlier, equipment couldn't get just a few blocks. It's not like they were traveling miles. The ECMC, there was a major issue with a one-year-old baby just a few blocks away from ECMC, and no one could get to the home because of how bad it was. So, Commissioner?
Yeah, without getting into too many of the specifics, City of Buffalo can give you the exact number, but I can tell you whether it's ambulances, whether it happens to be patrol cars or fire apparatus, it is pretty much a no-go in a lot of the areas. So there has been a significant amount of the apparatus that has been put to the side, and it's the next piece of apparatus up when need be. So some of those things, I mean, they're still functional as far as fire departments go, and but transportation of patients within a wide range of communities, including the City of Buffalo, is next to impossible at this point. And that's why I noted our number one priority is going to be, and now that things have let up slightly, is to get those primary routes open. Those primary routes are going to be for one thing and one thing only: getting essential people and patients to and from the facilities that they need to get to, whether it's a hospital or whether it's a critical facility like communications or a business maybe that needs to keep up and running and functional because they're essential. So keep that in mind, and that's why we keep stressing the fact, stay off the road. We can't open up that single lane in each direction so somebody can come on out and do the sightseeing. So as far as the specific numbers, we can get you those with regards to numbers of pieces of equipment. I can tell you that we actually have one of the local volunteer ambulances that we rescued from the Emergency Operations Center, brought them back here for overnight. They're from the Colden area. So we hope to be able to get not only their rig, but also their personnel who did what they do as volunteers. They went out, they grabbed the patient, they braved the conditions to get that patient to the hospital, and on their way back, they ran into issues. So again, these are the type of things where one little incident in a community like Colden, their ambulance is out of service now and have to go to other communities. And it's a 3-4 hour trip in weather like this just to get to the hospital, and in some cases, ambulances aren't even making it back. So it's a case-by-case basis, but there are a lot of pieces of equipment, as you heard, law enforcement, the sheriff alone. And every one of these individuals that's been out all night long has been going above and beyond the call of duty. And we definitely want to salute them and to thank them for everything they're doing and will continue to do despite this daunting task that we have.
Thank you. We have one other call-in user. I'm not certain what station that is. Do you have any questions?
Hi, Mark. It's Rance calling from Channel 7. Thanks for taking my phone call. I am trying to get some information about that one person in particular right near ECMC because there's a lot of conversation on Facebook about this person, and the talk is that this baby is in dire straits. So I'm wondering what kind of efforts there are to get to this mom and her baby in the next couple of hours to try and help them, I guess, as we move forward here.
That is something we have been aware of, as I brought up. It was a lot of discussion during the overnight hours as we were trying to assist. I'll turn it back over to the commissioner. It is one of our highest priorities. The issue is trying to get a generator to that location. We were trying to find other locations that maybe the baby could have been taken to, but it just appears that we can't take the baby without risking the life. So it is a number one priority. Do you have anything else to add?
No, just, all that I would add to that is the fact that with everything going on, that certainly was our number one priority during the overnight hours. We do have many, many stories along the lines of that too. This is something though that most of the people in the Emergency Operations Center took to heart, and a lot of people have been working on. So we're trying to resolve that as quickly as possible. The best way that we can do that is to now get a path open so that we can actually get the individual to a definitive treatment and or warmth in this particular case, or to get them to a place that actually has electricity. So there's been a lot of energy put into a lot of the issues that we've had overnight, but I think this one rose to the top. And now that we have some units from the National Guard coming in, now that we actually have plows that are back out on the road, the city of Buffalo as well, we hope that there will be a positive resolution to this fairly quickly.
And Mark, just one more question. There's a lot of talk on Facebook as well about using snowmobiles to try and get to these people who are stranded. I know in the last storm, the state provided some of that emergency equipment. Is that a request of the state right now as well to bring in that life-saving equipment from the National Guard, perhaps?
Well, we've requested whatever they can provide. The National Guard will not be coming in with snowmobiles. They're coming in with Humvees. We have made requests. I know in the overnight hours, requests were made to the Western New York Snowmobile Association for snowmobilers who might be able to help out. Part of the problem was the snowmobilers themselves can't tell where they're going because the conditions are so bad. They may have the ability to traverse some of this snowy terrain, but they couldn't tell where they were going either. So it was not a situation necessarily where having a fleet of snowmobilers could have made a big difference. Though now that we have daylight hours and it's easier to see, the request has been made. I don't want people to think we haven't asked for whatever we can get. We're asking for whatever we can get, and the state has given us, and the governor gave me assurance that not only would the National Guard be coming from Niagara Falls, but that a group of National Guardsmen are driving in from Horseshoe in the southern part of the state to assist as well. I just don't know when they're going to be here. We'll take all hands on deck, but we also need professional hands on deck. We just don't need people who are trying to go out to be a good Samaritan, putting themselves in a bad situation. The example of the ambulance crew from Colden is a good example. Even in the areas that haven't had a tremendous amount of snow, those first responders are trying to help out in this area. I know Seneca Hose was intimately involved in life-saving rescues outside of their normal district, going into South Buffalo, going into Kaisertown area. So if you're in parts of West Seneca, where normally you'd have Seneca Hose volunteers addressing a matter, they're trying to help us in other areas, so they might not be able to help you. That's why we want everyone to stay indoors. You're not helping anyone if you get out there and you get in a car accident, and then we have to divert first responders to an area where there really shouldn't have been anyone on the roads anyway. So this is all hands on deck, but there's only so much equipment. I don't want people to think that the county has a fleet of 100 snowmobiles. We don't. Neither does the state. Neither does the city. We are trying to move in additional equipment. One of the things that's also a problem is that the worst hit areas are some of the areas that generally get the least amount of snow in the county. For example, we have tracked vehicles from our Parks Department at Spragbrook Park. I know the Sheriff's Office has snowmobiles down at Emery Park. Those areas haven't gotten a whole lot of snow. And so the goal is to move some of that equipment up here today. But we also couldn't take it away from where it was initially because the original reports were for a county-wide blizzard. And so it'd be difficult to say we're going to move something from the Colden area up to Buffalo when we were told we were also going to have significant snowfall and blizzard conditions in the other areas. So we have a limited amount of equipment. We staged it where we thought it was appropriate. Now we're trying to move it so it's better. And with that,
And Mark, just finally, this morning, can I just ask one more question?
Ed, I gotta
you
go.
You mentioned that there were.
We have to go, Ed, because we've got to get on a call with the state. I do appreciate everyone's participation, and we will be giving an update with more information soon. But we do have to get on a call with the state with regards to determination of where assets are going. So to all, be safe, be well, stay where you are, even if you've lost power. It's better to be indoors in a place that's 40 or 45 degrees than to be outside in wind chills that are below zero. It is still a life-threatening situation out there. Stay indoors. It is your best place to be. Be safe and well to all.
And that was Mark Poloncarz. He is the Erie County executive there in New York, the Buffalo area, where, as you see on your screen, Kathy Hochul, the governor in New York, said that the winter storm is, quote, one of the worst in history. And Poloncarz said during that news conference that he believes that is the case. Let's step away for our first commercial break of the hour, and we will get back into our coverage of this major storm here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:12 over on the East Coast and 2:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Taking a live look here at our XRAD radar system, where you can see this massive bomb cyclone that is responsible for so many problems across the country right now. Temperatures are very low, falling below zero in many parts of the country. And with wind chill, we have some areas that are 30, 40, even 50 degrees below zero. So we do have crews that are all over the country taking a look at the latest conditions. I want to start off with Fox Weather's Max Gordon, who is over in the Buffalo area, where unfortunately 2 people have died.
Well, the wind continues to gust and the snow still falls here in Lackawanna, New York. Folks, are digging their vehicles out after a very tough night for many motorists. A lot of people here at this gas station actually had to spend the night in their vehicles. Really tough conditions out there on the roads. Unfortunately, my photographer and I, we were one of those who had to spend the night in their cars. Luckily, we had full tanks of gas and we were able to keep warm. Woof, very slippery. Keep warm during the night, but it was pretty rough going for a lot of folks out there. During the evening hours, conditions driving were absolutely brutal. You could barely see anything. Whiteout conditions at times. Luckily, there were police officers, firefighters helping out, rescuing stranded motorists, but really, it was just nearly impossible to be out there on the roadways, and a lot of people just had to pull over and stop. And that's what's happening right now along this section of road going north into Buffalo. You can see tractor trailer trucks stopped along the road. There seems to be some sort of backup, some sort of bottleneck up ahead. I'm not sure if the road isn't plowed or if there's stalled vehicles there. Road conditions are awful still. Plows are out, but really, officials are advising folks to just stay off of the roadways. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue throughout the day. Some areas could see up to 2 feet of additional snowfall with winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. In some places, emergency services simply aren't available at all. And unfortunately, there have been 2 deaths here in the Buffalo area due to emergency services not being able to respond out to folks. It's just a very tough situation, and it's going to be another very hard day for folks here in the Buffalo area. Back to you.
Fox Weather's Max Gordon over in the Buffalo, New York area. There was actually just a news conference we aired for you with the Erie County executive there in New York. That's the Buffalo area, where he said it is likely going to be one of the worst storms in the area's history. I do want to stick with Fox Weather here and take a look at Robert Ray. He is over in Atlanta providing more on what they're seeing as a result of this storm.
A very Merry Christmas, but a cold one here from Metro Atlanta. This is Alpharetta, a suburb with the beautiful holiday festivities behind me. But you know what? A lot of Southerners are probably going to be hunkering down here today in this part of the country as temperatures are really cold. Wind chills below zero. Thankfully, sunny skies above. But just a travel nightmare all around the country, including here at Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport, where it is just snarled. Same thing up in Chicago and other areas. And you know, we remember that Arctic sea smoke that we saw up in Chicago yesterday on Friday. Just amazing to see that. Temperatures of the lake at 40 degrees, the air temperature below zero, and it creates this hot tub effect. And so Mother Nature on full display, unfortunately, as so many people are going through this polar system, and thankfully no snow in the south. That is a good thing for all the folks here. But folks down here not used to these kind of temps. It's been nearly 10 years since single digits in the Atlanta metro, and they're just not going through this in a normal way on this Christmas Eve going into Christmas Day. And to think that next week in the south, we are going to see temperatures that will approach 70 degrees moving into the new year. Unfortunately, there are still thousands of people out of power in the state of Georgia and really all across the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, there have also been people that have lost their lives in these dangerous conditions. The old saying, pack your patience if you're traveling, really comes into play. If you're still trying to get to that destination for the holiday, yeah, you do. You got to pack that patience. In the meantime, temperatures are going to continue to move upwards here in the south, and that is a great thing. Back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you so much. We are also getting a look at just some of the viewer video coming in from this storm and the effects here. This is over by Long Island. Erica Grunwald via Storyful here, providing us this image of what appears to be a water spout. She did say that she captured 2 of those in the same area, and that is the video you see right there on your screen. So the Arctic cold front brought snow, gusty winds, and a rapid drop in temperatures to parts of New York yesterday. The footage here on Twitter by user @Ashley'sViews, who said it was filmed during whiteout weather in Lancaster yesterday. The NWS said that conditions would remain, quote, extremely treacherous northeast of the Great Lakes on Saturday. We know that has been the case, but look at all of that blowing snow on your screen. No question, travel has been impacted by this, and greatly impacted. Charles Watson with Fox News takes a closer look.
This week's once-in-a-generation storm sweeping across the country, bringing a dangerous combination of record-breaking cold, snow and ice, and high winds. The massive storm plunging much of the country into a deep freeze, impacting almost every state. Multiple governors declaring a state of emergency. Millions of Americans under winter weather warnings or advisories. Destructive winds downing trees and power lines, leaving nearly 1.8 million across the country without power.
They are then knocking down limbs and branches onto power lines, onto equipment, and causing those outages.
The bomb cyclone slammed part of the Northeast and Great Lakes, bringing whiteout conditions.
The conditions, the blinding snow, the zero visibility, absolute whiteouts, it may go down as one of the worst in history.
Hazardous roads coupled with closures, forcing some drivers to hunker down wherever they were.
Seems like I'll be here through the weekend.
Those dangerous driving conditions leading to accidents, including this fatal 50-vehicle pileup in Ohio. Meanwhile, folks trying to get to their holiday destinations are still dealing with the residual impact of the bad weather. Cancellations and delays are down from Friday, but are both still remaining in the thousands.
Well, you want to be home for family and can't do anything about it.
Travel troubles are not expected to let up over the weekend, with thousands of flights already delayed and canceled through Sunday. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Charles, thank you so much. And that is just one airport seeing that kind of situation unfolding there. We're talking countless cancellations and delays, thousands upon thousands. Fox's Madeline Rivera takes a closer look at several other airports across the country.
Just one day till Christmas Day, and nearly all 50 states have been affected by extreme winter weather, with alerts extending coast to coast. And for some, that means there is no going home.
Temperatures plunged to dangerous levels across the country Christmas weekend. A massive winter storm wreaking havoc on holiday travel, forcing airlines to cancel thousands of flights and leaving tens of thousands desperate to get home, with few options than to battle icy and dangerous roads.
Our whole airport shut down, so we drove to Omaha, Nebraska, got on a flight there, then D.C., delayed in D.C.
But for those staying put this weekend, the so-called once-in-a-generation storm has left many of them without power. Mass outages sweeping across several states, leaving some to battle blizzard conditions without heat.
I literally thought it felt like Antarctica. I mean, I think it says it feels like -37.
Across Midwest states, a brutal bomb cyclone packed high winds and heavy snowfall. Cities setting up warming centers and multiple governors declaring states of emergency.
The roads are going to be very, very, very dangerous and very, very, very difficult. The obvious recommendation to everyone is stay home.
In Texas, freezing temperatures tested the state's power grid, its biggest test since the deadly freeze of 2021.
By Christmas Day, much of this grinchy weather is expected to start tapering off. And if there is a silver lining, it's that almost half of the U.S. is covered by snow and we'll be seeing a white Christmas. At Newark Liberty International Airport, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And unfortunately, we have learned that this storm has claimed at least 16 lives. Unfortunately, that number expected to rise. And we've seen the number of outages make it to about 1.7 million earlier on today. That number has since dropped. It appears we are at just over 300,000 outages. Crews working as fast as they can to make sure to restore power to everyone. So it wasn't just Texas's power grid that was tested. Wisconsin's was tested as well. Our Fox Milwaukee team explains.
The good news is our system has stabilized and we have enough natural gas to meet the demand that's out there.
The fear was customers could lose their heat. So We Energies made an unprecedented plea Friday night for people to lower their thermostats to reduce natural gas use.
We're no longer asking customers to conserve energy at this time. They can go about their days as they would have normally.
We Energies lifted that request Saturday morning. One of the gas suppliers for We Energies experienced a significant equipment failure with its interstate pipeline network in DeKalb County, Illinois. A spokesman for One Oak said 2 valves malfunctioned. One was fixed Friday night. It led to less natural gas coming into the state.
So we weren't getting 30% of the fuel that they had committed to supply to us.
We Energies asked people to turn down their thermostats to 60 to 62 degrees to prevent problems. Allison Truey works for We Energies.
We've got analysts, experts in this who have been monitoring the demand and the supply levels all night long. And so once we got to a point where we felt that, there weren't going to be any more issues, it's a little bit warmer today. It's a Saturday, it's a holiday, so there just isn't as much natural gas use.
In Milwaukee, Aaron Mabin, Fox 6 News.
Aaron, thank you so much for that report. Taking a live look here across the country at just some of our cameras, and we do have a lot of them. This is Cadillac, Michigan, where the snow is still coming down a little bit there, and you can see it has piled up quite a bit on the ground. Take a look at this other camera here. This is a beautiful shot of downtown Nashville. You can see Nissan Stadium in the distance there. A little bit of snow on the ground, but the big problem for that area, no question, is going to be power outages. They are dealing with rolling blackouts as a result of the extremely cold temperatures there. It is 5:25 on the East Coast and 2:25 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we expect to hear from police over near the Mall of America. They will provide a live update after a teenager was shot and killed at the mall last night. A heavy police presence as holiday shoppers were sent running for their lives. Coming up at about 6 p.m. Eastern Time, we will receive that police update, and we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to get back into the big story right now, and that is this bomb cyclone, now responsible for at least 16 deaths across the country, and more than 300,000 people are still without power. Speaking on those deaths, we do know that several of them were in the state of Kentucky. The governor providing an update a short time ago to release the latest information coming out of the Commonwealth.
Good morning, everyone, and Merry Christmas Eve. I'm Andy, and I'm here with another update on this state of emergency with this Arctic front that has created very dangerous conditions, both in the cold, the wind chill that can cause frostbite pretty quickly, as well as roads that are dangerous to treacherous to simply impassable in many places. The main message to Kentuckians is stay home, stay safe, and stay alive. We are having dozens upon dozens of accidents across the state, interstates. As soon as we get them cleared, we have another issue somewhere around the state. It's simply not safe to travel right now. I know that's hard because it's Christmas Eve. But our job is to provide you the best safety information we can because, listen, this holiday, Christmas, is about life and new life. And we want everyone to stay alive so that they can celebrate with their families. The good news is tomorrow, temperatures will be coming up. Road conditions ought to get a lot better tomorrow when temperatures reach a level that the salt actually works on. Transportation is trying really hard to do the best they can with roads across the state right now, but it is simply too cold. And the way this wind gusts through can create blizzard-like conditions very quickly with the snow that's on the ground. So folks, it is still very dangerous out there. Wind chill advisory remains in effect through this afternoon. Don't let advisory fool you. It is really cold in the bluegrass region, up to -17 or 19 degrees below zero in wind chill. That is frostbite in 30 to 40 minutes, but it's going to hurt really bad before that. You know, if you're out 10 minutes, even less, you will really feel it. So please, everyone stay indoors. Roadways, again, are hazardous to treacherous to impassable. As an example, since Thursday night, we have had 3 separate major accidents on the same stretch of I-71. We'll talk about that and a bunch of others as we move on. And more snow is on the way with the light snowfall possible Monday into early Tuesday. 1 to 2 inches are expected across the northern and western Kentucky regions with lesser amounts elsewhere, but it will be warmer then. And road treatments ought to work a lot better. Temperatures will not get above freezing until Tuesday for most of the Commonwealth, but folks, hunker down. Let's wait this out because by Thursday, highs are expected to be in the 50s, and by Friday, maybe even in the 60s. I do want to go back before we move to roadways, and could you show the slide that talks about frostbite and has that chart? Yeah, this shows you just how dangerous it is out there. You know, we have temperatures that are, you know, in the 5s to 10s, maybe to the 12s, but then we have the wind gusts, and so you get very quickly into the blue to the darker blue. That's when it gets dangerous. We're currently in the lighter, this 30-minute area, hoping that we will get out of that tomorrow, but still pretty concerning out there. Again, roadways are treacherous. We are urging Kentuckians to stay home to ensure their safety and to help our first responders and our road crews so they can do their work. Remember, when there is a tractor trailer jackknifed, and virtually all of these major road incidents are multiple tractor trailers jackknifed. It means that we can't get the transportation crews to the place to further treat the roads, makes it hard for first responders to get to people, and it takes a massive effort to clean up and to get people back on the roads. Think about how heavy these trucks are, how many of them there can be, and what it takes to ultimately get the roads opened up again. Specific closure right now, avoid I-71 in Gallatin County, especially at mile marker 63. Northbound traffic is being detoured at exit 62, but stay away right now from the entire area. The southbound is moving slowly. I want to emphasize that we need folks to stay away from this area. What we're doing right now is first, we want to get all the vehicles that have been stuck out. To give you an example, over the night, we had about 700 vehicles over 14 miles that we were able to evacuate, most by shutting down the interstate and turning them around, getting people out first from the back. Now, we can get some of those that are stuck northbound, but it's going to take some time. Once we get that done, we're going to treat that area significantly, do the best we can, but we got to let the transportation trucks be able to go back and forth, which they're doing right now to help clear it out. Once we reopen that section of I-71, we're going to have to do it at a reduced speed. Right now, the speed plus the conditions have caused 3 separate accidents just in this area, more accidents closer to Louisville. So the entire section of I-71 from the 75-71 interchange to the Watterson is going to be reduced to 45 miles an hour until we can get through this tough and dangerous time. While some people may view that as an inconvenience, if you're going even that fast, it's dangerous on that area right now. And we believe this is our best chance not to have a 4th major incident that shuts down this section of the interstate. It's going to take an executive order. We're going to get it out, but we believe this is the best way to keep traffic moving. We'd appreciate it if our media partners let people know that while the A section is shut down right now, as it opens up, 45 miles an hour on that entire area of I-71, and we would suggest to people that they actually go a little bit slower than that. In that backup, I know that was tough for a lot of folks, but we did wellness checks on every single vehicle on I-71 in that backup. No tragedies or serious medical injuries. Certainly had to help a lot of people. I know a lot of people were scared. It was a major tractor trailer jackknife that took a significant amount of time to clear. Thank you to the National Guard, the Kentucky State Police for doing those wellness checks. Thank you to local first responders for doing them as well. To clear up one thing I think I saw out there on a social media account, these were separate incidents. There hadn't been a backup since Thursday night. These were all separate incidents. We got one cleared and another happened. We got that cleared and another happened. But we have had issues on I-71, probably the most issues of anywhere in the state since Thursday night. So if you can avoid it, please do. But if you can avoid travel, do that too. We've had at least 3 accidents on I-65 overnight and into the morning. One was in Hardin County at mile marker 91. Another was in Edmondson at mile marker 43. Another is at Hart County at mile marker 52. I-65 also pretty treacherous right now. Those are 3 incidents over just a night into a morning. That ought to tell you how rough it is out there. We'll have Jim Gray here in a minute. He just came from Lexington to Frankfort on I-64 and reports it was very rough going with cars sliding and coming off of the interstate. So again, folks, be careful. Don't travel if you don't have to. Remember, do not call 911 just for traffic or weather information. With all the folks that have been stranded or coming off the road, they need 911. Folks that are in danger, to call and to get help. 911 is how one of the stranded motorists lets us know what mile marker they're at and whether they need gas or whether they need heat. So please, if you need weather information, check your news, check social media accounts, and a couple others will go through that. Do not clog up the 911 lines. And again, if you can stay off the roads, let our road crews and our first responders do their work. In response efforts, the Kentucky National Guard and Kentucky State Police have helped recover dozens of cars and semi-trailer trucks. They've refueled vehicles, and they've handed out water, bottles, and blankets to stranded motorists. Kentucky National Guard moved 40 vehicles related to the I-71 incident, and that's just one major mission. 4 additional military vehicles, including a wrecker, have been sent for extra support on I-71. Soldiers and military vehicles have been deployed to Lawrence County to support medical transport options for emergency management. Again, please stay off the roads. We'd like to be able to send as many of these National Guard as we can home for Christmas tonight. I think there's certain areas of the state we're going to be able to do that. But remember, if you're out driving in treacherous conditions, that pulls first responders away on Christmas Eve from their families. So please really reconsider what your plans may be. Power outages, currently 43,289. This is a developing part of this state of emergency. The extreme cold temperatures are really straining the regional power grid. We've seen multiple providers have to go to temporary outages where they shut down power for a certain area for a limited period of time, which should not cause any harm to folks. The temperature in your house would not drop enough to be dangerous during that period, and then they turn it back on. But there are things that we can all do to help. First, turn your thermostat to the lowest comfortable setting, and then turn off all unnecessary lights. You know, when this was coming out yesterday, I walked around where we live and turned off every light that we didn't need, especially as it's light outside today. Folks, see if you can go without the lights inside your house turned on. That may be the difference between one extra house out there having power versus not, based on the capacity that's there. The utility workers and groups are doing their very best. Negative 15 to negative 30 wind chill would be a strain on any system out there. This is the coldest we've seen since at least 1989. And remember, we're about 3 days into this, so there is that strain. And again, please stay off the roads. Think about your plans and how you have them and what you're doing. I will tell you that our plan was to go to our church, which is in Louisville today for Christmas Eve. We're going to go to a service that's closer here in Frankfort. Make sure that we still get that Christmas Eve service in, but reduce the risk and not get on an interstate where, again, we're seeing some tough results. So we care about you. We love you. We want you to be safe. Now you're going to hear from Emergency Management Director Jeremy Slinker, followed by Secretary Jim Gray.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Governor. I'll be brief today. I just want to let everybody know the State Emergency Operations Center is still open, still activated, and very, very involved in the incidents and the challenges that we've encountered in the last 3 days since these record-setting temperatures have came in. So we'll continue to be operating at full staff as we have been, and we've even extended that today to ensure that everyone knew that we were activated throughout the evening and on in tomorrow at Christmas as well. With that said, I hope today is where we turn the corner and we don't encounter these large-scale accidents that are causing so many challenges to travel and safety. So I just ask all of you work with us, and again, turn the corner today, and let's have a day that is not doesn't end with a large traffic backup or challenge or an injury or worse. So with that said, I'll kind of hit that thing, high points of My last 2 days on my briefing, be safe. Stay home if you can, as the governor said. Remember on the generators and alternate heating sources, make sure you use those properly, and those generators you use outside. So be safe in that way. We keep emphasizing that because the temperatures haven't fully let up yet, and I know those are out. And the power outages that were mentioned, you might be using your generator in the near future for a short time. Just remember what we said, use it outside. Would mention that the travel trailer sites that we've talked about several times, these temperatures did pose challenges for us in those travel trailer sites. Some water lines froze, some furnaces went out, but I will tell you, our teams, our field teams, and those periodic checks were spot on. They made sure everyone was safe. We handed out bottled water. We repaired furnaces. We found heaters that do not cause a fire hazard or carbon monoxide hazard to supplement where we needed to as well. And then one site in particular, it just wasn't going to be able to get it repaired before evening yesterday, and we were just too concerned about the temperatures. So as we described earlier, we implemented a transportation and evacuation plan, and the site of Crockettsville in Breathitt County, we called on our great partners with the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Division, as well as Kentucky State Police, to bring out four-wheel drive vehicles and help pack people's belongings and move them to the Buckhorn State Park Lodge. We confirmed yesterday evening all 8 of those families that hadn't already made arrangements were arrived safely, checked in. We checked on them this morning. They're doing well. We hope when the temperatures move on, we get their trailers repaired and we get them back to a place of normalcy. 2 families did not have any utility or water issues, and they chose to remain because they were doing fine and they were happy to spend the holidays where they were at. And last thing I'll reemphasize, the I-71 is starting to clear up. We're watching it closely. The semis are in the right lane. The left lane is being cleared by Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, and traffic currently is being diverted off that exit so that we can keep those areas cleaned off and cleared, and hopefully to have a full opening in the future. That said, I'd like to ask Secretary Gray.
Thank you so much. That was the latest update there from the Kentucky governor and several other officials with the state of Kentucky speaking about the impacts of that storm in that area. As we've been mentioning, we are seeing, of course, that there have been impacts in several U.S. states as a result of this bomb cyclone. Take a look at the radar here. That is the system that we are watching. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, police are expected to give a live update on the shooting that happened yesterday at the Mall of America there in Minnesota, sending shoppers running for their lives as gunshots were fired. We know a 19-year-old was killed. No word yet on if a suspect is in custody, but again, we do expect that update, so we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's step away for a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:48 on the East Coast and 2:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. So I do want to remind you that coming up in about 12 minutes, we will have that news conference with police in Minnesota as they do provide an update on the shooting that happened at the Mall of America last night. They held a pretty late news conference that we played for you a bit earlier on, but they are going to provide an update. As of last night, they were still looking for the shooter, but it's not clear if they are going to announce an arrest or maybe a suspect description. But if we do get that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Taking a live look here at Nashville, Tennessee, where the wind is blowing. You can't really tell as you look at Nissan Stadium, but it is very, very, very cold there in Tennessee. They've been dealing with rolling blackouts throughout the day as power is shut off for a short time, then reinstated and then shut off again in the future. So essentially, those rolling blackouts are supposed to help with energy and just dealing with the situation they are dealing with that extra energy use. Want to talk more about the storms that we have been tracking. Of course, we're talking about that major bomb cyclone here. Take a look at our XRAD radar system. The effects being felt all over the country, and in some spots they're not dealing with Arctic cold or snow, they are dealing with flooding. Christine Russo with our Fox 5 New York team takes a closer look.
People on B72nd Street in cleanup mode after Thursday night's torrential downpours.
I stayed up to 2 o'clock in the morning. I thought everything was all right because we didn't get the rain that I thought we were going to get. And then the tide cycle came in at the high tide cycle. And that's when everything, just water just rushed in. This whole community is flooded.
Heavy rains inundated parts of southern Queens, flooding streets along the coast. On the other side of B72nd Street, more damage.
The water is like here, up to here, okay? So the whole car's flooded. The whole car's, total, the seats don't work.
This man's wife's car, which she uses as an Uber, was totaled from the rain. This was her source of income.
Yeah. And it's a brand new car, it's a 22.
The flooding trapped cars and tricked others into thinking they could make it through the deep waters.
Trapped in your car because the water's up to here. There was
That was our Fox 5 New York team. We appreciate that report there, providing more about the flooding that is happening in that area. Want to take a look at just some of the other areas that we are seeing really across the country here. They've been dealing with that snow, the Arctic cold, and the flooding. Let's actually take a look at Chicago, where our Fox 32 Chicago team has more about the different cold weather and how that is impacting people across the country.
These below zero temperatures are rough on all of us, but consider those that don't have a consistent place to lay their heads at night. Thankfully, there are some people that meet folks where they are.
It's so cold, and the wind, when it blows, it's freezing.
Orange shanties still in place here at Chicago's infamous homeless hub. Despite the bitter cold, many people refusing to leave their possessions.
For someone to come along and say, hey, I'm going to pick how many people I can up in a hotel was a blessing.
He's talking about Jermaine Jordan, who on Thursday gathered 61 people from 10 City. He also met folks at bus and train stops, all looking to escape the bitter cold.
Last year, a guy, he died from hypothermia. He was sleeping in an abandoned car.
And that's his inspiration now 3 years in a row, providing a warm place to stay and a pop here and there. Jordan fed the group at Harold's Chicken on Wabash. He also got them hotel rooms here at Travelodge.
So I've been kind of going from city to city and, trying to get my identification, as far as my birth certificate.
It comes as the city has opened various warming centers to aid the less fortunate, but depending on circumstances, services aren't always accommodating.
A lot of people was very, very cold and don't have resources to be able to even get somewhere or to the warming center or something.
Over the next 7 days, the group will be able to shower, enjoy free food, and a warm place to stay. For Lisa, whose 31st birthday is today, it's all right on time.
It's the first time I ever reached out for help. And I got lucky. I got very lucky on my birthday.
Now, Jordan has raised about $3,300 to pay for lodging and food for his friends for the next week or so. Of course, he is still in need of donations. If you'd like to help out, you can support him through his GoFundMe page, which is listed here on your screen. For more information about local shelters citywide, you can go to our website, Fox 32 Chicago, on the city's west side outside of the Freedom Center. Nate Rogers, Fox 32 Chicago.
Nate, thank you so much. Again, that was our Fox 32 Chicago team. They are dealing with very, very cold temperatures over there. I do want to head to a report from our Fox 13 Seattle team. They are dealing with snow over in that location.
Flat on its side.
I saw her just going down. I'm like, oh, this is bad. And I'm like, oh my God, she just flipped her car.
Brent Herman says his wife was on her way to work when her car slid down the icy streets of their neighborhood in Edmonds.
She coming down the hill, her car just would not stop until it came to a stop on its side. It went up a rockery right over there and just flipped over.
Herman says his wife is shaken, but she's not hurt after first responders carefully rescued her from the flipped car.
The fire department got here to bust out the windows to get her out and stabilize the car.
With 2 snowfalls and freezing rain that came down across Snohomish County, the streets are frozen over. Herman and his neighbors say a snowplow has not come through this area once.
So even the ones they're trying to take care of right now are still pretty impassable, I think. The ice is the worst I've ever seen.
Removing that snow and ice has kept Snohomish County Public Works busy since Saturday. Director Kelly Snyder says the conditions are becoming more dangerous each day. While out clearing the roads, 2 trees weighed down by ice from the freezing rain fell on top of a snowplow while the truck driver was inside. Snyder says thankfully the driver wasn't hurt, but it speaks to the risk crews endure to make sure the roads are safe for everyone. And their work isn't over. With rain and warmer temperatures in the forecast, Snyder says the quick thaw could turn into flooding this weekend.
We might see some road closures this weekend in some of the urban areas for some urbanized flooding. We're really asking the public to help us go out to those storm drain areas, remove the snow from the drains, even if it's just a couple little inches here and there. That'll help the water go where it needs to go.
Snyder is encouraging people to stay home if they can, to give crews space to clear the roads effectively and safely. Herman says with a busted car, he and his wife might not be going anywhere anytime soon.
She was laughing and she's like, don't say it, don't say it. And I'm like, I told you so.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 Seattle team. We're going to have the latest on this bomb cyclone all throughout the day into tomorrow. So stay with us on Live Now for the very latest. Take a look at your screen right now. We are going to be tracking Santa live, raw, and unfiltered starting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Mike Paish with Live Now from Fox will be watching Santa's every move, and you can watch him watch Santa coming up. Again, that's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve, and thank you so much for being here with us. It is 5:59 over on the East Coast and 2:59 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Any minute now, we are expecting an update from police in Minnesota after gunshots were fired at the Mall of America last night. We know a 19-year-old man was shot and killed there. No word on any other injuries or if a suspect is in custody, but we do expect that update from police coming up any minute now, so we will bring that to you live or on Unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I want to talk a little bit more about this bomb cyclone that we have been tracking. Take a live look here at our XRAD radar system. That right there is the massive storm that has been providing, a lot of problems across the country. We're talking about 300,000 people still without power as a result, and unfortunately at least 16 people have died in this storm. Charles Watson with Fox News giving us the latest information.
This week's once-in-a-generation storm sweeping across the country, bringing a dangerous combination of record-breaking cold, snow and ice, and high winds. The massive storm plunging much of the country into a deep freeze, impacting almost every state. Multiple governors declaring a state of emergency. Millions of Americans under winter weather warnings or advisories. Destructive winds downing trees and power lines, leaving nearly 1.8 million across the country without power.
They are then knocking down limbs and branches onto power lines, onto equipment, and causing those outages.
The bomb cyclone slammed part of the Northeast and Great Lakes, bringing whiteout conditions.
The conditions, the blinding snow, the zero visibility, absolute whiteouts, it may go down as one of the worst in history.
Hazardous roads coupled with closures, forcing some drivers to hunker down wherever they were.
Seems like I'll be here through the weekend.
Those dangerous driving conditions leading to accidents, including this fatal 50-vehicle pileup in Ohio. Meanwhile, folks trying to get to their holiday destinations are still dealing with the residual impact of the bad weather. Cancellations and delays are down from Friday, but are both still remaining in the thousands.
Well, you won't be home for family, and can't do anything about it.
Travel troubles are not expected to let up over the weekend, with thousands of flights already delayed and canceled through Sunday. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Charles, thank you. And of course, you do want to check your flight ahead of time. We know there are so many delays here and cancellations, so make sure that you do check it ahead of time. Both Thursday and Friday of last week, those were the busiest travel days prior to Christmas. And as you can imagine, it's going to be a lot going on the next few days or so in the air. Now, we were talking about that news conference about the Mall of America shooting. That news conference now getting underway. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
So I'm going to start off today. I just want to correct two things that I said yesterday. The first one was yesterday I said that one of our officers had originally heard shots and they had went into Nordstrom's. What happened, the correction here is our officer was working at the Watches of Switzerland, and they saw people come out of Nordstrom's, and they ran into Nordstrom's where they found the victim was shot. So that is one correction. The other correction was yesterday I had said that I wasn't sure how many homicides we've had at the mall in its history. We had one other homicide in 1999, which was a domestic related stabbing. But this one yesterday was the first firearms related homicide in the history of the Mall of America. So today we know the how, we know the where, we know the what, and we know the who. We don't know the why this happened. And we don't know the why because people flat out are just not cooperating and people don't want to talk. So after the shooting, the murder took place, we were able to identify two suspects who are 17-year-old juveniles. And through that process, we were able to establish where they were at and kind of who they were associated with. So at around 8:40 this morning, a search warrant was executed at the 275 Schillard, SCHLARD Parkway in St. Louis Park. The search warrant was executed by the Dinah, St. Louis Park, and Minnetonka SWAT teams. At this warrant, 5 people were arrested, 3 juvenile males who are 17 years old, and 2 adult males who are 18 years old. There was also some evidence that was recovered during this search warrant. This is an active investigation, so I can't get into all of that. But what I can say is we are fairly confident that we do have the person who was responsible for murdering the victim in custody. We're also still trying to determine if there was another shooter involved in this, and we're still trying to continue working through that. But one of the shooters we do have in custody. I am not able to give out, obviously, the names of the juveniles, but the adults who are arrested are in the booking process, and once they complete the booking process, we will send out the booking photos for those who were arrested and throughout this incident. Our officers and our detectives, I can't speak highly enough of. They went out here, and within 12 hours, again, the people who decided to murder someone in one of our stores, they're locked up. This part kind of annoys me a little bit, but so when we did the search warrant, the people we arrested here after the shooting, appears that they felt it was necessary to get something to eat. So they went to White Castle, and got a Crave Pack. And I said, anybody helps them, we're going to lock you up. So we're still working this, and if you help them, so help me God, we are going to lock you up, and we are going to continue to investigate this throughout. The why here is the thing that we still don't understand, because no one is cooperating with us. We believe that this is some type of long-standing feud, that's been going on, but no one is cooperating with us right now. But, and I said this yesterday, in Bloomington, if you come here and murder people in our mall, you get one of these as Christmas. Here you go. 5 people got one of these today. 5 people got one of these. So you come to Bloomington and think you're going to kill people and get away with it? No, we're not playing that here. You're going to jail. And we're going to make sure that anybody else that helped these folks are going to go to jail too. And again, I'm going to extend my condolences to the family. It's Christmas, and they're going to be having to bury a loved one. So with that, I'll take what questions you have, but understand this is an active investigation, and our folks really, literally, they have not slept all night, and they've been working this case.
Chief, can you say if you found a murder weapon?
We're still looking at that right now.
Was there more than one shooter?
We're still trying to determine that right now. But we are confident that we got one of them in custody right now.
Do you know yet how many shots were fired?
No, I don't.
So just for clarification, 5 people were arrested, but there are only 2 suspects?
So we arrested 5 people. They are all going to be charged with second-degree murder at this point. And what we were able to identify 2 of the people who were in the group who were juveniles. We believe that the shooter that we have in custody is one of the adults, who we will identify once they go through the booking process.
And we believe it was a juvenile that actually fired the gun that killed the
No, we believe that one of the one of the shooters, we're still trying to determine if there was another, is an adult. But of the group of people that we were able to identify, we were able to get into that group by identifying 2 of the juveniles who were in that group.
Can you say how many times the victim was hit?
I haven't gotten the report from the medical examiner yet.
Did the video help you identify the shooter?
Yes.
Did the video include audio, and was there any discussion heard of what they might have been arguing about?
We didn't know. The videos that are in the mall or in these shopping centers do not include audio. There's some social media videos that we're looking at. And I want to say this too, since it's an active investigation, if anybody has any information, you can give us a call at 952-563-4900. Again, we need some help with the why, because a lot of the people that are associated with this are absolutely not cooperating. Right? We will figure out the why. It's just going to take a little bit longer, but if anybody has any information for us, that would be really helpful.
Did they exit through the mall, or did they exit through the Nordstrom's entrance?
Through the Nordstrom's entrance.
And was the car like waiting,
or? No, it was waiting. From what I saw, got into a vehicle.
All of them in the same vehicle?
I don't know that part yet.
And when you say not cooperating, you mean like they're just not talking?
They're not talking. Some of them don't even want to tell us their names. They're not. No one's cooperating, right? Which is the frustrating part about this.
When you say no one, does that include like the people in the victim's family and the people around the victim as well?
Out of respect for them, I'm not going to answer that.
Was there any issues with the serving of the warrants this morning? Did they cooperate with the arrest?
Yes. No, there was no issues with the warrant that I was made aware of.
Chief, you mentioned you spoke to the family last night. Did you have a chance to share this update with them before you came out to it?
Yes, one of our detectives our lead detective called the mother. She's been trying to get back in touch with the father, but the keeps going to voicemail.
Given the holiday weekend, when's the earliest they could be charged?
That's a good question. Tuesday.
The
Yeah.
governor tweeted that he was wanting to support Bloomington. Has he sent any other kind of resources, or?
I've talked to Commissioner Harrington. I've not spoken with Governor Walz.
What did you and Commissioner Harrington speak about?
I gave the commissioner just a briefing like I gave you all here about what we had, and told him that at this time we didn't need any state assistance, and he offered if we did that they would also help us with that. The assistant agencies right now, in addition to those that executed the SWAT warrant, was the FBI has been a great partner with us. Hennepin County VOTIF has been a great partner with us. The ATF has been a great partner with us, and then Hennepin County CISA has also been a great partner in terms of gathering information for us.
You looking for anybody else beyond these 5?
Yes. We don't know who they are at this point, though. So
how many do you know?
One more person.
One more.
Yep.
You said they weren't cooperating. How did you know they went to White Cat though after
the fact? What was found at the house when we did the warrant. Yep. And I'm not going to get into the rest of that, but yeah, it was very apparent.
Do you think this other person got away while the warrant was being served, or were they part of the location where the warrant was being served?
We don't know yet.
Chief, are you able to share at all what led you guys to St. Louis Park?
It's an active investigation, but I will just say, by us being able to identify 2 of the juveniles and then just working through the investigative process with that.
Okay. I was going to ask, are any of these people known to you?
No, not at all. It appears none of these people are from Bloomington, right? And our officers haven't been in contact with any of these folks. This appears to be, again, people just having conflict, and they happen to come together. And this time it just happened to be the Mall of America, where they decided to, exercise their conflict and endanger everybody else around them.
Can you share any information about how these people are connected to each other? Are they family? Go to the same school? That kind of thing?
We don't know yet. We're still trying to figure that part out. Again, I mean, like I said, we know the who. the why is where we're at.
Chief, you mentioned social media. How important was the use of social media to your investigation so far?
I don't know. I have to ask our detectives. But obviously any videos that people had have been helpful for us to look at.
Have you had other witnesses who were in the store come forward with helpful information yet who weren't involved with this?
So I know our detectives have spoken with witnesses, and I think what they've provided, I'm pretty sure is helpful. I haven't gotten a rundown on that, but obviously it's still an active investigation. I know people don't like when we say that, but it is. So I wish I could say more. But at some point, as we work through the why here, we'll be able to give you more.
And the victim, you guys can't confirm who, or are you guys waiting for that?
Yeah, the medical examiner will do that part.
You said they weren't from Bloomington, but are they all from Minnesota?
Yes. Yep.
And they live all in the Twin Cities area?
Yes.
Okay, that's about the extent of the information that the chief has. Like he said, when we get those booking photos, I will send those out to all of the media. They're coming very shortly. And then the information from the medical examiner should not be long after that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a news conference with Bloomington Police. They are talking about that deadly shooting that did happen at the Mall of America just yesterday. We know that a 19-year-old man was killed as a result of that gunfire. Police right there confirming now that they do have 5 suspects in custody, 3 juveniles and 2 adults. The juveniles 17 years old and the adults 18 years old. None of them are from Bloomington, according to the chief, but he did say he was very angry after learning that following that shooting, the suspects did go to White Castle to get some food. At this point, they have not identified the 19-year-old killed, but as we do get that information, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve, and thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 6:18 on the East Coast and 3:18 on the West Coast. I do want to start by talking about that bomb cyclone. We know there's been effects from that all over the country, and this right here is a live look at our XRAD radar system. I do also want to show you just some of the video that we have received from viewers here. This is from at Ashley Views via Storyful on Twitter. You can see just how powerful that snow was in the Buffalo, New York area, essentially a whiteout and very hard to see. Fox Weather's Max Gordon was there in the Buffalo area earlier today and filed this report.
Well, the wind continues to gust and the snow still falls here in Lackawanna, New York. Folks are digging their vehicles out after a very tough night for many motorists. A lot of people here at this gas station actually had to spend the night in their vehicles. Really tough conditions out there on the roads. Unfortunately, my photographer and I, we were one of those who had to spend the night in their cars. Luckily, we had full tanks of gas and we were able to keep warm. Woof, very slippery. Keep warm during the night, but it was pretty rough going. Rough going for a lot of folks out there. During the evening hours, conditions driving were absolutely brutal. You could barely see anything. Whiteout conditions at times. Luckily, there were police officers, firefighters helping out, rescuing stranded motorists, but really, it was just nearly impossible to be out there on the roadways, and a lot of people just had to pull over and stop. And that's what's happening right now along this section of road going north into Buffalo. You can see tractor trailer trucks stopped along the road. There seems to be some sort of backup, some sort of bottleneck up ahead. I'm not sure if the road isn't plowed or if there's stalled vehicles there. Road conditions are awful still. Plows are out, but really, officials are advising folks to just stay off of the roadways. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue throughout the day. Some areas could see up to 2 feet of additional snowfall with winds gusting to 60, 65 miles per hour. In some places, emergency services simply aren't available at all. And unfortunately, there have been 2 deaths here in the Buffalo area due to emergency services not being able to respond out to folks. It's just a very tough situation, and it's going to be another very hard day for folks here in the Buffalo area. Back to you.
That was Max Gordon with Fox Weather, and don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Very helpful in situations like this because you get all your weather-related news, but you also get a radar where you can track storms like this one and others that are impacting you or other parts of the U.S. Robert Ray with Fox Weather also joined us a bit earlier today. He is over in the Atlanta area.
A very Merry Christmas, but a cold one here from Metro Atlanta. This is Alpharetta, a suburb with the beautiful holiday festivities behind me. But you know what? A lot of Southerners are probably going to be hunkering down here today in this part of the country as temperatures are really cold. Wind chills below 0. Thankfully, sunny skies above. But just a travel nightmare all around the country, including here at Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport, where it is just snarled. Same thing up in Chicago and other areas. And you know, we remember that Arctic sea smoke that we saw up in Chicago yesterday on Friday. Just amazing to see that. Temperatures of the lake at 40 degrees, the air temperature below 0, and it creates this hot tub effect. And so Mother Nature on full display, unfortunately, as so many people are going through this polar system, and thankfully no snow in the south. That is a good thing for all the folks here. But folks down here not used to these kind of temps. It's been nearly 10 years since single digits in the Atlanta metro, and they're just not going through this in a normal way on this Christmas Eve going into Christmas Day. And to think that next week in the south, we are going to see temperatures that will approach 70 degrees moving into the new year. Unfortunately, there are still thousands of people out of power in the state of Georgia and really all across the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, there have also been people that have lost their lives in these dangerous conditions. The old saying, pack your patience if you're traveling, really comes into play. If you're still trying to get to that destination for the holiday, yeah, you do. You got to pack that patience. In the meantime, temperatures are going to continue to move upwards here in the south, and that is a great thing. Back to you.
All right, Robert Ray there with the update from the Atlanta area. As we saw there in Max Gordon's report prior to Robert, it's a mess over there in Buffalo, New York. We held a short time ago.
4 p.m. blizzard update. It's Christmas Eve. We've been dealing with this blizzard for more than 24 hours now. Unfortunately, it is a killer blizzard. And I just want to thank everybody for dealing with some very, very difficult circumstances. We know it has not been easy. For the first responders, for law enforcement, for those that are working nonstop, as well as those who are just in a place locked in where maybe it's just cold because of no power. And on behalf of the people of Erie County, I just want to thank everyone for holding it together and doing what is right to protect our community. We were on a call with the National Weather Service a little over an hour ago in which we were told that blizzard conditions would continue through at least 7 a.m. tomorrow, but also that there's an expectation of significant winter weather. It may not be a blizzard because of the wind, but still high winds with lake effect snow through all day tomorrow, all day Christmas. The bands will be moving south to be followed by additional snow on Monday. Not blizzard conditions, but additional snow that will pile up on top of everything we had. At the time that we talked a little over an hour and a half ago, the Weather Service had noted that this could still continue for another 36 hours at that point, which was very, very depressing, to put it mildly, because none of us want to be dealing with this for the next 36 hours. But we do know that a blizzard a warning is still in effect officially through 7 a.m. Tomorrow morning, and then there is expectation still of lake effect snows in the region, even if the blizzard warning is lifted because the winds have subsided. Power outage. National Grid has more than 25,000 outages across Erie County, 20,000 plus which are in the city of Buffalo. Buffalo Department of Public Works, as well as the Erie County Department of Public Works, are helping to open up areas around National Grid substations so they can get in there and try to re-energize neighborhoods. It's possible that some of these large outages are substations, and once they are able to fix the substation, they'll be able to get a lot of people back online. And they're trying to repower as many as possible by the end of the night. However, and this is also depressing for those who may be dealing with power outages, I was advised by the National Grid regional president that some may not be restored until late Monday because they still need to assess damage in neighborhoods. So it is Saturday, tomorrow is Sunday. It is possible that some of the neighborhoods in the city of Buffalo may not be energized until late Monday. The National Grid site knows that restoration expectation in Erie County is listed as 11 p.m. on December 24th. That is not accurate. The National Grid president told me that. It is not accurate. Restoration will probably not happen for most people until tomorrow, Christmas, and Monday. So unfortunately, many people, thousands, are going to still be going through the night without power, which for them also means without heat, and we are very concerned about that. They have thankfully been able to get into some neighborhoods and restore power in areas, but then just as soon as they've restored it in one area, it's lost in another. There are sporadic National Grid outages in other parts of the county, but it is in the city of Buffalo that has the vast majority of outages. NYSEG has done a very good job of trying to restore power in areas where they've lost it. Last I saw, there was about 5,000 outages in Erie County. That area has not been hit as hard by the blizzard, but they have been able to get out in the daylight and overnight hours to restore some individuals. I understand for those who are dealing with a cold house that this is very, very uncomfortable and in some ways can be life-threatening. And I do offer my compassion towards you because we understand that this is very, very bad. But we are working as best as possible to help National Grid re-energize neighborhoods as quickly as possible. We are concerned about the overnight hours with the bitter cold temperatures once again. That houses that were down to 40 degrees this afternoon are even going to be colder. And that's why if you are in a life-threatening situation, there are numbers to call in which we can hopefully get you. But as I will talk about in a moment, we can't just pick up everybody and take you to a warming center. We don't have the capability of doing that. And many, many neighborhoods, especially in the city of Buffalo, are still impassable. With that, I'm going to turn over to our Department of Public Works Commissioner Bill Geary to talk about Public Works. They have been able to do good, very good work during the daylight hours, opening up many roads. But as we're hearing, we open up a road, we get a lane through so it's open for emergency traffic, and then someone gets stuck very soon thereafter. So a road that was opened is now closed because somebody who shouldn't be driving is on the road. But I do want to commend the Public Works officials who've worked exceptionally hard to get us to the position where we are today, where we do have main roads open that were closed.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve, and thank you so much for being here with us. We do continue to follow the latest on this bomb cyclone. Before the break, we were hearing from Mark Polencars. He is the executive of Erie County. That is where Buffalo is located. He says this is likely one of the worst storms, if not the worst storm in their history. The roads are not able to be traveled on, and emergency vehicles are stuck in the snow at this point. So he essentially said they do not have any emergency services there in their county. I do want to take you back to that news conference. Again, this was held a short time ago. Before the break, we heard from Mark Polencars, and now we're hearing from some of the other emergency officials in Erie County.
Good evening, everyone. I know it may sound like we're repeating the broken record here, but the conditions are considered treacherous out on the road. And I know I'm speaking for not only all of the first responders, police, fire, and EMS, but also from our public works and highway partners in this event. Every time we clear a road, they are not fully clear. They're clear enough so that first responders and other equipment can get by. That being said, as the county executive alluded to, we have several people that are making efforts to get out on the road, and they're then getting stuck. That makes it very difficult. We still have people that we are attempting to rescue from their vehicles. I know this has been many hours that this has been going on, but rescues are still underway. We just don't have the capacity. Again, I've mentioned it. as has the Weather Service and the county executive. With treacherous conditions that are going on outside, it is very difficult to get to people. We're making every effort to take care of that, but the more people stay off the road, the easier it will be for the first responders to get out there and effect rescues. Police and fire agencies are going above and beyond to try and get to people by putting themselves in harm's way. The other individuals who get on the road unnecessarily during not only the state of emergency, but the driving ban, that impacts us even more and makes it much more difficult. A couple of things to remember. The snow is continuing to drift, as you heard. While the term blizzard category may end at 7 a.m., this will still be a significant storm for days to come, with the high 30s and possible 40-mile-an-hour gusts that will continue to drift this snow. Other storms have never reached the blizzard mark and have been significant for Western New York. So this is still a significant event for us. Remember to clear off the vents around your furnaces so that you can avoid any undue need for carbon monoxide in your home. Also, if you have to use a generator because you lose power, make sure that it's properly ventilated and away from your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. The ones who can basically say exactly what's going on the most out there are law enforcement and first responders who've been responding to these emergency situations. And they are putting their lives on the line, because when a first responder goes out, they are not always getting to where they need to be because they themselves are entering treacherous conditions where they can't get to a person who's stuck in a vehicle because they're blocked because of traffic or because of the conditions. I'd like to turn it over to the County Sheriff's Office. We have Chief Green and Chief Blitzolaro here to talk a little bit about what they've been seeing and still are seeing. This is not something that's over with. People are like, hey, it's a little bit better. Bills game was on. We're feeling good. The Bills won. The Bills game may be over with, but the snowstorm, the blizzard is not. And there are people putting their lives on the line to save those who unfortunately have been recklessly going out when they didn't need to, and then having to be rescued. So, Chief?
Thank you, County Executive. Merry Christmas to everybody. I want to thank the County Executive, Greg Butcher, Billy Geary, Chief Greenan. It's been a challenging 24 hours for the Sheriff's Office, but also for the Public Works, Emergency Services, and County Executive polling cars, who's been here every minute of this storm. I just want to say it's been an honor to network and collaborate with these fine agencies and try to spearhead some of these rescues. More to that, we have in the QRF, which is the Quick Reaction Force, who I am in charge of. They are cross-trained in snow rescue. They go out to Colorado once a year, spend a week out there, and do all sorts of training for situations just like this. Last night, about 6 to 7 of the deputies left Ridge Road, where we're stationed out in Orchard Park, and left and made it their way up Southwestern to Transit Road to a very problem area, which is up in Clarence. They had a 3-man team on a track all-terrain vehicle, and then I had 2 2-man teams on snow sleds, snowmobiles. And they had made, to this point, north of 50 rescues to this point, one being a small child. We have also rescued deputies trying to get into work, or deputies that were responding to a 911 call and got derailed and went off the road. Some, their gas tanks were low. They got to those deputies, got them to a warming shelter. The deputies that I just talked about spent the night at the main transit fire hall. They have been working more than 24 hours at the moment, with some rest in between. They've been finding individuals stuck in cars and transporting them to warming shelters. I can't reiterate more the urgency. This is a dangerous storm. I lived through the blizzard of '77. This is worse. It's the veracity of the winds. It's life-threatening. If you don't have to be out, please don't go out. My deputies are doing a tremendous job, and like I said, I'm very proud of them. Proud of these agencies also that we are working together. The volunteer fire halls throughout the county, they've been tremendous. They stepped up. We've been networking with them. They've been a great asset, warming shelters, bringing the stranded individuals to them. So we are still trying. We are still conducting these rescues as we speak. They are out there with periodic rest, but also the patrol deputies are doing the same thing. They're doing the best they can in these patrol vehicles and getting to these people that need to be. Again, with that, I just want to say it's been a challenging time, interesting, but also very encouraging to watch these agencies work together. Merry Christmas, and thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the tremendous work that was done by the, and still is being done by the Erie County Sheriff's Office and all the first responders. They are really in horrible, treacherous situations going out there to rescue individuals. And as was noted, sometimes the rescuers need rescuing because of how bad things are. So thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. The phone numbers, the 911 is only for life-threatening circumstances. We have heard that the numbers to 911 have gone down, that only people mostly are calling for life-threatening circumstances. If you are in a life-threatening situation, you should call 911. We have the 716-858 snow number. This is for serious but not immediate life-threatening circumstances, such as you need to go get dialysis, you need medications. It is not a number to call to go to a warming center. It is not a number to call for food. It is not a number to call to have the National Guard pick you up or clean out your driveway. That's not what the National Guard does. The National Guard is on life-saving missions. We are just very, very inundated with phone calls that are not serious. They may be not great. Somebody stuck in a car, we'll document that information, we'll pass it on to law enforcement, but what often happens is they'll come and they'll rescue someone who's stuck in a car, and then someone else will be driving on the roads when they shouldn't be and get stuck themselves. So it's just snowballing. It's the right word to use with regards to this blizzard. More and more people are going out in situations where they shouldn't. They don't have appropriate vehicles. We had one response of a smaller vehicle with bald tires that was blocking a main intersection that had just been cleared because it got stuck. This just can't happen, folks. We need you to be smart. We really need you to be smart and stay where you are. And if it is a life-threatening situation, call 911. If it is a serious but not immediate life-threatening situation, you can call 858-SNOW. But please know we've been getting more than 400 calls to that number an hour, and it is taking time to get through the calls. It is taking time to respond. Many of the responses are such that we're not going to be able to assist you because it is not a life-threatening, immediate, serious situation. But we just want people to know the number is still there, but we're getting inundated with calls to the point it's making it difficult for us to even respond to the calls immediately, to the point where if you call, you might hear a busy signal because there's so many calls coming in per minute. Just want to talk about fatalities. There's a lot of rumors that are going out there about fatalities. The medical examiner's office can confirm 3 fatalities. The 2 from last night in the town of Cheektowaga and the one that was announced earlier today, an individual who was found frozen in the city of Buffalo. There are lots of rumors of additional fatalities. The medical examiner's office does not have confirmation of those fatalities. There may be other fatalities. And when there are, from the medical examiner's office, we will confirm them. But as of right now, we only have 3 confirmed deaths associated with the storm. Lots of rumors out there about other potential deaths. And as those, if they are real, and those bodies are collected, they will be taken to hospitals for identification, and then we will be able to confirm them to our medical examiner's office working with the hospitals. Let's hope that those rumors are just rumors and they're not true, because we are trying to get through this with as many, the least amount of deaths as possible. But unfortunately, we've had 3 confirmed at this point. One final thing, it was mentioned by Greg Butcher. If you have a generator, please use it outside your house, 20 feet from the house, exhaust facing away from the house, and you need to clean your vents. You need to clean your gas vents from your furnace. You need to clean a dryer vent. Dryer vent alone itself can push back carbon monoxide from a gas furnace. So make sure that those are clean. If you can't do that, excuse me, please contact a neighbor, talk to a neighbor and see if they can get out there and clean it, especially before the overnight hours. Just once again, this is still a life-threatening situation. This is nothing to be trifled with. This is a blizzard that is going to be compared to the blizzard of 77, and when all is said and done, let's hope it's not as bad as the blizzard of 77 was, but the winds are actually stronger for this first 36-hour period than they were during the blizzard of 77. Let's just hope we get through this a lot quicker. As we said, a blizzard warning is still in effect till 7 a.m. tomorrow. though there is an expectation, even if the blizzard warning is lifted because the winds have subsided below 35 miles per hour for 3 hours straight, that doesn't mean everything's fine. We're still going to be in a significant lake effect snow with strong winds, which will be creating whiteout conditions. They just won't theoretically or technically be blizzard conditions. So we ask everyone to please still follow the driving ban. That'll help us get through this as quickly as possible. It will help us clear the streets as quickly as possible. It'll help us to get out there and rescue people who are in life-threatening situations. Just to all, I know for a lot of people, they would rather be somewhere else on this Christmas Eve. The best place you can be is home, safe. I certainly wish everyone who celebrates a Merry Christmas. This is not the Christmas we had hoped it would be, but the most important thing is that we can be with our families, if not tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that, and that we can all be safe. That is the most important thing, so that we can celebrate Christmas in our hearts every day of the year. With that, I will open it up to questions from members of the media. I will call each one individually, and if you can unmute yourself. We'll start with Kevin Jolly from Fox 29. Are you there, Kevin?
I don't have any questions.
Nope. No questions? Okay. We'll go to WKBW, Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go to Jeff Preval from WIVB. Do you have any questions, Jeff? If you do, please unmute your phone. Any questions, Jeff? I guess not. This will be our last media advisory briefing for the evening hours. We will probably have one again in the morning tomorrow to update on what had occurred through the overnight hours. If conditions had worsened to a point where we needed to have additional media briefing, we would between now and the morning. Let's hope that it doesn't. We know it's not going to be good. The weather is still going to be a blizzard-like out there. The snow is going to move south slowly. It's kind of clear right now in Cheektowaga, though it's been very windy, so we're still getting whiteout conditions, even though it's not snowing, but we're expecting that snow to come back into the Cheektowaga Buffalo area, slowly work its way down, eventually get into Orchard Park, East Aurora, Marilla by tomorrow. And even if theoretically the blizzard has been lifted, do expect the Weather Service to immediately do a lake effect storm warning and high wind warning because of the conditions that will continue for at least through tomorrow, Christmas Day. So thank you. Be safe and well to all, and to those who celebrate, Merry Christmas. To those who are finishing the Hanukkah season, Happy Hanukkah. And let's just all get through this together so that we can all hopefully have a very happy New Year. Take care, everyone.
That was Mark Poloncarz, the executive over in Erie County, New York. That is where Buffalo is located, saying this could likely be the worst storm that they have ever seen in that area. He did confirm 3 deaths over in the Buffalo area, but says that number could rise. However, he did want to clear up any rumors where people have said that even more people have died in Erie County. He says that number is 3, but again, could rise. As of right now, our partners at Fox Weather reporting at least 16 people have died in this bomb cyclone storm. We will continue to keep you updated and bring you more information as we do get it. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:49 on the East Coast and 3:49 on the West Coast. Don't forget, here coming up at about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So in 3 hours, Live Now from Fox's Mike Page will be tracking Santa live via NORAD. You want to watch this here. It is a Christmas Eve special event. It does start at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so make sure to watch it live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to talk about some last-minute shopping here. We know that Christmas is now just hours away, so there's only so much time left for you to go out and get something for the ones that you love. Here is a Fox News report that provides more about just some of the people who are doing that last-minute shopping.
Hosting Christmas dinner means a last-minute trip to the grocery store.
These are the last-minute things.
It's a race to buy groceries at Bash's' before it's closed on Christmas Day. What'd it look like in there? Busy?
It's a zoo.
Were you able to get everything you needed?
No, I couldn't find leeks. I don't know why.
While some couldn't find an item or two, others were lucky enough to check everything off their list.
Checking it twice. They trimmed my beef tenderloin into a candy cane.
I'm going to see my granddaughter today unexpectedly, so I bought some candy, and I have another gift for her at home.
Gifts are another reason why you'll see last-minute shoppers, this time in toy stores.
Okay, here we go. One more.
Yeah. Now I'm just buying the nephew stuff, and now I have to go everywhere else and try to get everything.
The owner of Wildlings Toy Boutique says she's prepared for the last-minute crowd this holiday season.
We have lots of things left in stock, so we still have the perfect gift for whatever you need.
Shoppers are on the hunt to find the perfect toy.
They come in dinosaurs, farm animals, trucks. They're my favorite toy for a 1-year-old.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
then I'm definitely going to grab this.
Doing whatever it takes to find the right gift.
Took today off just so I could do last-minute shopping, so.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Whether you were out shopping for groceries or presents today, it was all smiles in stores just days leading up to Christmas.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
have a happy holiday.
Me too.
Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
And by the way, that was our Fox 10 Phoenix team. Thank you so much for that report. You heard them say, of course, days away from Christmas. We are now just hours away from Christmas. 6:52 on the East Coast and 3:52 on the West Coast. So you get those gifts from friends, family, you don't like them. What do you do? Fox 5 New York's Bianca Peters takes a closer look and gives you that answer.
All right, it is a season of giving, but also for returning. You know, we've all received a holiday gift that maybe is just not our style or something we don't want. But here was some great tips on getting the most out of your unwanted holiday gifts. Bobby Rebell, personal finance expert at Tally and author of Launching Financial Grown-Ups. Bobby, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, this is the season. I know. We've all gone through this. We all get something that doesn't fit us, we don't really like. We're like, what do I do with this? Either you regift it or you take it back.
Yes.
How do you do? What do you do?
Well, I start with the fact that this is a time to give yourself a break and think of it as a gift to yourself to get organized and prioritize your return. Basically a list, just kind of like the return, just like you make a list for your Christmas gifts, think of it as a list for your returns, because you don't want things to fall through the cracks. And time is important because some retailers do have, many of them have deadlines for returns. Some of them extend them because they want to give people a little more wiggle room because they know this happens with gifts. But it is important to make sure that you do prioritize making sure you get those returns done as soon as possible.
I do know that with prices kind of increasing in inflation, a lot of stores were saying, hey, we're cutting back on our returns, or we're going to charge you a fee to return, or are you still seeing that going on right now?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to make this list. So when you make your list of returns, you want to put in the date that you have to return it by. You also want to make note of if there are, for example, restocking fees or shipping fees to return. Sometimes, and this is where you can get creative in what you say, sometimes they will charge you to return something if there's nothing wrong with it, but if there is a flaw or something that you can say, this is why it's not right for me, other than I just don't like it, they can often waive that. So be intentional in your responses, especially with the computer, in terms of why you're returning it. But definitely make that list and include the deadlines for returning, what your options are. Can you get cash back? Can you get just a gift card? Whatever it may be, make sure you know what you're doing and you're organized.
Okay, I feel like this one's also a little bit embarrassing because what happens when you get a gift from someone? They don't give you a gift receipt. How do you go about returning this without a gift receipt, without any, maybe the tags are taken off? You don't want to call that person and say, oh, I don't like this. What am I supposed to do? Can you handle this on your own?
Yes, you definitely can handle it on your own. What I want you to do first and foremost is think about what you want. If you want money or you want a gift card from that store, go to the store and just be honest. Say, I got this. It's from here. I haven't used it. What can you do for me? Some will give you cash. Most will often offer you a gift card. Remember, these are stores that they want you to be their customer. So it's in their interest to work with you. And especially if it's a gift card, you're probably going to go back in there and spend not only that, but more. And they want you to be an ongoing customer. If that doesn't work, remember, there are other things you can do. You can sell it. There's all kinds of places to sell things. If it's a high-end item, I know you got some fancy gifts, you can go on the RealReal. Keep those tags on if you haven't gotten rid of the tags, but go on the RealReal. You can also go to Poshmark, Tradesy.
I love Poshmark.
You can go to Mercari if it's a toy or an electronic, different kinds of things. So find the right site for the kind of gift that you want to sell, and you can make some cash and put it back in your pocket. Give a gift to yourself.
Is there any figures that happen throughout the years where like how many items are kind of returned, the percentage-wise of gifts that would be surprising to you that you've seen throughout the years?
Yeah, it's tough to know. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't always return right away, and then they regret it. So what I would urge people to do is really be organized with that, and also think of it as not only a gift to yourself if you can get the money back, but also a gift to others. So if you can't sell it and you can't return it, think about donating it to charity. And when you give to charity, what you can do is also get a receipt, keep that, because you may qualify to get a charitable gift deduction when it comes to tax time, which we know will be here sooner than we would like in April. But have those receipts from giving those gift donations, and that's something that's always really nice. The other thing you can do is, maybe you go and you keep it to the side. Maybe you want to rewrap it, repackage it, make it look ready, and then you have it ready. Maybe you're going to a birthday party in the new year, maybe you're going to somebody's housewarming, and you have those presents on hand so you're ready, and it's one less thing on your to-do list.
Such good tips there. You also are working on the book right now, Financial Grown-Ups. Anything else you want to tell us about that? And where can people kind of find you and connect with you?
Yeah, thank you so much. So first of all, you mentioned I'm the personal finance expert at Tally. You can learn more about Tally at meettally.com, which is a great solution if you have, with the best intentions, maybe splurged a little too much on the friends and family that you love, and you've built up a little bit of credit card debt. You want to get organized, get the tools you use, and Tally can do that. And of course, please pick up my book. It's called Launching Financial Grown-Ups, and it helps everyone get organized with just running their lives as grown-ups and knowing how to just be intentional and really thoughtful with your money in the new year.
Because they don't teach you that in school.
They don't teach you that in school, but you can learn it in Launching Financial Grown-Ups.
But if you read her book, you will learn that. All right, Bobby, thanks so much for being here. I hope everyone, keeps one nice gift. Don't return them all.
Keep some. It's okay. Treat yourself. Keep some. But it's also a gift to return something and get something that you really want.
We love that. All right. Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you.
Got a lot more Good Day coming up after this.
And that was our Fox 5 New York team. Thank you so much for that good advice on what to do if you don't like the gift that you get. Don't forget, tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so in about 2.5 hours, join Live Now from Fox's Mike Page as he does track Santa. You can track Santa's each and every move. All right, everyone, we will be right back here. We're going to step away for a quick break.
Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox, and a Merry Christmas Eve and Happy Holidays to everyone that is watching a live look right now in Cadillac, Michigan on this Christmas Eve. Hi everyone, Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Coming up at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, we will be tracking Santa as he comes into U.S. airspace. So this is a perfect opportunity to bring in the kids, bring in your family members, and just enjoy some holiday greetings from across the country. We have reporters standing by to give us the updates from coast to coast tonight. So it's going to be very, very fun. Let's give you a live look right now of where Santa is before we get into some holiday themed content right now. But right now, he was last seen in Iceland as he is making his way to the U.S. here. Very, very exciting. We can't wait for Santa to come closer to the U.S. We'll be tracking it all tonight. Again, that's 9 p.m., 9:30 Eastern, right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's show you just some of the very best content from across our Fox stations regarding the holidays.
You know, walking through the King of Prussia Mall at what used to be the old J.C. Penney store is now an immersive walk-through experience called the Christmas House.
Bob, welcome.
Mike, how are you? I
Great,
love
thank
it.
you.
10 different rooms, each with a different theme. And it all begins right here. So you've taken that light show from outdoors and brought it indoors.
Brought it in.
Come on, let's go for a tour. Blockbuster. Wow, this is a throwback.
Little nostalgia.
Remember when we used to go and you picked out the movie, and then behind it was the plastic case that actually had the cassette in it. So how did you come up with this idea?
So this is something that was conceived a couple of years ago, and it was just something that became really fun. It was just an idea at the time, holidays, Blockbuster.
And to the next room we go, the elf room. I love it. Come on, Buddy the Elf, what's your favorite color? We're gonna take you back to Manhattan, New York. In the kitchen, there's the skyline. Remember when Buddy the Elf's sitting down, he's making breakfast? He's got the spaghetti, right?
Got all his fixings.
The jelly beans.
The traditional fixings of jelly beans and sweets. And
the kids gotta love this, right?
they love it. They love it. It's so much fun. They come, they take pictures with Buddy, they take pictures of the tree, they pretend they're eating Buddy's spaghetti.
What is this stuff here?
Looks like a snowball fight to me.
Oh my gosh. Snowball fight, indoor snowball fight.
This is our Christmas Eve room.
Christmas
Again, a
Eve.
little
Okay.
tradition, nostalgia. You hang out by the fireplace with the houses. We got the fragile lamp.
Oh, and even look, ready? You got all the pictures on the wall. Even my picture. And you can jump through, yeah. You got the fragile, the leg lamp. I love it. This is also great for pictures, for selfies. So each room, what do you have? How many rooms do you have?
We have 10 rooms.
Okay. Mike, wow,
This-
check this out.
This is our light tunnel. People love taking photos in here. You can fit the whole family, friends, take group shots, tens of thousands of lights.
What do we have here?
This is our Nightmare Before Christmas themed room. We've got Jack and Sally over here, but we do have a special feature in this room.
A special feature?
We make snow.
I love it! Oh my gosh. King of Prussia Mall, the Christmas House, the old JCPenney anchor store on the second floor. What's the website again?
Christmas House, kingofprussia.com.
Oh my God.
We wanted to do a little golf cart parade in Shady Hills with all the neighbors. It just blew up. Everybody started saying they want to come, they want to come, they want to come. So we decided to make it a toy drive also. We have a bunch of toys that were donated, and it's going to all local Hernando County needy families. And then we invited Santa to come and join us. We have the Grinch here. We have another reindeer here. We had on Facebook, there was over 130 people that said they were coming. We plan on making this an annual thing. This is the first one. We're giving prizes for the best decorated.
It's better than we expected.
Yeah, I'm
way
just
better.
overly excited.
Christmas is just weeks away. It's time to grab your friends and family and go check out Christmas lights. Today I am west of Houston in the Pin Oak Village neighborhood. This is just one of many homes. This home right here is called Christmas Katie, and they are ready and festive for this holiday season.
We're one of the original groups, and we've been here 16 years doing this. My daughter was a colonel for the Katy Bingo Brigade, and then my son was a captain on the football team. So we got the Katy Tiger logos. We were really started out just with incandescent lights way back before we even had computers. And so we've done an evolution over the 16 years, but the programming has gotten to be pretty intense.
How many lights are we talking? Do you know?
We have about 70,000 lights. That's not the interesting part. We have over 6,800 circuits.
It's just a fabulous neighborhood to live in, and our neighbors have got us all in the Christmas spirit. Jeff Taylor started it with his fantastic Jennifer, then the Kunkles, and I got shamed into participating, and I started seeing blow-ups on sale at Walmart after Christmas, so I bought me a big mess of them. Just a fun neighborhood every night.
And there are some of these homes that'll ask you to tune in to certain stations, so they're going to add that Christmas music spirit element. I'm with the friendly neighbors of the Pin Oak Village neighborhood. You have some of the most beautiful homes, and yours is right there. Tell me about that.
Oh, wow. Well, our theme is a Christ. We love everything about Christmas. You know, we come together a lot as a community during Christmas because we just admire all the hard work and dedication that people put to celebrate this special, special season.
It's wonderful. Even putting them up, the neighbors will stop because Santa was a little late getting out this year. And they said, you know, our kids have been asking where Santa is because he talks and he waves. We put a little bit more each year. And
a little lot more each year.
Friendly competition.
I grew up in Katy, so this has been one of the sought after neighborhoods all my life.
Thank you for letting us in. It's beautiful.
Thank you for coming out, Coco.
Thank you.
You're great.
Merry Christmas!
Go Katy Tigers!
Don't let the warm weather fool you. It is definitely time to get into the holiday spirit and check out Christmas lights. This neighborhood kicks things off about 5:30 or sunset every single weekday and wraps things up about 9 and 10 on the weekends. All right, so all they ask, be respectful, dim your lights a little bit, and be patient because the streets will get packed. I'm Coco Dominguez reporting from Katy, Fox 26 News.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! And there we go.
It is official. The holidays have taken over downtown Houston. I'm Coco Dominguez. The Sugar Plum Fairy made her magic happen and lit up the entire downtown. Now we are talking 8 themed Christmas villages throughout the downtown area. Now you can get around however you want, but we are getting around on a trolley. Let's go. Santa's Minion Workshop for my little minions right here. You guys say happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Yes, look at all that chocolate. Can you believe those are made of chocolate? Yes, do we want to eat them?
Yeah.
And this is specifically made by Houston pastry chef Mahesh and his entire pastry team chef. Just one of the many stops here at Hilton Americas. Santa shows up on the weekend. Let's go to the next stop. Another area you're definitely going to enjoy is right here, Winter Wonderland on Bagby between Lamar and Preston. You can take pictures in front of these huge, beautiful angel wings. How cute is this? This family is out here in their pajamas. Mucho gusto, los trajiste todos, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro que sí. Siempre cada año venimos acá a ver todo lo que es el paisaje de acá del centro de Houston y es muy recomendable para todos los niños.
She said they come out here every single year. She recommends it for all the kids every single year. Y les gusta estar, they like to be in the pajamas?
Sí.
Happy holidays! Happy holidays! How are you guys enjoying the kickoff of this winter lights out here?
We love it. We love it. Everybody's enjoying it too.
Yeah,
And
we
yeah.
bring her down and see them because we knew it was starting tonight and she likes them. We brought her last year and she loved it.
Yeah, you like the little lights? You look so cute. And you brought your little doggy too? Hi, happy holidays.
Sweater weather.
Yes. There are lights that light up all the way down, and you'll see plenty of light tunnels. You can grab some friends, and we're off to see Santa. You ready? We're off to see Santa. The wonderful Santa. There's so much to explore with the holidays here in downtown Houston, including Plaza at Avenida with Deck the Trees. The Marriott Marquis has Texas Winter Lights. Discovery Green with Holiday Ice Village. The Wortham Theater Sugar Plum Plaza. Main Street Square with Santa's Village and the Mistletoe Square. And of course, right here at the Alley Theater, it kicks off the first Christmas Carol performance of the season. And this is where you normally see the trees that you will now see at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Make sure to vote for your favorite Christmas tree. They're so creative and so beautiful. Explore the holidays here in downtown Houston. We'll put a link on our website. Happy holidays. Coco Dominguez from downtown Houston, Fox 26 News. Our holiday tour continues as we look for the best neighborhoods with the best lights all throughout the area. I am in Pearland now at Green Tea Terrace. Beautiful homes decorated all throughout, but there's one home getting all kind of love. You may remember these guys right here, the Houston Astros. Thank you so much for joining us. This is pretty special.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
And you're getting the attention of everyone. This is something you like to do for your community.
Yes, I do. I've done it for the Astros in 2017. I did it for the Texans twice. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we do it for the people so they can come out and enjoy it.
Tell me exactly what the setup is.
This is the starting lineup of Game 6, guys. Gurriel played a lot of first. We love him. But this was the Game 6 starters with Valdez pitching. It was a great game.
Are you a big Astros fan?
Yeah, die hard all the way, and he's a big baseball player too.
What'd you think when you drove by and saw these special lights?
Yeah, we had to turn around and check it out. I've seen a couple Astros houses, but this is by far the best one I've seen, so it's pretty cool.
Do you live in this neighborhood?
No, we're from Clear Lake, but growing up, I came to this neighborhood with my parents, and so they reminded me, so I wanted to bring them because they've been asking to look at some lights.
You've also got something that made people so happy this year. Mattress Mac, that was a big part of the rivalry that happened this year.
It was very big. You know, with what happened up there in Philly, and then he also fought for his team.
How you doing? You had to get out the car for the Astros.
I sure did, I did. We come by here almost every year. Tomorrow we'll be coming through with a trailer with the kiddos.
These are some of the amazing people you're going to see. CT Church is coming through. They've got a caravan after caravan full. Are you guys having fun? Yeah! Are y'all enjoying the Christmas lights? Yeah! This is so awesome. So definitely Green Tea is the neighborhood. Look, they've got more and more. Hello, happy holidays. Look at this party back here. How are you guys enjoying the holidays? The lights? Tell me about your neighbors, because you guys have been lighting up the Christmas holidays for a long time.
Yeah, we've been here 22 years, and it goes back further than that. Green Tea's been known for its Christmas light displays. Well, there's a beautiful one. It's 101 Dalmatians. There's others the trees are huge oak trees that are lit up from trunk to branch.
Happy holidays! Merry Christmas! Such a great neighborhood to check out life. Now this one in particular, 2305 Gulf Crest, and he's open till about midnight. You can stop on by.
Yes, stop by and look at the lights till midnight.
All right, and make sure you tag him. We want to spread the word of this amazing Astros Christmas lights. What's the tag?
CRQ Barbecue.
We're continuing our holiday tour. Make sure you send us your neighborhood. I'm in Pearland. It's Fox 26 News. A neighborhood dessert bar has transformed into a magical wanderlust filled with frosty treats. I'm here with Chris Doan. Chris, you struck again. Congratulations, it's beautiful.
Welcome back, always good having you.
Thank you so much. So what have you done this time? Because I feel like I'm somewhere else, definitely not on Bel Air.
That's what we do. So every month we transform this entire place into something different. For this theme in particular, it's called our Winter Wanderlust theme. It's based on anything winter literature. So think the Snow Queen, the Nutcracker, the Land of Narnia, Harry Potter.
How do you get in this place? Do you need a reservation or how does that work?
Well, I would say Monday through Thursday, you can just walk in. If you're going Friday through a Sunday, then you want to plan ahead and try to get a reservation.
All right, so tell me what we have here real quick, because everything looks delicious. Wow.
So this is the cinnamon roll that I'm talking about. You can customize it your way. The best cinnamon rolls in all of Houston.
Oh my gosh, that's a big claim.
That one's a double decker, so you can actually customize and build your own cinnamon rolls. We have frozen butterbeer here. These are our little holiday bear bottles, and then we have different drinks that are served in them. Waffle wands. Definitely, I would do this sorting hat potion. That one is a color-changing drink. The ice cream is excellent here.
I'm drinking a butterbeer, frozen butterbeer.
But there's no beer in it, right?
No.
What does it taste like?
Vanilla, like butterscotch.
Was it good?
Yeah.
You still got a little bit on your chin. You're a little cutie pie. What did you have?
The Grinch heart.
Yeah, and you guys, what do you think of the place and the decoration?
It's so cool.
It's so cool. Are you really that cold and it's nice and frosty?
Yeah.
I'm eating the magic fertilizer.
So what is that, just a whole bunch of ice cream?
Yeah, it's like mint chocolate. I forgot what it's called, but it has coffee in it and like boba and stuff.
Oh my gosh, you're loving it.
It's like
so
a 10
good.
out of 10.
All right, so everyone really enjoying this. And how long are you going to be open this holiday season?
This pop-up in particular runs from now until January 1st.
January 1st. So you've got plenty of time to get out here and get here with plenty of time to spare because the lines are going to start packing up. And I actually have a message from everyone here at Pop Fancy. What's the message?
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays. We are on our holiday tour. I'm Coco Dominguez reporting from 9393 Bel Air at Pop Fancy, Fox 26 News. 'Tis the season to find you a neighborhood Christmas pub and snuggle up. Thank you so much. I've got Ashley here. Tell me what the theme is this year.
Awesome. So we're doing Nice and Naughty this year. So this is the second time that we're doing this. We're actually doing this all on our own this year. So we're really excited about it. Female owned, female decorated. This is a labor of love for sure.
It was so nice to see all the lights and the presents. I love it.
Tell me some of the things, because right now we're sitting in, what is this? An amazing chair.
Our huge Santa chair. So we have a really cute cocoa bar. We have a little...
Nothing to do with me.
Doesn't. But I'm really happy to have you.
Thank you.
We have a little Grinch area. We have a card wall, and then we have something, one of our favorite is our Drink Up Grinches wall. And everyone really seems to love that one.
And you have tonight, for example, you're doing Christmas trivia.
So in Home Alone, why were the McAllisters running late?
And then you have different themes for different nights.
We do, and on Fridays and Saturdays we have a DJ, and we're working on doing karaoke on Tuesdays.
Tonight, you've got a full packed house. I mean, the holidays within 3 weeks, so how do you get a reservation?
You go to resi.com. It is completely free, and it is a 2.5-hour block.
Is there a minimum to spend?
Nope. I've had people come in and just take pictures. You're more than welcome to just come in and take some pictures and head out. Not a problem.
And then you have different packages, which I think this is so cool. We've got a cookie package that you can decorate cookies and stockings.
It's wonderful. And the Christmas drinks and everything.
We have several different Instagrammable drinks.
I have the O Snap. It's apple cider with gingerbread rum.
Oh, snap.
So cute. We have a melon margarita. We have a white Christmas, which is a really good white Russian. We also have a sleigh all day, which just tastes like Christmas. It's a Christmas punch. And then all of our hot drinks are awesome with whipped cream and sprinkles. So they're just, and we always add a little extra. I do a little peppermint schnapps in mine. But.
Oh, you're such a Santa. All right, guys, right here in the Heights. Let's get the address.
69 Heights Boulevard.
You need to come out here. It is such a Christmas vibe. And then if they're full, they've also got a whole patio out there. People can go there.
Yeah, we have plenty of space outside if you didn't make a reservation or just want to come in, and you're more than welcome to sit outside. We still have the music, we still have trivia outside, and then come inside to take your photos.
All right, so you don't get locked out. You can still join the fun.
Come on in, baby. Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho. Thank you so much. Pork Swing Pub, Coco Dominguez reporting. It's Fox 26 News. 'Tis the season to be festive. I'm Coco Dominguez, and we continue our holiday tour near downtown where you can sneak on in and get you a nice little adult vibe. I've got Alba. Thank you so much. A beautiful place. Tell me about your julep pop-up.
So for Christmas, I over-decorate a little bit, but people really like it. So the first year I did it, I was like, oh, I have a little time. And then every year, my regulars were like, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? And then I'm now committed after 8 years of doing it. It's like, I have to do the Christmas thing again. We also do like a holiday menu for December.
How are you enjoying the restaurant?
Pretty cool. Look at the Christmas lights. They got tons of Christmas decorations everywhere. Super cool.
Are you guys enjoying yourselves?
We are. I think we are.
You're so welcome. Tell me what you're loving about the place.
The Christmas decor. We just came from the office over here.
They are located near downtown at 1919 Washington Avenue, and no reservations are required. Look at this one. This one says, fa la 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 la. Can I get a fa la la?
Fa la la.
It's so good. Yeah, I have an espresso martini. Love it.
That's one of the drinks of the year. Right
Of the year, for sure.
And a buzz is not the only thing you're taking home. You can actually buy some things here at the Holiday Market that is open on Sundays. Tell me all about this good stuff.
Yeah, so our holiday market has some ready-to-drink cocktails, and we also have some kits. So they're ready set gifts for someone if you are kind of on the go, or if you've kind of delayed it a little bit like most of us. But it has a number of other things. We have glassware, we have tools, we have non-alcoholic options. We even have like little flavored champagne drop gummies and soaps and things like that. So there's all sorts of things that are all cocktail related, but the most part people are coming here to see our ready to drink stuff. All you do is store them in the fridge or you pour them on ice and they're ready to go.
Tell me about some of these flavors and drinks we can have.
So the cocktails are based on mostly classics. So there's a lot of things that you're going to recognize, like the Manhattan, the Martini, the Old Fashioned, the mint julep, and then we also have some of our holiday drinks.
An all-time fave for those people looking for coquito.
This is what I live for. I look forward to this all year.
They are open 7 days a week, and it is for 21 and up only. Definitely get on out here and get into the festive mood if you're not already. I'm Coco Dominguez, and we will continue the holiday tour. Send me one if there's a place you'd like me to check out. It's Fox 26 News. If you are a lover of all things Christmas, you definitely want to check out this place here on Main Street. It is their second annual Christmas-themed pop-up bars, only one of 2 official Miracle pop-up bars here in the Houston area on Main Street. This is Miracle at Winnie's.
This is Miracle. This is not regular Winnie's. Absolutely not. You have to imagine Winnie's closes for the month, and we are full Miracle mode.
I love it. It's great. You can get in the Christmas spirit, even when it's 70 degrees outside.
We are one of only 2 officially licensed Miracle cocktail bars. It's a Christmas cocktail pop-up that started in New York about 8 years ago, I believe, and it's just us and Johnny's Gold Brick. There are others who do it across the city, but it's nothing as officially licensed as we are. We have the name cocktails, we've got the specialty glassware, and of course the decorations.
You're reading Main Street, you're on Main Street, you got a Christmaspolitan. How great is life right now?
It's pretty good. It's sunny. I'm from Minnesota, so it's really nice to be listening to Christmas music in 70-degree heat.
Our craft cocktail bartenders can make anything you want, and then our sandwiches everything's broken down and completely redone and imagined with a chefy twist, and we have a lot of fun with it.
These are crafted just for the holidays.
Yes, absolutely. Christmas Old Fashioned here, we start by making a gingerbread syrup. This is our eggnog. Grandma got run over by a T-Rex. This is our cold buttered rum. You might be familiar with hot buttered rum, but it's Houston, it's 80 degrees.
Is that why Santa's winking at you?
Yeah, because he wants to be on a beach somewhere. And then that's our Christmaspolitan, so it's like Christmas Cosmo.
So far, we've been here multiple times for the Miracle aspect of it.
Yeah, so how do you enjoy it? Just puts you in the holiday spirit?
I mean, it's all around, and the trees and the lights and the jingles, it's the way to be.
How do you get reservations, or do you need reservations?
No, so no reservations here at Miracle at Winnie's. Johnny's accepts reservations, but here it's first come, first serve. We've got a bigger space, and we really just want to have everyone come through. When we're really busy, we employ a 90-minute time window, so that's enough time for you to get in, get fed, get a good cocktail or 2 in you, and then get on your merry way.
Definitely a place you're going to want to visit with your friends and family. It's 21 and up after 8 p.m. And they've also got this huge patio area where you can hang out. I will put a link on our website, and we'll be having more Christmas bars throughout the season, so make sure you join us right here on the Bayou City Buzz. I'm Coco Dominguez reporting, Fox 26 News. 'Tis the season to sip and sparkle at the Houston Zoo. I'm Coco Dominguez. A gorgeous night here to enjoy this adult style. No strollers, no kids. What a great event. Feliz Navidad! Feliz Navidad!
Merry Christmas!
Are we sipping and sparkling?
Yes, we are.
What are we sipping?
Little Christmas ale.
You guys have been doing this for some time now, kind of letting the adults get in here and sip through, but you will have this opportunity moving forward because Zoo Lights officially opens Friday.
Yeah, so, we had a member preview the last couple of nights, and then tomorrow we officially open up to all of Houston and beyond.
Let me show you my shoes.
Amazing.
It's amazing. We're really enjoying it. The lights are awesome. It really puts you in the Christmas spirit.
We're having fun.
Yes.
We've gone through the whole thing. Now we're relaxing.
People are getting FOMO like, man, I hate that I missed it. It's okay. All of this beauty continues. Tell me some of the things that you guys do offer during Zoo Lights. You still have the wine and the little stands, and you don't need to bring the kids if you don't want.
Absolutely. We still have, your spiked ciders. We have your favorite St. Arnold brew. We have hot chocolate. We have a little bit of everything for everyone moving beyond tonight. So we definitely have a lot for everyone who wants to come out and enjoy.
The lights are beautiful. I love the new animals in the center, and of course the wine is a nice perk.
with the wine.
You guys are going through January. Is that when it goes through the season, right?
That is correct. If you really want to avoid the crowds, we are open until January 8th, so you can wait for the holiday crowds to pass and come out and enjoy Zoo Lights.
This is better without the kids, and we can sip and sparkle.
We have something now called dynamic pricing, so the prices are going to vary depending on what hour you want to come in, but we really want everyone to be able to come out, whatever your budget is, we have something for everyone.
You're wondering, am I going to see the elephants? Like, can I sip next to the elephants? You're not really going to be sipping next to the elephants, but you will have the ambiance. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. So Zoo Lights is about the light. We know everyone loves our zoo animals just like we do. If you want to see the animals, we invite you to come out during the day hours. At nighttime, they are going to be taking their winter slumber.
All right, don't get it twisted, guys. You can get a little whiff of, animals still rolling through.
Absolutely.
You feel and smell the animals. And we love it. All right, Zoo Lights is going to be officially open on Friday tonight. Sipping, strolling, sparkling, all the good stuff. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Cheers. All right, it's Fox 26 News. Every now and then you need and want to escape to a Cuban luxury place. And you don't need to travel to Cuba. Right here in the Post Oak area, we have Amelia's Havana that is gorgeous and definitely a reason to celebrate yourself on any occasion. Tell me about it.
So Amelia's Havana is this kind of secret little spot that we created. It was honestly created out of a storage unit. I looked at it and I said, I'm not paying for storage on Post Oak, but it's a great spot. I love Latin music. I love the Cuban vibe. And I just want to create a happy, great vibe, an atmosphere that kind of brings you, nostalgic almost back in time to the 50s and 40s and the great, Cuban times and the big hotels and the shows. Every night we do 2 live shows. We do a real Cuban band for the first time from like 7:30 to around 9:30, 10, and then we bring in more of an upbeat Latin band.
And this is not your dinner place. A lot of people are thinking this is kind of a post-dinner. You have your snacks, this is the time to splurge if you want to take someone out after dinner.
I call it luxury botanas,
oh,
right?
I like luxury botanas, yes.
I mean, we have a very small menu, but one of my favorites is elevated duck Cuban sandwich bites. We have big caviar service, lobster empanadas, king crab croquettes, really fun stuff. Even caviar and chips.
These are 3 of our classic cocktails, most popular. This is our Hemingway. This is our Lure Sour, our Old Cubans.
It's really come and enjoy. You're not in Houston when you're in here.
And you can't see this from the outside.
So you actually have to come to the Annie Cafe.
Yes.
And you check in at that host end, and then your experience will start.
Yeah, so people are asking, is there a password? There isn't a password.
There isn't a password.
But there is a reservation.
But there's a reservation we recommend.
The first thing that caught my attention, besides the band setup, is that fountain. That's not water.
No, that's rum.
That is rum, a rum fountain.
We were just saying, the idea of the courtyards and of the old Cuban architecture. Part of the entertainment fee when you come in is you get a small little glass and you get to have a little glass of rum to get you in the mood.
This is strictly 21 and up right here inside of Cafe Annie. Come out and explore this Cuban experience. Congratulations. I will put a link on our website. I'm Coco Dominguez reporting from Post Oak, Fox 26 News. He has been featured in Vogue and the New York Times for redefining ballet style. Now in his 12th season with the Houston Ballet, TikTok sensation Harper Waters is making history.
I started just at the age of 18, and now I'm 30 years old and the first black soloist with the Houston Ballet. It's an extreme honor and title to hold. I just feel so proud to have that title because I've done it my way. I've been authentic to who I am. I've worked so hard, and so I'm really proud of myself.
If Harper looks familiar, it's because he's also a TikTok legend that has created an avenue on social media with more than 14 million likes.
I feel like social media has been my little secret weapon. The confidence and the energy, it's like my superpower off stage, and I've been able to use that on stage, and that really helped my trajectory in the company. You know, Houston Ballet is the 4th largest company in the U.S. It's one of the biggest. And everyone is talented. Everyone is such a good dancer. And so in order to separate yourself, it's not just the dancing. What are you saying with the steps? How do you differentiate yourself? And so the heels, the fabulousness, it's me.
And so for those people who are getting to know you, describe your style.
I always say that I'm fabulous, flawless, flexible, but most importantly, I'm fearless.
His biggest inspiration?
Queen Bee has been my ultimate from day one. Yeah, Beyonce, but also dancers like Alvin Ailey and Lauren Anderson.
He says all those videos are entertaining and fabulous, but they've become so much more.
They've turned into somewhat of a permission slip for people to say, look, you can be who you are, you can embrace what makes you happy, and it has no effect on your goals and your aspirations. If anything, it helps it.
Harper plays many roles on the Nutcracker. However, one is extra special.
I will dance the Prince the 16th, but I do the Dad, the Rat, the Butler, Lead Flower, Spanish, Arabian. I'm in every show. We have 13 different casts. And what's so special about Houston Ballet is that it resembles the city, and it's a diverse cast, and it's an exciting holiday tradition.
Fox 11, bringing in the holiday season. This is the Mission Inn's 30th Annual Festival of Lights.
We just love Riverside and we just love the Mission Inn. It's exciting, you know. It's my first time making it here this early, though. Yeah. So I'm excited.
What's your name?
Victoria.
Victoria, what do you love about the Festival of Lights?
I love how family comes around and we celebrate.
Let's get started. Can you help me count from 10? Ready? Come on, guys.
You have to come in person, in live, because you know you can take pictures, but people are like, yeah, that's nice. But when you go in here, it's kind of like it's a blessing from disguise. Just so beautiful.
Why do you like to come here? What is it about this event?
Because it's free, and for the people that just come out, everybody looks like they're having a good time, and you know, it's just signals to me, again, the holiday has started, and this is something that they do for the community every year.
It's our first time here. We're looking forward to seeing all the lights, the music, dancing.
Yeah. You came from Anaheim.
Yep.
All right.
I'm actually from Tennessee.
She's from Tennessee. Anaheim and Tennessee, but we're all here in Riverside today celebrating the holidays. Thank you for coming out. Holiday Hat Squad, ready? Let's pose.
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad, yeah.
Hi everyone, and welcome to a Fox 11 special on the 30th anniversary of the Festival of Lights here at the Mission Inn Hotel and Spa.
We are here in the hotel lobby, and you can't help but feel that holiday spirit. Who's feeling festive? Right. I know I am, right?
Yes. Absolutely. And for the next half hour, you are going to get a behind-the-scenes look at how they put this all together. It's an annual tradition. We're going to hear from community members and families who really make this part of their holiday season.
First, though, we want to show you why this hotel is so iconic. Bob DeCastro is going to take you on a little tour because there's so much history here.
Its majestic features and massive size are emblematic of its deep history and far-reaching impact on the city of Riverside. But despite its grand presence, the Mission Inn Hotel and Spa had simple beginnings, opening in 1875 as a quaint 12-room adobe guest house. The property attracted wealthy Easterners and Europeans venturing to the region for the lucrative citrus industry. In 1903, civic leader and then-owner Frank Miller began a dramatic expansion. David Bristow is the Mission Inn's vice president and general counsel.
Frank had a vision of a grand hotel, and that's what he built. It was expanded in a series of wings through 1935. The last wing, the Rotunda wing, was completed in 1935.
That vision was influenced by Miller's travels around the world. It is reflected in the hotel's breathtaking architecture, a blend of Spanish, Asian, and European styles, which we saw on a private tour.
This is the St. Francis Chapel. It's one of the pearls of the Mission Inn. You've got to see it. Let me show you.
Wow, this is just stunning. It looks like something from the old world.
Well, it was made to look like something from the old world, and it does. It's fantastic, which is why we're such a popular wedding destination. The windows are Tiffany windows, original Tiffany windows that were specifically bought for this space. The altar is from 17th century. It was in a private chapel in Mexico that was closed and sold, and Frank Miller bought it sight unseen, had it shipped here, and installed specifically in that space.
Throughout the 265-room resort, mementos from Miller's travels, including what is believed to be the oldest bell in the Christian world, dating back to 1247. Also, antique furniture, religious relics, and art worth millions.
This is the Spanish Art Gallery, and it contains part of the Mission Inn art collection.
Yeah.
And it was built by Frank Miller specifically for that purpose. He was an inveterate collector of art and artifacts and antiques, and he had this room built to show part of his art collection, and that collection remains today. And it includes the Henry Chapman Ford paintings of the 21 California missions, which were painted in the late 19th century.
In 1977, the Mission Inn was recognized as a National Historic Landmark, hosting a who's who in Hollywood and 10 U.S. presidents. President Reagan honeymooned in the hotel, and President Theodore Roosevelt, who was one of the first guests to stay in the largest suite back in 1903.
President Roosevelt planted one of the 2 original navel orange trees in the courtyard of the Mission Inn, and every Christmas afterward, the Mission Inn sent him a box of navel oranges for his entire life.
The hotel's current owners, Dwayne and Kelly Roberts, who saved it from the brink of demolition in 1992, were committed to keeping tradition and creating new ones, including the world-renowned Festival of Lights.
Everybody in the city of Riverside knows that the Mission Inn is this heart of Riverside. Historically, it's the center of Riverside. And so he recognized that fact.
Through the years, there has been one constant calling.
They understand the importance of this property to the entire community of Riverside, and they are committed to ensuring that it continues to succeed for the benefit of all.
The Mission Inn and Resort's welcoming past points to a promising future. In Riverside, Bob DeCastro, Fox 11 News.
Ready? Happy holidays!
Coming up, the decorations, the lights, the stage. A lot of work goes into getting the hotel ready. So we're giving you a sneak peek of how it all comes together next.
Hector, right here in Riverside. Have you been to the Festival of Lights before?
Many times, and I enjoy this event the day after Thanksgiving, and it brings great joy and pride.
So if this is somebody's first time, how would you describe the Festival of Lights?
Brilliant and completely beautiful.
What do you want as a gift this holiday season?
Anything I want to choose.
All right. And your favorite holiday song?
The Mariah Carey song.
You're keeping her very rich.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you, Hector. Do you want to just say happy holidays?
Happy holidays to all of Fox LA, and Merry Christmas to you all.
So much goes into putting this all together, the lights, the decorations.
That's right, Sandra Claus. Amanda Claus here to also share. It takes a village or a Santa's workshop, but the Mission Inn is the gift that keeps on giving, and Christina Gonzalez is giving us a behind-the-seasons scenes look.
3, 2, 1.
Riverside's Mission Inn Festival of Lights. Kickoff takes place the Friday after Thanksgiving, but the renowned display of decorations and lights stay up for about a month, even though it takes a lot longer to get all this up.
We start in June or July. We're looking at over 5 million lights that we have installed. For over 400 figurines that will be around the property.
Is there a light dude or a light gal that oversees the light?
So the majority of it is our engineering department that will keep them on track, and then we have a seasonal crew that we bring in.
It takes a whole crew of us, I'm going to say 12 guys, you know, on boom lifts, on the grounds.
He actually keeps track of his steps. See that number?
Well, 10,000.
10,000.
10,000 steps. So
Today.
The backstory to make all of the magic work, it's a huge effort.
So we're just doing the garland around here. We did that big tree.
The festival has grown every year, and that's been a key part of what the Roberts want to do. Every year they want to try and up themselves and make it bigger and better.
Historical photos from the Mission Inn Foundation show no lights on the historic hotel until 30 years ago, when they started going up a little at a time. And it wasn't long before visiting the inn at Christmas time became a tradition of lights.
When we were in high school, we used to drive down Magnolia Boulevard in the cruising cars. We'd park out here and walk around here at night in the Christmas time and just check out the lights. Yeah, it's just amazing.
So we have Channel 11 here.
To you. A social media posting younger generation has joined those who've been coming here for decades, quickly realizing, though, that pictures just don't do this justice.
You have to come in person, in live, because, you know, you can take pictures, but people are like, yeah, that's nice. But when you go in here, it's kind of like it's a blessing from disguise, I will say. It's just so beautiful.
Aside from the lights, one thing everybody loves and has remembered for years is the life-size edible gingerbread house. So I'm not supposed to show this to you, but let's see if they're working on it. Ooh, there it is. They're getting ready. Shh. We didn't get caught. But yes, gingerbread house is on.
You could eat the cookies right off the house, okay?
All kidding aside, the biggest challenge here is to put up enough juice to light up a city on a 120-year-old hotel.
Like anything that's over a century old, it's not off the rack. There's a lot of things here that take a lot of ingenuity and elbow grease to keep functioning. So just having all of the electricity work all at the same time is a mammoth chore that our engineering staff somehow every year manages to pull off.
Without blowing out the entire city with it.
Correct.
Which has never happened, by the way. The worst mishap? Santa Ana winds have blown off the angel's clothing a few times. Otherwise,
it's a constant ballet to make the magic happen, and it does year after year.
at the Mission Inn, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
And you are watching Live Now from Fox. We're just taking in just some of the many Christmas and holiday stories from our Fox stations across the country. It's so great to be here with you on this Christmas Eve. I'm your host, Mike Page. We are getting so close to our Tracking Santa special here coming up at 9:30 Eastern. Hi, everybody. Merry Christmas Eve and happy holidays. We are excited here at Live Now from Fox because we will be tracking Santa coast to coast when he enters the U.S. airspace. So it's going to be very exciting. We got NORAD backing up Santa. So when he gets into the U.S. airspace, along with the reindeer, he will have the support there of U.S. Air Force standing by to guide him to all of the homes for the little good boys and girls across the country. Just want to show you what the weather conditions are like for Santa coming up here tonight. It is going to be a cold one really across the country, but no worries. Santa has a lot of layers on him. He knows going into this that, well, he is going to be up there in the high altitude. So what's cold to you on the bottom, in the bottom, is he is going to be much insulated more because he has this new thermal wearing outfit that was just supplied. We're being told, let me hear this. Yes, we're being told that the elves earlier this year, they knew that this cold front was coming and they decided that they needed to really upgrade Santa's suit. So he has some thermal protections here when he is going to be coming into the U.S. airspace. Let's just show you kind of what we're looking at here. 50 in Miami, 10 in Chicago. We got 16 in New York, 66 in Arizona, 70 in Los Angeles. Then you can see in the Dakotas, we are in freezing temperatures already. In the show me state of Missouri, we got 14 degrees as well. So we will be tracking Santa all evening long starting at 9:30 Eastern. We can't wait for that. Let's give you a live look right now, everyone, of where Santa is right now. Oh, wow. He is in Brazil right now, and he is moving at a fast clip here. So it's going to be really exciting. When he comes in the U.S. airspace, we got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look at time almost New York City here on this Christmas Eve. A great shot there right outside of Fox News World Headquarters at Fox Square with the Christmas tree up. And when he gets to New York, we will continue to showcase Santa as we are getting closer to the Santa tracker coming up in almost an hour away, everyone. So we want to have some special shout outs though right now. We are learning that Santa has a lot on his list to get to, and we want to just point out some. Joey in Miami, and little Shelly in North Dakota, and Sammy up in New York State, and Ryan in Los Angeles, little Billy in Washington State, Nicole in South Dakota. You are all on the special list there. And then for Illinois, we do have some special ones as well. Ella and Margot, you are on the list. Santa is coming, and he is going to be in the airspace pretty soon. So be excited, everybody. We are going to have full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox coming up in just a little bit. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. We are getting ready for the tracking. We're just making sure that all our systems are ready. It's going to be a busy day here at Central Command at Live Now from Fox as we gear you towards Santa coming to the U.S. He's in Brazil right now. We can't wait for it. Hang on right here with us. Quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get you out to some of the favorite stories from Fox this year.
Welcome to our Cooking with Como brunch special. Brunch is such an important and fun bartender, and we have Chef Inc. with us.
In a row, best burger in DC.
It's incredible. So you're going to make one of those for us?
Absolutely, yeah.
And we also got the English breakfast in. We got to start with the cocktails, bloodies and burgers. Kicking off the show.
A great combination. It's the way to start off your morning.
All right, let's get to it.
First thing, Aaron, we're going to make is a Bloody Mary. We do a little bit of a spin. We use 2 little special ingredients in it.
All right,
so
let's whip
one
this up.
is going to be HP sauce.
Nice.
So basically a British brown sauce. You might be thinking, why would that go in a cocktail? That adds a little bit of a savory quality to it. The second one is going to be El Yucatero.
That's really good hot sauce.
It is. So our Bloody Mary, we like it spicy. Chase it down with some burgers afterwards, but it has a little bit of a kick going.
All right, let's whip this up. I cannot wait to try this. I've had your bloody before for brunch because I go to the 17th Street location.
Okay.
And macaroni and cheese is good. The bloodies are good. So let's
There
see
we go.
what you
Let's
do
do
with
it.
it.
All right, so first off, what we're going to do is we're going to ice a little bit in the mixer.
Okay, great.
So
You gotta have
just-
a chilled bloody.
Just have a chilled bloody. A warm bloody sounds like one of the most disgusting things imaginable.
No. Ruins the whole experience.
So we're going to start off with some Stoli.
Okay.
So premium vodka. We're going to make 2 right now.
Okay, perfect. So we can cheers?
So we're cheers, yeah. come on, I wouldn't make you drink alone. But.
Right? Happy holidays, happy New Year. It's time for a drink.
So we're doing 1.5 ounces for each. So we're doing 3 ounces total.
Good.
So 1 shot of vodka in
Because
each
bloodies
one.
are sneaky. Sometimes they're really strong and sometimes they're not.
Well, we also do a bottomless. So it's $26 for bottomless mimosas and Bloody Marys.
Wow.
So they definitely pack a punch, but people have to be careful about that.
Yes, and we have the mixed up bloody.
Mixed up bloody. So essentially, again, twist on the classic, a little bit of HP sauce, Yucatero, and some more good stuff in there.
I like Bloody's a little grittier with the, let's see, you got the good stuff in there, the black pepper and all that good horseradish and things like that. And every Bloody Mary is just a little bit different, right, depending upon who made it. And I haven't had one. I've had yours before, but I didn't know that it had that hot sauce in it.
I know. It's got definitely a good amount of spice kick going to it. So it packs a little bit of a punch.
And garnishes have gotten huge for Bloody Marys.
We kind of let the burger speak for itself. So keep it simple, keep it a little bit of a spice kick, and that's good.
The skills, I like the skills.
So you want to shake about 10 seconds. You're basically wanting to all get mixed up together.
Right.
And then we'll be ready to go.
Perfect.
Want to give it a shot?
Yeah. Why not?
All right.
I mean, I'm
keep
not
it
gonna.
stable. All right. Make sure you keep your hand on each one, and just go to town.
Get a little bit of body weight into it. Okay, perfect. Okay.
I always joke. It's like you're not running a baby to sleep. You're actually mixing it pretty well. So we're gonna go ahead and ice the glass.
Nice iced glass.
Nice ice. Just pour right in there. All right. So.
Okay, perfect. Oh, delicious.
I know, right?
Okay, that was the perfect amount of Bloody Mix.
It's all in the shake, all right?
I see that, yes. You won the shake, I did not. And then we got some, oh, look at that already.
Exactly. So a little bit of olives, a little bit of pickled red onion, which we use on the burger.
Style.
And then I just go ahead and garnish with a little bit of lime. So we'll cut that up right now.
Perfect. We'll do the lime. And then we'll give that a nice little try. And then as we try these, I want to talk to Chef Ink. Come on over here, because we're going to head over to the stovetop and make up these burgers.
Yes.
Are they your favorite thing to eat too?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the proper burger is incredible.
We have 2 right there.
Oh, sweet. Who wants to have the second one with me?
It's all yours.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, cheers to that.
And cheers.
And we'll make the second cocktail after we make the burger. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Start off with this one right now.
I'm taking this to the kitchen with
Okay.
me. So we have the English breakfast right here.
This is our proper full English breakfast. So it comes with a slice of sourdough bread, rasher bacon, eggs on top, and then some mushrooms, tomatoes, banger sausage. And
Make one of these famous burgers, your
Absolutely.
award-winning burgers.
Yes.
So talk.
Does patties very well. So first we'll start with a little bit of oil into the pan.
Perfect. Add the oil in, nice hot pan. Thin patties too,
Yes,
right?
very, very thin patties. We do 2 patties, and that's so we can hit the temperature very well. You know, sometimes you have these really thick burgers, and then it just takes really long to cook, and then it's hard to get the temperature that you need.
And you salt the patties to give it that nice sear on the outside.
Yep, salt and pepper, just to add a little bit more flavor. Don't need much more than that, because these burgers are very flavorful.
Simple. They stand out on their own.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. So we get those going. About how long per side?
Per side, depending on what temperature you're looking for, I mean, at the very most, 2 to 3 minutes, you know?
2 to 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then we can stack the burger, and you put egg on the burger?
Yeah, so since we're doing brunch special, I figured we would do an egg too.
Yeah.
A nice runny egg on top, so
Perfect.
fry up an egg as well.
Nice. Crack the egg in the pan, get it going. I do like a good egg on a burger.
Yeah.
And I've had it before when you bite into it and you get that nice runny yolk with the burger. It adds something a little different to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think adding an egg to a burger is like the perfect component, especially since it's runny too, you know?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we can start stacking up the bun while those cook if you'd like, and the eggs getting ready. What do you put on your burger? That's a toasted bun. What kind?
So it's a toasted brioche bun, so
Nice.
just a brioche bun. And we start off dressing the bottom with a little bit of arugula, not too much, about 1 ounce of arugula.
Nice.
And then once the burgers are cooked, we put the burger on top, and then sweet chili sauce, and then the egg will go on top of that.
And that's what makes, so we'll get those flipped over, almost ready to go. That looks so good. Look at that perfect egg too. You're really doing it up over here.
Yeah.
And you can see the burger head, right? It's
Yes.
not too crisp, it's perfect. So you
Right.
get that really good consistency and color.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to rush the burger too much. You just want to side very evenly, you know.
All
Some
right.
people like flip burgers back and forth each time. Just cook it all the way through on one side, flip it over and cook it over.
Don't mess with it. Well, I'll
Right.
tell you what, I'm going to go join Arthur
Okay.
while you patty, and then come join us and we'll stack it up together. Does
Sounds
that
good,
sound
yeah.
good? All right. This is good. I get cocktails,
I
burgers,
know, right?
we're
It's the
multitasking.
perfect start to the morning.
And I'm really just in on this straight to it. It's very delicious. Squeeze a little lime juice
I'm
in it.
glad you enjoy.
What are you making up now?
So, you know, I'm from California. Daniel, one of the owners, is associated with summer. It's basically our nice and slow. So you combine a little bit of Hayman Slow Gin, white rum, has a mint kick. If you ever like, mint juleps, mojitos, that's kind of the closest combination.
Nice.
But definitely packs a little bit of a punch and kind of reminds you of warm days.
I like warm days, especially when it's cold out. Sometimes you want that little taste of summer, right? To let you know it's around the corner.
Yeah.
And aside from brunch, you guys do something really cool that I love. You have the English breakfast. You also have a tea time.
We do.
Which is that area right after brunch, before dinner, where you can come in and have some special cocktails.
So British themed place, obviously.
Right.
Takes inspiration from areas in East London.
Yes.
So we do a tea time from 4 to 6, which is going to be a bottomless list of drinks for $29. The big one that I love that I was debating making on air, but can be a little bit complicated, is the wake-up call. Our take on an espresso martini. We've never once had espresso, but we just replace it with a little bit of booze.
Nice. And I saw that was a heavy pour, Captain's Morgan. Getting spicy over there.
We like this cocktail quite a bit for a reason. So we're starting off with Captain Morgan White. We already juiced some lemons in it.
Nice.
And basically we're going to go ahead and use Hayman Slow Gin.
Okay.
Which is going to be essentially like a gin that's, you add berries, a little bit of botanicals to it, makes it a little bit sweeter of a punch going.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you finish that one up and
Perfect.
shake it. And let's go over here to Chef Inc. We got the cheese on the burgers,
Yes.
and they are ready to go. We're plating it up.
Yes, we are.
Okay, look at that. That's beautiful.
So-
the Gouda makes it a little different, right?
Yes. So it's double stacked, as I mentioned earlier. And then from here, we're going to put on pickles.
Wow, look at that. Okay, good thick pickles. I like pickles on a burger. I think that really speaks to me. The toasty bun. Do you think that's what makes your burger stand out? Because you've won Best Burger in the City, for several years.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, everything we do in-house. So like our pickles are made in-house. Our charred onions we make in-house as well. And from here, I'm going to put the egg on top.
Oh my goodness, this is a masterpiece. And then let's bring the plate over here and top it with the sauces at the counter. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Oh, wow. Look at that egg. That looks so good. What a burger. This is amazing. And the fun part about the burgers are they're messy. They're delicious to bite into. I love them with the Bloody Marys. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, I'm so excited. We got the egg, we got the patties, and then the garlic mayo.
So it's garlic and mayo. Yes, we make this in-house as well.
Oh, look at that. Nice helping of that.
And then sweet chili sauce.
Sweet chili sauce.
Yep.
This is perfect, Chef Inc. Just in time for the end of our segment. We have the delicious burger. We got our other cocktail.
Coming up right now.
All right, guys, where can everyone visit Duke's Grocery? Because I know you have several locations.
We do. So we have one in Foggy Bottom. We have the original flagship location in DuPont Circle. We also have Duke's Counter in Woodley Park. And then we have Navy Yard coming up next year.
Look at that burger, guys. Thank you so much for coming in. Congrats on the new Navy Yard location. And keep it to Cooking with Como Brunch Special, because coming up, we are going to whip up some delicious French toast, some shrimp and grits. And for now, I'm finishing this bloody and biting this burger. Oh my God. Welcome back to our Cooking with Como Brunch Special. Brunch is so popular around the DMV, and there are lots of great restaurants to check out. But if you want any at-home inspiration, we have you covered. Chef Wei is here, and she is going to show us how to make some amazing French toast, and she brought in a huge spread. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
Happy holidays to you too, Erin.
I am so happy you're here. This food looks amazing. You love brunch as much as I do?
Brunch is my favorite. It's probably my favorite meal of the day. So in between breakfast and lunch, and you're good.
Sweet and savory inspiration, and you're a personal chef, so you get to cater a lot of great meals.
Absolutely. I love it, love it, love it. Food brings people to the table all day, every day.
It does, and butter boards have become a huge trend. But what about the brunch board? Look at that. Tell me what we have here.
So we have here a charcuterie brunch board with our classic potato with seasoned nice frittata, egg frittata, where you can throw turkey, sausage, bacon, and those currently are mixed cheddar cheese. And then we have a maple brown sugar bacon.
That looks so good. It's like that thick cut. How do you make your bacon?
Thick cut in the oven.
That's how I make mine.
It's the best in the oven. It's not all flimsy and stuff. And we want crispy bacon.
And obviously you need a good fruit spread.
We need fruit because we got to have the healthy, right?
Yeah, you feel good about eating all the other food then. And talk to me about these chops. They look so good.
So these are our brown butter Parmesan crusted lamb chops. Of course I fry them. Everything is good fried.
I'm gonna try this because I've been waiting patiently. I watched you drizzle butter on this when you were setting up.
Oh my gosh, that is golden.
Oh
And
my
who doesn't
goodness.
like fried food? Like everything is good fried. They frying Oreos. They just frying
Wow.
everything.
It has a hint of Parmesan and that garlic. Mm-hmm. This is so good.
Fresh garlic.
So you fried these up. This is amazing because you have the sweet toast in the middle, which we're going to demo in just a minute. But talk to me about that pasta because the salmon on top, that looks so good.
So I always love to do traditional collard greens for a lot of dishes. So here I just took my regular collard greens. I made a creamy Parmesan sauce.
Look at that.
Over that beautiful pasta. And then I seared that salmon with a little Cajun sauce and put it on top.
This looks so good. I
Have
would
to have the
never think to
protein.
put it on top of the pasta like that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You have to have protein, and like my grandma used to always say, you want food that sticks to your ribs.
That salmon with the collard greens and the pasta, please leave that because I'm taking it home. This is amazing.
You can have it. It's just for you. And then also traditionally, so everybody loves shrimp and grits, your classic shrimp and grits, but during the holidays, we tend to do a lot of things with sweet potatoes. So we have a sweet potato grits. And just for a note, sugar does go in grits. That's a high debate. Sugar does go in grits.
I always only do the savory, so I will get my other clean fork in there and try this because I've never had sweet grits before.
So we have a little bit of our sweet potato that we pureed in there, and then
Okay, that's
butter
really good.
and some good old sugar.
Okay, fine. Even though I'm team savory grits, I'll give you those sweet potato grits.
Listen,
Really hit. They're good.
You gotta have sugar in your grits. That's a big, big brunch debate.
You can let us know on Twitter, on Instagram. Tell us what you think savory versus sweet, because I normally do hot sauce and cheese in my grits. Let's get over to the French toast because that looks so pretty the way you laid it out with the fruit and the syrup.
So listen, we have our traditional, everybody loves eggnog during the holiday season. So we're just simply gonna take our eggnog here. There we go. Get that clicking sound out. We have a little butter.
Yum.
Everything is good with butter.
Yes, and what kind of bread is that you're using? Because it's smaller.
French baguette. So actually you want a stronger, stable bread, and that way once you put it in your mixture, we won't be real soggy here. So
Okay,
we take a little bit of butter.
Oh yeah.
Butter, butter, butter.
Especially, you know, for the new year, we want to treat ourselves. If you're having a party with friends, you're bringing people over. The way you did the setup with the different boards is perfect for hosting.
For sure. And then it takes the weight and the pressure off of you as a host because everything is sitting out in the open, and then you can still entertain. And that's always the harder part too. You're hosting and then you're trying to entertain and stuff.
Exactly.
That doesn't always work so well.
No, that makes it really difficult. So you can do some stuff ahead of time. But this French toast, you can make the mixture. That's a maple brown sugar, you said?
No, this is an eggnog. So instead of the traditional milk or heavy cream, I use eggnog in the place of that.
Oh, so good.
Right.
So that really gives it that holiday flair.
For sure. So you can take your different holiday items like your egg, incorporate it into your menu to make it a little more festive.
So we add that to the frying pan, give it a nice sear on either side.
Yes, and that's what you want, that sizzle. You can also use cooking spray, but I like butter because we want flavor.
Butter makes it better.
We don't want flavorless food.
No, that's really important to note. And how long per side for the toast?
I would say about 1 to 2 minutes.
1 to 2 minutes? All right, we'll let that get settled there, and then we can go over here and show everyone the finished product. Well, that cooks up. Put it on the board with some flowers and some delicious syrup.
So this is a little eggnog and my maple syrup.
Prettiest spread of French toast with the blueberries I've ever seen. Where can everyone get in touch with you if they're looking at this spread and they're like, that looks amazing, but I'd like her to put it together for me?
So it's alwayscooking.com. I'm Chef Way. I'm always cooking on.
Yum, yum. Just some of the many things you could do in the kitchen there when you have a little time off, maybe a perfect Sunday opportunity to go in the kitchen. Delicious there. Always great to see. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting an hour away from our very special showcase, Santa Tracker, on Live Now from Fox. You're not going to want to miss this one. So let's take a quick 2-minute break here. Everyone, here is a live look in Cadillac, Michigan. Take a look at this. Always looking nice.
Well, welcome everybody to the Lights, Camera, McCarthy Year in Review Holiday Special. I'm Steve Shenevy alongside the man himself,
This is awesome.
Kevin McCarthy. Here's the deal. Over the next 30 minutes, Kevin's going to take us a little trip down memory lane, sharing some of his favorite celebrity interviews from 2022. Happy holidays to you, my friend.
Good to see you, my friend.
It's great to be here with you and celebrate yet another year with you. It has been a busy year. First, we're going to talk about that in general. The box office overall, it was tough during the pandemic. The box office still not back to where it was in 2019, but almost double the numbers of 2021. So we're getting there.
Yeah, the numbers are huge. Obviously, Top Gun Maverick was really kind of a huge deal for the box office, and that was a film that could have easily come out in 2020. They could have released it on streaming during the pandemic, but Tom Cruise and the filmmakers involved obviously held it until this year, and it clearly struck a chord with audiences. $1.4 billion at the worldwide box office. Here we're looking at our top 5 highest grossing films of the year. Now, I will say, as we're recording this, Avatar: The Way of Water has not come out yet, and I think that number is going to be in this top 5 area. But Top Gun Maverick, obviously, now these numbers are domestic. I just want to clarify the domestic box office there. And there's been, the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness did really well as well. So one thing you're noticing now is the types of people are going back to the theaters for.
So that's key, because obviously during the pandemic we saw streaming take on, and a lot of people wondered, would it take over? Would people stay at home to stream the movies if they had the option of one versus the other?
I think we're starting to understand there's like a hybrid aspect to it. Like, for example, with Avatar, for example, that is a movie you're going to want to see in theaters because it's in 3D, and the 3D is astounding. By the time this comes out, I've already reviewed the film, and it's phenomenal, obviously. But that's going to be a gigantic box office film. But Top Gun, obviously, Minions, films like Doctor Strange, I mean, these are movies that are audience communal experiences. Unfortunately, some of the dramas, the really great dramas this year aren't doing as well. The Fabelmans, Steven Spielberg's latest film. But I'm hoping
in the theaters not doing as well.
Right, and that's an interesting thing. My parents, so I'll use my parents as an example. They're in their 60s, they're mid-60s, and they're hesitant to go back still. We're still in the pandemic. They've been to the movie theaters once because I made them go. But other than that, they've been waiting for everything to hit streaming. So they waited for Top Gun to hit streaming. They waited for Fabelmans. They waited for Elvis.
Does that continue in 2023?
Yeah.
Or do we get away from the streaming?
Well, I think what you're going to start seeing is like studios doing hybrid releases. Netflix and Apple and all these streaming services are already in the game of releasing in theaters prior to the actual theatrical release. Now, Knives Out is a really interesting sequel, which is available now on Netflix. Came out in theaters back in November for a 1-week run. So we're going to start seeing and understanding what people are willing to leave their houses for and not.
I'm going to ask you a little bit later on your best theater experience, because I know you love your experiences in the theaters. May or may not have been Top Gun, but let's talk about that, because obviously the top movie of the year when it comes to making money, and of course you are right there having a chance to talk with all the stars.
And you went to the theater to see it.
And I know you're going to shame me for this. It's the only in-theater movie. Picked a good one.
You still went. You got to go see Avatar. So I was in San Diego for the Kenny Loggins, right? My friend Jake right there. Kenny Loggins and I were in the middle of talking about the Top Gun famous song, the Danger Zone track from the original. And then Tom Cruise literally lands on a helicopter.
Did he steal your date?
Literally landing on the USS Midway in San Diego for the premiere. So as he's walking, about maybe an hour from this point is the interview you're about to watch when Tom Cruise finally got to my section of the aircraft carrier on the red carpet. Here's Tom Cruise and I geeking out all about Top Gun Maverick.
Mr. Cruise, this is an honor. I have been waiting 2 years to ask you this question. When that trailer came out and you launched off that aircraft carrier and that oneer and you jolt on, it's so freaking awesome.
I always wanted that cat shot. I wanted that shot. I wanted that shot in the first Top Gun. And I was thinking about it, and part of my even the first Top Gun, I was like, I've got to fly in the F-14, you got to film me in the F-14. And obviously the technology is significantly different, but that moment, I'm glad you said that, because that moment, that was the first. So I didn't show the studio any of the aerial footage when we were shooting. And I finally was about 5 weeks into it. We assembled the footage, and I went and I presented it to the studio and to everyone involved. And that shot was, when we got that, I was like, oh man, these guys, it was extraordinary to have an audience be able to experience something like that.
Your reputation precedes you.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They're called orders, Maverick.
It's not what I am, it's who I am. Yes. I think that's one of the most beautiful lines that kind of captures the entire of this dramatic element of the story. 'Cause it's a drama at the end of the day about a human story. What does that line mean to you as Tom Cruise, and what does it mean to you as Maverick?
Well, Maverick, I think it's very clear. He is who he is, and he's just a little push. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like you feel that character, you know, and it's something that I think we can all identify with, you know, when we have a passion. And for me, I feel doubly blessed to be here tonight after, you know, the times, and to be able to share this. I've wanted to make movies since I was a kid, 4 years old, and when I started making movies, I thought I'd like to do this the rest of my life. It's a privilege, and to be here tonight, the film that people have been asking for 36 years, and for them to have that response, which is what I want for them to have. It's quite a moment.
So just to be clear, they did not use a de-aging filter on Tom Cruise.
They did not.
He's just that good.
It's just that good, yeah. And they had those cameras in the cockpit, 6 IMAX quality cameras filming the actors, barely any CGI. I mean, it is just an astounding filmmaking achievement. I think it might win Academy Award for cinematography.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is your blockbuster of the year, no doubt. Yeah. All right, we have a lot more still to come. She's the A-list actress who personally won me back because of this guy after more than a decade. It's coming up next. Kev's going to explain why his sit-down with Oscar winner Anne Hathaway felt a little X-rated. First, though, Denzel Washington uses Kevin to send a message to Christopher Nolan. We'll be right back with that story and much more.
Things that are really going to happen in this next break.
Welcome back to our very special Lights, Camera, McCarthy Year in Review special. Who doesn't love movies and who doesn't love celebrities? And this guy's got it all covered for us. Kevin McCarthy joining us to break down some of his favorite moments of 2022. Now, earlier we were just talking about Tom Cruise, and I know you love talking to Tom Cruise, but there's some other heavy hitters out there that you got a pretty good relationship with.
Yeah, and obviously, if you watch our show on Good Day DC, we get the biggest names on our show, and everybody on our show does an amazing job getting huge guests. And we've been lucky to have some great guests over the year, and one of them is Denzel Washington. And I love this story because my favorite movie that I've seen in recent years is Tenet, which is starring Denzel Washington's son, John David Washington. So I was interviewing Denzel for this movie, The Tragedy of Macbeth, the Coen brothers film. This was actually really early in 2022. And I spoke to him about the film, but also I had to ask him about his son. And he told me this amazing story. So Christopher Nolan, if you're not familiar, directed Tenet, Dunkirk, Interstellar, The Dark Knight, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time. So here is Denzel Washington and I geeking out about Christopher Nolan, and also a special shout out to a local makeup artist who now works with Denzel Washington. Take a look. Honor to talk to you.
Are those books or DVDs behind you?
These are DVDs, Blu-rays actually.
Blu-rays. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the Washington, D.C. area. My wife and I have a huge Blu-ray collection back here. So
I see.
Stop by for rent a movie from Blockbuster anytime you want.
Thank you. What do you charge?
For you, obviously, it'd be $5 a movie.
You had to think about that, though. You hesitated.
I was like, what would I charge Denzel? But I went and saw your son's movie Tenet 4 times in IMAX during the pandemic, and it's one of my favorite experiences of all time. Would you ever work with Nolan, and did you see Tenet? What did you think of it?
Chris, call me. Call me, Chris.
What?
I'd love to work with Christopher Nolan. You kidding me? What's he doing? Oppenheimer, right?
Oppenheimer. Yeah. What did you think of Tenet? It's out of curiosity.
It was too weird. First of all, we went to Chris's house, screened it in his theater.
No.
So I'm sitting here now. Now I'm watching my son starring in a Christopher Nolan movie in Christopher Nolan's house. So there was a lot going on. I'm looking at my son and I'm like, he sounds like me. I'm like, of course he sounds like you, stupid. He is. There were so many things that I was experiencing that, as a father.
Well, you should be very proud. It's always an honor to talk to you. Shout out to Sean, who I know does your makeup, but she's incredible. I love Sean. She's such a wonderful person from the D.C. area, and we love you here in
right
D.C.
back here now.
Yeah, I know you have.
Sean, come here. Sean.
Come on, Sean.
Wait. Here she comes.
I am a huge Sean fan. Hey, Sean, I love you. You know I love you. I'll talk to you on Instagram later on, okay?
Okay.
All right, Denzel, good to see you. Congratulations to you on the amazing performance. And that 137 aspect ratio and Carter Burwell's score was so awesome, man. Congratulations.
You didn't do this interview to talk to me. You just wanted to talk to Sean, that's all.
That was the entire reason, and you were 100% right.
I send you the bill.
I definitely. Bye, Mr. Washington.
You pay it back in Blu-rays, right?
Yeah,
Blu-ray
right,
rentals. Kev, you have a great gift on being able to connect with people, and so many big hitters in Hollywood remember you, relate to you because of your ability to do that. You actually helped me out this year through some of your interviews. So, long story short, years ago, I was at a VIP event here in Washington, D.C. with a lot of celebrities, and everybody went out of their way to be super nice. And the one person I really wanted to talk to and get a picture with was Anne Hathaway.
Yeah.
And she snubbed me.
Okay.
And I carried that with me for a long time. And it just became a running joke here. Your relationship with Anne Hathaway is so good, and she treats you so well that now I'm back. I never disliked Anne Hathaway.
This has brought you on the other side.
It was a running joke. It's brought me back. And now I'm a huge fan because I see how the two of you interact together, and I absolutely love it.
She's the best. And I actually spoke to her again after this interview you're about to watch, and she was like talking to Jeremy Strong from Succession about how much she loved my Blu-ray collection. So this, another Blu-ray moment here. Where I was talking to her for We Worked, which is the Apple TV Plus series that she was on with Jared Leto, and I spoke to her about it, and she wanted to hang out with my Blu-rays and my DVDs. Take a look. Good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Really great to see you. Congratulations on the series.
We can add a little bit of time to this one because I just got to say, is that your DVD collection?
Yeah, I got 1,600 Blu-rays back, and my wife and I have a whole like physical media collection. We're big fans. Actually, there's one of your movies right there, Interstellar, right there.
Hello. Is that me or is that Matthew?
That's McConaughey. That is McConaughey.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. I'll tell him that you say hi.
I don't know.
Just do me a favor. Reach behind you because I'm a film nerd too. Reach behind you, and I want to know if I've seen it.
All right, any movie.
Reach behind you. Grab any movie. Just reach behind you. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I have no idea what I just grabbed. I Love Lucy season 1.
Yes, I've seen it.
Seen this?
How great is Nicole?
She's. I thought Sorkin did a hell of a job with that. I thought both of them.
I agree. And I loved the behind the scenes of it all. And I thought that was a really brave undertaking and beautifully executed.
I agree. Can we go one more?
Yes.
I want to go one more.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna go to this side. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, I can't look. Sorry.
Can't look.
Here we go. I have no idea. All right. Red Sparrow, Jennifer Lawrence.
I haven't seen that one. I'm sorry, Jen.
Francis Lawrence. That's a good one. I feel like we should go one more because I feel like you haven't seen it.
Okay, I think so. I think so.
Last one. All right, here we go. A Most Violent Year.
I love that one.
Classic.
It's classic.
Oscar.
Amazing. Yep. Two powerhouses duking it out. Jessica Chastain smoking a cigarette. That was very disrespectful. And Armani.
Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Before I go, here we go.
Last one.
I don't know what. Oh, Miss
March. I
March.
have not seen that one.
It's not even open. All right, this is a comedy. It's actually a comedy, an R-rated comedy called Miss March. It looks like it should be something else, but
it's made in like 2004.
Yeah, 2008. But yeah.
Oh.
Miss March. It's actually a pretty funny movie. All right. Well, nice to see you. Congratulations to you. I'm sorry that was a weird one to pull out at the end, so thank you.
I thought it was really enjoyable.
Yeah.
Right there, in real time, you just saw Kevin's new movie called The Great Save.
Yeah.
You say that. Here's the best part is that you talked with her again later in the year, and she referenced that scene that just played out.
We talked for Armageddon time, and she was telling Jeremy Jeremy Strong from Succession all about it. Yeah, and the show was recrashed. I said we worked. My fault. So.
It was good stuff. So Anne Hathaway back on board. Good stuff with Kevin. All right, Jordan Peele, another one of your favorites. And this movie, I remember talking to you this time last year.
Yeah.
You were saying this was your most anticipated film of 2022.
It's my #1 of 2022, which is why I'm featuring it here. Now, this interview doesn't have like the comedy the comedy aspects of like what they were playing with in those interviews just now. Not anything to do with me. It was more about Denzel and Anne Hathaway. But in terms of this was a question I wanted to ask Jordan for a long time, and I don't think he'd ever been asked this question. Also, you're going to see years of interviews I've done with Jordan trying to get some piece of information out of him, and he continues to not tell me anything. So here's Jordan Peele and I talking for Nope, my favorite movie of the year. And if you're a fan of his movies, I think you'll find this interesting. Take a look.
I was looking back at your films and thinking about the importance of animals and how animals play a kind of a vehicle into horror. You go to the deer in Get Out, you go to the rabbits in Us, and then you got a monkey here, and then the horses as well. In terms of that, what do animals mean to you in terms of writing and thematically, kind of that through line in all three films?
Really great question. And I don't know that I know the answer exactly. I know that, you know, animals to me is somehow integral to horror and horrific images to me. I love animals, but they're a real reminder of the existential nightmare of what does it mean to be human.
Yeah.
And they're a reminder of how we treat anything that doesn't qualify as human. And so there's a very real world horror that animals are trapped in. And I think they probably, in some ways, they symbolize something very bad about us. And that's what my movies are about. Yeah. It's about how bad we are.
Now, I sat down with you for Get Out, and in Get Out, you said that you were going to weave in aspects of the Get Out universe into your future films.
I've put some little Easter eggs in there, and I'll probably continue to weave in the universe in my next movie.
And then when I sat down with you for Us, I asked you, you know, I brought that back and said, well, are Get Out and Us connected? Your next movie is now here. We're sitting here for Us. Can you confirm that they are in the same world? And if they are, have you thought about how the Get Out characters were affected by this?
I cannot confirm nor deny any of the same universe between these two films.
So now that we're sitting here for Nope, can you go back to Us and like talk about whether or not those two were connected, and have you continued the through line through Nope? I don't know how much that you can answer, but I just find it interesting.
Well, you could probably answer it yourself because it's already out there, my friend. There's already a connection between Us and Nope. Do you know what it is?
I'm blanking,
okay,
only because I'm nervous.
You have to see it again. No, it's not so obvious. You're gonna have to nerd out to get there.
Okay, but Get Out to Us?
No comment.
Still no comment all these years later.
So
yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Without spoiling, unless you want to, did you figure it out?
It is, yeah, and I will tell you, it's a restaurant.
Okay.
There's a restaurant that connects the two worlds of Us and Nope.
All right. Great to see Jordan Peele over the years as well.
I know, right? Wasn't that cool? Like, Get Out to Us.
I love it.
Yeah, he's amazing.
It's been a wild year for Will Smith, to say the least. I mean, who knew all the developments that would happen in 2022? Yeah. Coming up next, he talks to Kevin about finding some Hollywood redemption through emancipation. A recent development, and we'll have more on that when we come back. A lot of movie news that made headlines in the year 2022, but it was an award show that really seemed to make the most noise, the biggest impact, dare I say. We're talking about Will Smith, obviously, and what happened there. But you had a chance recently to catch up with him, and you were the first person to get him to actually talk about that. Just set the record straight.
Yeah, and I was one of the first people to talk to him in an interview setting since what happened at the Academy Awards. And one of the things, as you're seeing here, this interview actually ended up going viral because I had put it out, and it was the first one to come out, because this was actually the day that Trevor Noah did his interview that aired that night. So we were actually kind of ahead of the game, which was kind of cool. But, you know, in terms of this, I was speaking to him for Emancipation, which is a true story. He plays Peter, a runaway slave who's going through, forging through the swamps of Louisiana, and it's an incredible story about what this gentleman did, like what he was able to do. And there's a very, very historical photograph of this person, Peter, that this story is all about. And Will Smith is phenomenal, directed by Antoine Fuqua, who did a great film like Training Day and Equalizer, Olympus Has Fallen, The Shooter. Anyway, so I spoke to Will Smith and Antoine Fuqua about the film, and I had to ask him about what his thoughts were if people weren't ready to watch his movies after what happened at the Oscars. This movie was filmed before the Oscars, so just I want to clarify that. Take a look. I was in the newsroom when the trailer for this film came out. It was October 3rd. I aired the trailer on the air. I got off the air, and a lot of people came up to me where they're like, I can't wait to see that movie. I'm definitely going. One or two people go, I don't know if I'm ready yet, obviously, because of what happened with the Oscars and everything. And I know people are asking you, but I genuinely want to know what you would say to somebody who feels that way, because I believe in second chances. I believe that you were brilliant in this, and I didn't see Will Smith up there. But what do you tell people if they say, I'm not ready yet?
You know, I completely understand that. If you know, someone is not ready, I would absolutely respect that and allow them their space to not be ready. My deepest hope is that my actions don't penalize my team. So at this point, that's what I'm working for. Done would you know, open people's hearts at a minimum to see and recognize and support the incredible artists.
I love the way that you handled that question. That's why you're the pro that you are, and he's the pro in thanking his team, knowing that the film was still coming out, right? And it was filmed beforehand. All right, listen, we have about 30 seconds left. I want to look forward. Let's look to 2023. What 3 movies do you have that you're looking forward to next year?
Okay, so Oppenheimer's my #1. This is Christopher Nolan's newest film, opening up next year. Also, Indiana Jones 5. I interviewed Harrison Ford recently about the de-aging, and it looks incredible. And then John Wick Chapter 4. And then my favorite movie theater experience of this year was definitely Nope in IMAX. I saw it 4 times. You saw it, Top Gun, and you had a great theater experience as well. Great year for movies.
I loved it. Long live movies. Kevin, it's been a pleasure. Happy New
holidays,
year.
Man.
We'll see you in 2020.
And welcome everyone here on Live Now from Fox. So we are getting close to tracking Santa in the U.S. airspace. Hi everyone, Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us on Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve and happy holidays to all. We really appreciate you joining us here for this very special moment. Coming up in 30 minutes, everyone, we will be fully tracking Santa. So call your friends, call your family members, get them around the Christmas tree, get out some milk already, get the cookies that you've been baking all day, get them ready, get them at the TV screen, and just plop down and watch Santa as he comes into U.S. airspace. Here is a live look right now of where Santa is, and he is in, getting closer to Canada, we are learning right now. So this is getting very exciting, everyone, for all the good little boys coming. And we are going to be tracking him as he gets so close to America. He's in.
Hi, my name is Ryan Harris, and I am the company manager for Enchant Scottsdale. One of a kind, fun for the whole family. We feature a light maze full of 4 million twinkling lights and the largest vendor village and marketplace for Christmas shopping. Our light maze features a 100-foot tall tree. It's taller than the tree in Rockefeller